to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. We were hopeless and we're hopeless now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care, and I remember, yeah, I remember. Now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care, and I remember, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember.
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. Find the energy to rewind and reset. I know you don't wanna be used, but you use me to build up. You build up to break me down.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Welcome to Rotterdam. The RLCS Fall Major is finally here. We've played a lot of Rocket League online to get to this point, and 16 teams from across the globe are here to play across 2 streams today. Over here is the B stream, but we got action going over on the A stream as well. Tons of action, and that's just what Swiss brings. A lot of games.
Yeah, there's so much Rocket League. Thankfully, we're able to watch all of it and give outlets for people watching at home to see their favorite teams competing. It's 16 of the best teams, like you said, from around the world, and now is the time to prove their worth on the international stage. And boy, oh boy, do we have some good matchups today.
And who is playing in this tournament? If you've been following, you probably have a good idea, but just in case you're tuning in for the first time this season, EU, NA, South America, Oceania, APAC, and MENA all here representing their respective regions. In Europe, you got K-Corp, you got Liquid, you got Oxygen, Quadrant, Moist, NA, Gen G with Abjack and Noli moving over from Europe and taking North America by storm with the rest of the usual cast North America Turtle.
Oh yeah, and then of course, you go down the line, there's even better teams, and for me, a lot of dark horses here from the different regions besides North America and Europe, and then they're all going to be battling out in, of course, the Swiss bracket. This is what we're used to so far throughout the fall split. It has been a Swiss bracket, which means you gotta win 3, Jorby, and you're in. That's the most simple way to view this format. It might look complicated or confusing, but at the end of the day, you win 3, and you're moving on to the playoff bracket.
Yeah, easiest way to look at the bracket is if your team wins, they go up. If your team loses, they'll go down, and you'll only play against teams that have the same record as you. 1-0s play against each other, 0-1s play, and so on, so forth. You got to get to the top, to that top 8 spot in Swiss, and we've watched Swiss a lot over the past 2 seasons, and it's brutal in this set of the format. I mean, we've had so many upsets at this stage, and anything can happen.
Especially on the international stage, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at the schedule. This is what you can expect to see today on the B stream, and then also as we get down, you can see the letters A, of course, on the A stream. On the main stream, we're going to start out with Gen G against Power here on the B stream. Then over on the A stream, they've got V1 up against Quadrant. So very crazy matchups, and this is what we've been waiting for, the international head-to-head, Jorby.
I think B-Stream has a couple of games that could be
couple
sneaky.
Of sleepers.
You know, the Club versus KC Pioneers, that's going to be a great match.
Yeah.
Liquid versus Team Secret, I think that's a sneaky match.
I think so too.
You know, Secret, while in scrims, they haven't looked exactly the best when you look at their at least posted scrim results. Sometimes they show up on the day and they can really surprise teams, so I'm curious to see how they do against Liquid.
Yeah, I definitely think that's going to be a crazy matchup, but of course the A streams are going to provide some peak level content and some peak level entertainment as well. Version 1 Quadrant, Oxygen G2, Falcon Space Station, that one is amazing. Moist and FaZe Clan.
That's ridiculous.
The longer you go down this list, the more and more you get excited, and every single matchup, every single series is going to provide as much action in Rocket League as you could possibly imagine. And this schedule, you just can't beat it, Jorby.
You can't at all. Well, what are the teams playing for? A lot of moolah. First place, taking home 6 figures, $100,000. That is a lot of money. And even if you go 0-3 out of Swiss, you're still walking away with $3,000. But Turtle, you just win one match of Swiss, and you double your prize pool. So a lot on the line for all.
And not only that, but you're also earning points here, Jorby, which is pivotal, very crucial. Gaining these points, racking as many as you can up so that you can have a better chance at making it to the World Championship, because that, at the end of the day, is every single team's goal, to play on the best of the best, the highest pinnacle of Rocket League, and that is the World Championship.
For all these teams, will be interesting to see, because there are some notable teams that have missed the major. Teams like Optic, teams like Complexity, that aren't necessarily, not being here isn't the death knell for them, but those points definitely go a long way. By being here and getting getting those extra points, it just makes it that much harder to climb against you.
Yeah, absolutely. You even got teams like BDS not coming around and not being here, but we have to stay focused on what's in front of us, Jorby, and that is going to be a Gen G up against Power, which, my goodness, I think you talk about sleeper series and games that you could expect to be more dominant. I think everybody here has that favor, has the advantage going towards Gen G, given their record in North America. But Power, I think if they can control themselves a little bit more, stay organized, that's where they can strike and really put up a fight against Gen G.
I mean, OCE in the past few majors, look, they haven't really had a winning record. but at the World Championship, they were 5-6. That was one of the better records that OCE as a region had posted internationally. This power team, this is probably the strongest field, or the strongest two teams that OCE has ever fielded.
Yeah.
And Power, with Fever and Amphis on the team now, like that's not a team that you can sleep on. Not even if you're Gen G. And with how OCE can tend to surprise teams internationally, Appjack and company definitely got to keep their cameras on a swivel.
I think that's the hardest thing, though, is how do you put Gen G in an uncomfortable situation? This is going to be their first time here on LAN as a team, but they've gone through so many challenges, especially moving all the way from Europe to North America. They thrive in uncomfortable situations, and this is exactly where they want to be. They've got the work ethic. They got the mentality. I mean, think about Appjack, Noli, of course. What they bring to the table is that composure, and I think that'll help Chronic out, who's a rookie here at the RLCS.
Power, the underdogs in this matchup. I think you might expect some big things out of this team. They can certainly pop off. Amphis, he's been the talk of OCE for a couple of seasons now. Had that one, I can't remember which exact major it was. I don't even think it was the major. I think it was before RLCS 21, but Amphis kind of stole people's hearts for OCE, and people were wondering, when is he going to take the next step? Well, then Power picked up Fever, and we know how good Fever can be. And Torsos has been here since the dawn of OCE Rocket.
Yeah, literally since Season 3, this man has been putting up numbers, showing up at the international stage, and there's nobody else you'd want on your team than Torsos to lead the way and hopefully provide a lot of calming presence. I know that sometimes things can get risky and get dicey on the field. You never know what's going to happen, but when you have a veteran and an expert here who's used to competing in this environment, that helps calm your nerves so much. And Fever coming over from the Renegades, I think, is going to be an interesting pick. All three of those players have been the key roles of their respective teams at one certain point or another. So that's what I'm excited for, to see them all come together as that mechanical roster.
And the stats, they're going to be a little lopsided because they are regionally based, but I think the more interesting statistic for me for Gen G is Appjack, who has been sitting at the top of the North American leaderboards on offense. Not just in total goals, but also goals per game, averaging over a goal per game for almost the entire fall split, eventually overtaking First Killer for that #1 spot. And he has just exploded on this team ever since he moved to North America, with Chronic and Noli not looking much worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's a difficult task in and of itself, to surpass First Killer on FaZe Clan, who is a monster on the offensive side. And Appjack, I don't know if we've necessarily been taking note of him being the demon on offense who's making all these plays, but now in this season, he's taken that first step forward, and it's going to be a thrill of a matchup. And I gotta know, chat, what are we gonna vote for? Everybody needs to put their prediction in the chat right now. Hashtag GGM1 for Gen G, hashtag PWR for Power. What's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? I think this is definitely one-sided, or at least it should be one-sided, given the history and the reputation from Gen G, which to me makes me want to predict Gen G. I want to. I just don't see a world. I think that Power get one game. I think they get one game.
Okay.
I don't think they're as organized as they could be, and I can't see a world where they take them down.
I think this will be not necessarily a warm-up for Gen G, but a warm-up for Power.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the toughest matchups you could draw for your very first series, and I think it's going to be a rough one for them. I think Gen G definitely have this one in hand, although I will say one thing that has plagued Appjack specifically is when he gets onto LAN, he just doesn't seem to have the same performance. And so I'm looking for Appjack on LAN to really take the next step with this new team. It's a totally new vibe, a new environment, and I think that is really going to translate to his play on LAN.
And it could be difficult too, given the expectations that we have for them. I mean, they come all the way over from EU. They pick up Chronic. They do, and they tear through, actually, North America, making it to every single grand finals throughout the fall split. Every single regional event, you'd see them in the grand finals. They won the most recent one. Expectations are all there for Gen G, and that could plague you on the international stage because you have the pressure beating you down. That is very heavy on your shoulders, and we got to see how these players can handle it whenever it comes to them on the pitch.
Power, if they're going to take down Gen G, it will come through that feverish attack.
Who you going?
I didn't even try to do that. Oh, who am I going?
Nice pun, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't even trying to do that, but I am picking Gen G on this one.
Typical.
Chat,
typical.
What did you guys think?
Typical.
You had a chance to vote. Let's take a look at what you said, and right down the middle?
Split down.
50-50?
Split. There's no way.
There's a lot of Power fans in chat. That one.
Power fan going crazy.
Confirmed. Actually correct. It is 50-50.
Wow.
That's pretty nuts. Well done. Well done, chat. I like that.
We saw this in rehearsal. We didn't have any numbers, so we're expecting 50-50.
I was expecting like 80-20. I don't know about 50-50.
That's quite ridiculous. I'm going to go for Gen G. I think that's my prediction too. It's so hard to go against them. I can't not go with Gen G. It's fighting against the logic that's in your brain right now. But Power, they have what it takes to make the upset possible, and this is Swiss. This is the Swiss stage. Never know.
We always get some market upsets in Swiss. It might happen here. Like, honestly, crazier things have happened at these majors, so it absolutely wouldn't surprise me. But to me, for Power, it comes down to Torsos. Because you're going to expect the high mechanical action from Amphis and Fever, and they're going to be a threatening.
But you will be going Gen G. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Your prediction is still Gen G.
Well, it is Gen G. My prediction is Gen G. But if Power are going to beat them, to me, it's going to rely on Torsos being consistent, because they're going to face a lot of pressure on defense, and it's going to be up to Torsos to be that linchpin on defense, keep things calm, and keep things steady for Power, because they're going to withstand a lot. Gen G are one of the heaviest demoing teams in the entire tournament, so they're going to be withstanding a lot of different looks from Gen G. That's one of the things that made them so tough to beat in North America. That's why they won 2 regionals. That's why they made the grand finals in every single regional. They're just so hard to figure out. They're so hard to pin down. And we've talked a lot about Appjack, and not maybe enough about his teammates in Noli and Chronic, but this Chronic pickup has been insane. Probably one of the best pickups we've ever seen in terms of translating it immediately to results.
Absolutely, but we have now the game ready. It's time to get into the first series, the first matchup. Gen G up against Power, North America versus OCE. Can't think of a better way to kick off the Fall Major. We're here in Rotterdam. The players are on the pitch. They're prepared. They're ready. Let's get into it.
Let's get right into it. The B-Stream has started. We're finally here. The wait is over. Look at that beautiful boost pad. It looks wonderful. Stake your
What do you think it
claim.
tastes like? That,
I mean, I love the font.
I saw somebody post about it on the timeline. What do you think boost tastes like? Somebody said
what
honey.
What does boost taste like?
It's got to taste like honey, right?
I mean, we've seen like cars like fill up the boost. I don't think you want to drink that.
Maybe like an energy drink?
Don't drink the boost. Hashtag don't drink the boost. We're underway. Game number 1. And we'll see how this one develops over time. Big thing for Gen G is don't give Power any confidence early on. We know how much momentum in the mental game can be a factor in these round 1 matches at a major.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to Torsos, I believe, taken down NRG at one point or another at an international stage. He's made upsets happen before. A lot of high moments, a lot of low moments, and Noli able to get that save as a good pinch goes towards the Gen G half, but rotations are going to stand tall, excuse me. And within the first 40 seconds, we've had action on both sides. Which team will form some possession in the beginning? Chronic up for this aerial, has it on target, but Amphis, nice little save, and Power can look to transition.
Easy save there for Amphis. Had a good read on what Chronic, or where Chronic was trying to place that ball. Just took him too long to get to it. Power get a couple of nice clears in the first minute, but can't really get control just yet. That was a good attempt there by Fever, but apparently Jack, patient, waiting for Fever to play that ball back into him. Now quick pass back over to Nolly, and now Jack actually wins the ball in front of Torsos. It's a good play here for Gen G, but Torsos able to square up on the 50 and almost break out. Appjack gonna keep it in.
Yeah, the vision looks superior so far from Gen G. Finding each other in the corners. Chronic looking for better possession off the sidewall. Torsos trying to get that pinch cross. And this all stemmed from this awkward touch from Torsos where he wanted to pinch it out, but it went nowhere.
Yeah, and third man a little lost on where that touch was going. You see Fever, he committed on the play thinking Torsos was going to get that touch. And then he tried to full boost back, but it was already too late. Quick pass, easy strike to Gen G.
And you absolutely understand why Fever in that situation would expect better from Torsos, but not the way things were drawn up for Torsos. Couldn't get the Cooksier pinch.
He had the space. You can understand why Fever pushed forward on the play. You have to be able to rely on your teammate in that situation. As Gen G, they're not going to give you many looks like that. But Fever's actually given a bit of space here. Opted for the pass. Jack's there to cut him off again.
Got to be good confidence, though, for Chronic, the rookie here. International stage. Feels good to get that first goal.
It's funny talking to Chronic's dad last night a little bit. This is a total new experience for him. Esports is a total new experience.
Really? Oh.
But Appjack putting in another.
That's not a new experience for him.
Not at all. Noli picking it up on the assist.
And it's Torsos again behind the ball with Fever, expecting a little bit too much. Maybe not the best touch coming out from Torsos. That ball was struck very high, all the way up to the ceiling. Fever couldn't catch up to it, and Genji had a far better position.
It's twice almost making the same mistake.
Yeah.
And at this point, if you're Power, that third man, you almost have to be distrustful of the midfield challenge and play a bit more passively, a bit more thoughtfully, because Genji are just winning those touches. That was a decent attempt off the backboard. You forced one defender up. Now you pick a quick pass, but he just missed it off the bar. He did make things awkward here for Genji. It's high up in front of the box. Enough boost for Power as well. They're diving forward on the play. Chronic, he's got a full tank, not a ton of pressure here, and a big 50 from Jack.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic of discussion where you kind of break down whether or not it's right for you to trust your teammates that much. If you're Fever, do you expect Torsos to bang every single ball perfectly to you? I mean, you want to take advantage of those situations when it happens. If you don't have the trust, it's not going to work out, but also need to be smart. Decision-making needs to be on point for when you overextend and can trust your teammates.
I saw Fever on that last play. He had control of the ball, but he thought he had time to go get the boost. Jack was able to get to that last 50, and since then, Power, they couldn't get any farther. That's a good 50, but a big whiff, from Gen G. May push Amphis forward. Jack doesn't get the read. Power stabilizing a little bit. But just don't have real pressure in front. This might be their first real chance. Bounces off a Chronic, but he gets back in front of it. Power swings back around. Amphis wants the side wall. Ceiling reset for Amphis, and he gets bumped off the play by Nolly.
1:13 on the clock. Flawless rotation from Power within the past 30.
Oh.
They've had good 50-50s, opportunities coming their way, but nobody able to strike it. Where was the follow-up earlier on Amphis? He did get a shot, but it's not on target. They're crashing the net. They're getting demos, taking the boost, but Gen G are not giving them any gap on the goal line.
Yeah, I think Amphis was looking at Nolly on the play. He was expecting a quick clear, and then when it wasn't coming, he had to try to make up for lost time. The ball bounced out in front of him. All that time Power
what a
spent,
50.
They got nothing. Fever dives back as the third man. Amphis is turned around. Nolly just caught out the whole rotation, and Power just not solid on the comms here on their rotation. They're just getting picked out. And Gen G with some weird whiffs. This could easily be 3-0.
The possession's just going right back into favor of Gen G. Power have space on the ball, but are panicking with their touches. They're holding good possession.
Yeah.
At least within the past 2 minutes, but now things have been shaky for them, and I think it's what you were mentioning earlier. It's the communication. They seem very disorganized.
Well, and then you mentioned the panic touches. That was also killing them when they finally did get control of the ball.
Yeah.
The play earlier where Fever puts the ball in the third, but then he goes for the midfield boost and gives Jack a chance at the 50. Why are you giving Gen G a chance at the 50 when you can just straight up win the ball?
Right.
You got to rely on your teammates to clean up right after you and prioritize the ball, prioritize possession over the need to control the midfield boosts. But they needed a lot more than that. I think there was a lot of little things there for Power. The rotations, catching them off guard, the panic touches. Gen G just taking full advantage.
And it has not been perfect from Gen G. There are moments where Power can capitalize. And for Power, I also want to say that there have also been highlights. They were able to hold possession, flowing well into the corners, rotations very solid at times. It just comes down to that trust and decision-making on when you want to overextend. And this is actually exactly what I expected when it comes to Power. They're so dominant in their region individually. They can outpace, out-mechanic nearly any player in their region. And in my opinion, they have the highest ceiling out of OCE. And because of that, it's going to be difficult when you come to an international stage and you're overextending. You're not expecting the speed out of teams like Gen G because typically you're used to playing against players that you can outpace and you can overextend and not get punished for that.
It's just like on some of those plays though, it does feel like it's a routine play that third man should not be pushing up.
Yeah.
The Power haven't earned optimistic positioning, so they shouldn't be positioning optimistically, right? You have to be able to, or you have to respect that Gen G are winning that 50 game, and until you start winning those challenges, you can't keep taking risks like that because you're giving up possession when you don't need to.
Yeah.
And like you said, Gen G, not mistake-free play. They missed a couple of reads on their own backboard. They straight up whipped a couple of times.
Yeah.
So not a perfect game at all. On Aquadome, Power, a couple of things to figure out, but I definitely think there's some room for them to work.
Absolutely. There's going to be chances unless Noli wants to put the
Whoa.
first one away. Good job of Power to knock that one out of his hands quickly. Nice transition downfield. Torsas receives it well, but immediately turned around and back the other end with Chronic.
Amp is already up for it, but Chronic is by everybody. It bounces off the post. Jack was expecting it to pop straight back out. Nolly off the bar, and Genji leave points on the board.
That crossbar putting in work for Power, keeping them alive. Accuracy plaguing Genji, with some good looks just within the first 30 seconds. This has gone back and forth. Good speed from Abjack. The crossbar again, coming out huge.
A couple of times now. That one a little more understandable from Genji. Nolly got out the bulldozer, and Chronic knocks down the net.
Got out the bulldozer, cleared the path for Chronic. And look at the path Nolly takes. He bumps Ampus, he bumps Torsas, and he says, I don't even need to touch you, Fever, because I know this one's gonna get smacked all the way past the goal line.
Excellent 50 to set that all up from Nolly. Genji start off quickly again. Those crossbar hits don't come back to bite them. And now Power, it's about how they respond. Torsas just lodged against the corner. Fever pumps it away. Power gotta find a way to shorten up those clears, find teammates, because hitting it right back into blue cars is not gonna be successful for them. Fever gets a giant clear. Amphis or Jack kinda got in his way. Jack does get the clear, Genji get another one out.
But look at the difference whenever Genji can control this ball and take it out of their own half. They're keeping it to themselves. The first touches are much more controlled. Meanwhile, Amphis, he's early flicking this ball because of the pressure out of Genji, and they can't keep control. There's no possession for Power on transitions, just 50-50s, hoping that something will go their way, but otherwise they're gonna get rejected like that from Knowledge.
And the follow-ups aren't even forthcoming for Power. It's just, okay, as soon as Genji win the 50, now we rotate back. So they tried to make that adjustment, but now it comes to that follow-up again. They win the 50 this time, but can they set it up? Amphis goes for control. He throws Jack, but Jack actually chased him out. Like, got a piece of it. And, from Noli might give them a chance, but Amphis, he couldn't jump for the ball, he didn't have boost.
But there's still moments of weakness for Genji, where the touches might not be too accurate.
They're just playing keep away.
Yeah.
It's like they're going side to side when they see Power are structuring for the shot. And look at that right front, Noli jumps right in front of the box and gets the second for Genji.
Jorby, you talk about earning optimistic thinking and positioning. You definitely earned it there with Abjack's 50-50. Nolly knows he earned it, and he pushes all the way up into your own net, into your own box, wins the challenge, and puts it in. Genji, the decision-making, they know when they can push up, they know when they can overextend. It's not the same story for the orange side.
Catch from Torsas, good leave to get it back to Fever. Then the play starts to die on the corner. 50 works out for Fever, and Torsas can come in, but didn't end up making contact. Another easy clear for Abjack. And the midfield presence has just been non-existent from Power. They are always rotating the whole way back to their wall and forcing themselves to play a full field counterattack. They gotta find a way to structure themselves in midfield against this Genji team. It's not as if it's unavailable to them.
I mean, look at it right now. You see Amphis has to back it up in the midfield, hit the reverse, and try and get a better challenge, try and find some better positioning. But overall, you would expect him to have a quicker challenge and know a bit more of how Genji want to play this. And understand that they are opting to go for possession, keep the ball close. This is the first touch. Again, close to him. Abjack, air dribble, not over one, but forces a better 50-50. And we're back with all this possession for the blue side.
Power have been managing the boost effectively, but that's about all the effectiveness they've been getting. Every other touch has just been a lob up. Jack locks them into the corner. Chronic next up. Power just slower. Chronic just a little better. Nolly tries to set it up, but couldn't get much going. He does wait in the corner. The ball comes right back to him, and he went for the neutral hop down onto the ball, but couldn't get enough force.
Oh, and finally one clear does come out, but intercepted immediately from Chronic. Good pass to Frost. That is what is needed from Power Vision. Looking to set up a play. We want more of that with 40 seconds remaining. Maybe you can throw something else on the board. Otherwise, Gen G are going to walk away and put this on match point.
6 shots for Gen G.
Oh, here we go.
And Emphas gets the breakout, getting the first goal for Power in the series.
And that's got to feel good. This was a nice little turnaround with the rotation. Emphas got the demo of the last man back, and then a quick turn to capitalize and punish. That clear came out at the ideal time for Power.
Didn't buy themselves a ton of time on the clock, and with the amount of pressure that Power have had, which is 2 shots. They've had 2 shots on net.
That's all they need, though. Well,
they need a little bit more. They might get it off the bar. Torsauce trying to get it across. Fever trying to keep it close. Nolly gonna wait for him. Fever gets it across to the corner. Appjack pops it up, but the rest of Gen G have to wait. Nolly happy to do so. And again, where's Torsauce in the midfield line? Power were absent, and now they're gonna have to play from their own back wall. Torsauce carrying it out.
Seconds.
Got the 50. Looking for the shot. Emphas goes for the fake, but Gen G aren't fooled. Up 2-0 in the series.
Bounce does not go their way either. And just like that, Gen G are making their mark in the first series. There are moments for Power, like that last bit where you see Torsauce backing off the ball.
Now they need to be more aggressive.
They go for a more passive play style.
Before they were too aggressive, now they were too passive.
Maybe they're trying to overcompensate. They got a little bit too confident in the first game. Then they think, okay, game 2, we need to back it up a little bit and relax here.
They just don't have the same control.
Well, and that comes down to the first touches. If they're coming out of their own half, you'll notice Gen G, every single touch is within their own grasp. It's within their own reach. And you cannot say the same for Power. They're either going to just try and boom this ball to the other side, or maybe keep it close. But you immediately got something from Gen G challenging you, forcing a better 50, and just like that, all your possession, everything you had building and going for you is gone.
Emphas and Fever are more than capable mechanically. We've seen them pop off. We know that they have the control to be able to keep the ball close. But you watch Appjack, Nolly, and Chronic. Easy air dribbles, forces Power up. They're using a lot of boost, and the clears always go, or the challenges always go towards Gen G's side. Gen G are always ready for it. They're letting Power hit the ball. They're like, okay, Power, you want to play this? We know you don't have the control. So they're just playing what Power are giving them. Until Power start controlling the ball more, Gen G aren't going to respect it. They're going to keep pressuring.
Yeah. It's all about control. That's the name of the game, especially coming into the match point for Gen G. They have been dominant, but sound like a broken record. There have been moments, been chances for Power. It's not a flawless game out of Gen G. It's just more controlled, effortless approach from Gen G.
I think the biggest thing for Power, the one goal that they did score was off of a demo, and that doesn't mean just go for more demos, but that does mean kind of be more aware on the line as you're rotating around. If there is one available, go for it. Look, Emphas chasing Appjack down. Fever knows it, but that control, he leaves it back to Torsauce. Appjack, the shot was way too slow, and he got the save. And a little off the post as well. Nolly gets Appjack down on the clear. Appjack chasing, but Torsauce got it.
But the aggression, the demos did spark some opportunities for Power, and now it's going to spark some extra space for Fever, but immediately turned around. Anytime there's space, anytime you see Power looking to control the ball, they always have somebody right there for a challenge, Dorby.
That was Fever controlling the ball, gave himself a chance at the follow-up 50, and he won it big time. Now look at Power. More authority in the midfield. That time Nolly had a good read off of the poor touch, but Power are approaching the game differently now. Emphas, the touch close, he gets over Jack, and over 2 is Chronic going to rotate back. And while every touch isn't going to be threatening, look at the demos again. That's another one. How many demos is that? That's 3 more than they had last game.
Full boost to work with Fever. Mechanics, you know he's capable of. Good 50 from Chronic, however. Sets up Appjack off the backboard. Pressure coming through. And then a whiff from Fever, panicked play on the defensive side.
And then a double
players double committing. All over the place, scattered is the defensive Power.
Nolly, look, he's just pushing Fever off the wall. Now Chronic's got a lane, and he couldn't force it in off the post. Emphas, he's going up the net, and he just misses it off the bar. Emphas lost floating in his own net. Gen G score.
It's literally just been keep away for Gen G the past 40 seconds. This ball knocked high and wide above the net, forcing double commits, using their boost, wasting their boost, and eventually you will get an even easier shot. Gen G strike first.
But I do like how Power have adapted as the series has gone on. if they had looked like this in game 1, they might have been able to punish Gen G on those few mistakes we saw early. But Gen G aren't really making many mistakes. Look at Nolly on the reset, but no one's there to follow it up. Chronic, seeing Amphis had the read, had to pull off. Well, look at Amphis getting a little tricky on the wave. Got the ball bumping Amphis. I don't know how that one worked out, but Power get their first time.
It looked almost like a fake here because you're anticipating a stronger flick. The early touch right here, he flips into it. Abzac already jumped expecting more power from Amphis, but it's that little fake, that weak touch that slips him up.
I really wonder if that was a fake or if he just side flips. Either way, you take it.
Hey, you just call it a fake, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. All fakes.
You've earned the right to say it was a fake at that point.
Oh, Abjack just might have split the whole Power defense apart. Torsas got the touch off the corner.
KBM player coming out strong. Amphis might be able to get a flip reset and a better 50, but Abjack able to sniff it out.
Oh, if Amphis lands that reset, that would have froze Gen G.
Look at the confidence though from Power. Big clears, you've got somebody there. Pass connecting. Power so much better here on match point.
Just wanted a little bit more out of that shot. And Gen G still trying to control the pace of the game with these passes over in the air. See Nolly waiting for Torsas, pulls it out. Abjack can get the 50. Now Gen G conducting once more. Chronic diving across off the post. And Torsas, an unfortunate own goal as he turns up the field.
Wow. Silence here from the face cams of Power. There's not much you can do about that.
Don't turn up there.
I don't know, man.
Don't turn up there.
There's got to be a little bit of unfortunate circumstances.
Tap the brakes.
A little bit unlucky, and also slightly to blame too for not going behind the goal line just to make sure that that never happens. But Power, that's not the way you want to concede.
Well, look at Power already getting down the field. Amphis playing it close. He didn't like what he saw against Nolly, and Abjack moves down the field again. But Power really looked like a different team in game 3. Amphis on the catch, but his flip timing a little off. Torsas can't get back to the 50, but he does bump Jack out of the way. Kind of space is created by Power. Nolly actually got pushed off the ball, which is why he's slow. And Torsas, not the best touch for him. Abjack found Chronic. The rest of Fever and Amphis had to rotate back. They're looking for that quick counterattack strike, but they haven't found it.
Slightly more organized, though, is Power. There was an opportunity that you might have seen a double commit, but
Amphis?
organized and communication coming strong. Amphis was looking for something spicy. Doesn't get it. Now we've got the final 60 seconds. Power, they need at least one goal to force an OT.
Abjack letting the ball fall to him in the corner. A little pirouette in front of Torsas, but Torsas just straight up caught the ball off of him. Now Amphis up against Chronic, drills it through him. Fever's there, but can't quite push it towards Gen G's net. Oh, Torsas, again, the timing a little off. It's a good catch. They didn't have that control. What a pop on the flip reset. 2 commit from Gen G, but they're running out of time.
Power, less predictable, more ferocious. The defense still has been scrambled, but there are chances on offense.
Still loose.
And with 20 seconds remaining, now you got to throw everything you have at the defense.
Fever just did it. Torsas not touched. Left Nolly frozen. Amphis. Fever has to turn around on the half flip. Nolly got his boost stolen, but he had the ball. Now racing to the other side of the field. Amphis denied by Nolly, and they need a big clear right here. Amphis beat by Chronic on the play, and he puts it into the net. Oh, 2 goals for Gen G come off of orange cars.
Oh, man.
And Power. Oh, they gotta feel gutted after this one.
You don't really blame that touch from Fever. He was going up, didn't know Chronic would get the follow-up after the bounce. 1 second remaining, it's not enough time. That's gonna seal the deal. Gen G, their first series here at the international stage, and they absolutely teared down Power.
Gen G, 3 goals on 2 shots. And that's what happens when you bounce the goals in off the other team. You get over 100% shot efficiency. The stats are going to look weird on that one for sure. But man, I said at the beginning I felt like this was going to be a warm-up for Power in the sense where like this was going to prepare them for the rest of the major. Not that they were going to beat Gen G. And I think we did see that, that adaptation as the games went on. They overcorrected in game 2. They became more passive. But then in game 3, they really started figuring out the rotation a lot more. They started getting more physical, and the control was better. All the little things we said needed to get better, they did get better. The difference is, well, it's Gen G on the other side of the pitch.
One can only hope that game 3 is what we now start to see throughout every single individual game, and hopefully that's the newer approach from Power where It's less predictable. You're trying to control it more in your own half. And that's what we needed to see from the beginning. That play style coming out from OCE where you're dominant, where you can just overcommit, you can overextend, have 2 players thrown forward. It's not going to work here. You're going to get punished more and more, and Genji just showed them why. So hopefully a little bit of humbling, but still a lot of high notes, a lot of highlights to take away from both teams.
Yeah, I definitely think you should keep your eye on Power in this tournament,
Definitely.
but they do go down in the 0-1 bracket of the Swiss. Of the Swiss. That
Of
makes
the
a lot of
Swiss.
sense. Of
The
Swiss.
Swiss cheese.
Of the Swiss. Well, there is a cheese, but it's chalked.
You're right.
Anyways, coming up next, not chalk cheese, but it's the club versus the Kansas City Pioneers. I know Kansas City is an American city, but they're an oceanic team. And this one
They're
is
iced up,
gonna
too.
be sneaky. Look at Lost. He looks like he's ready to bounce. And we'll be ready for that game after the break.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire, right clear this away. Let me call it with the baby. Picked up the steam. It's still there for two. They scored.
I don't give a damn about it. Feel like I do.
gonna be lonely soon, you'll see. Baby, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end in sight. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the sky.
Welcome back to the B stream over here. By the way, we have the cooler backdrop. That's all I'm gonna say. B stream's way cooler over here. Look at this.
Come on.
The font is amazing. It looks beautiful. The color palette
It
is
feels
wonderful.
nice. It even feels nice.
It does. It's a nice like felt, you know?
I don't even know
great.
what felt feels
I
like.
don't actually know. This is a wall. They painted
Exactly,
the wall.
exactly.
It's a wall of felt. Well, anyways, there's matches going on today. Quadrant ended up falling to version 1, 3-1 over on the A stream. And now we got another match on the B stream coming up. The Club versus Kansas City Pioneers. And Turtle, you and I have been talking about this match. I think this one is definitely going to be good. This one feels more even than the other matches we have today on the B stream.
It's interesting because it feels more even, but at the same time, the playstyles are so different in my mind. Like when I see a team like the Club, I think of speed, I think of mechanics taking so much boost. The Club use so much boost,
Yeah, they do.
so speedy. And the Pioneers are not the more aggressive team coming out of OC. They're the more composed, much more organized, might not be as fast as Power, but more thoughtful with their touches and very intentional whenever they're moving up on offense. And to me, that will be the key with the counterattacks against the Club if they can win some challenges and actually find boost on the field.
And the Club, they really took the world by storm at the World Championship. Everybody remembers that crazy series between them and Furia going 7 games just for a spot in, or just to fight for a spot in the top 8 at the World Championship. And now they've come here as the #1 team out of South America. And it wasn't close, Turtle. They were 18-2 in matches played. They won every single regional, and they didn't lose a series until their 3rd match in Swiss in the 3rd regional. This team was dominant in South America. Kansas City Pioneers, pretty consistent, maybe not as dominant in their own region.
Not as dominant, but still consistent, able to have a couple of Grand Finals appearances, winning a regional as well. However, we did see them at the World Championship previously in August, and they did pretty well. They were definitely a team that you would look out for to make some upsets. I mean, you remember all the way back to the Spring Major. This was a team that knocked out BDS early on in the Spring Major, so they have that potential. They have that hidden potential. They didn't make it out of the wild card stage, but still a lot of respect is thrown on their names, and the reputation is strong for the Pioneers coming out of OC. But still, it comes down to that aggression, and obviously we're going to see a composed roster. I think we're going to get more organization from the Pioneers compared to what we saw out of Power, but not as flashy as some of the plays that we did see from Power, including Amphis, and you remember his solo play, the fake, things like that. We might not get as much, but more team plays from Pioneers to try and counterattack against the Club.
And you saw the Club with that 79% win percentage and only losing to Team Secret by the time the 3rd regional came around in their 3rd match of Swiss. And I personally am really high on this Club roster. I think they could go just as deep as they did at the World Championship, if not a little farther. Their pickup in Bems, he has been a great pickup for them. I feel like Club's one of their biggest issues is to that aggression that you're talking about, how the boost hogs. Bems is the anchor of this team. He sits very far back. He lets Astromik and Lost be the crazy kids upfield doing nutty stuff on offense. But it comes down to Bems to hold the anchor down and keep the ship afloat.
Bems swapping out for, I believe it was KV1.
Yep.
And I think that'll definitely anchor them more in the defense, but I don't know. I don't know if their playstyle is going to be as inflated as maybe we saw from Power. You know, that confidence is going to come out here and potentially be their issue with how they overextend. I don't think it's going to be as much of an issue against the Pioneers per se. So this, in my opinion, is more favorable for the Club. But the Pioneers have that chance, have that control.
I mean, Pioneers have been, they've been the driver's seat in a couple of upsets. They did it in London. They were forces at some of these international competitions. And for me, like, I've really liked Scrub's evolution. I feel like at the Winter Major last season, Scrub was kind of the cause of KCP's downfall. Like, he wasn't hitting his shots. He was completely inaccurate. I think his shot percentage was under 10%, which was abysmal. But then he goes to London, and his shot percentage all of a sudden shoots up to above 20%, so about the average. But the point is, he started sinking shots. And this KCP team, they have so much international experience, and no team can sleep on this Pioneer squad. I know Power have won more regionals than KCP, but they've been the more consistent team. They've been making Grand Finals, and when it comes to the international stage, it's a total different beast.
I think they have a much more international stage play style. Like, it's fitted for this specific moment to be more calm, composed on the stage. Like with Power, we saw a lot of double commits, a lot of awkward moments where you've got 2 players in the same spot. They don't know who's going to go for it. It's going to be much more spaced out for the Pioneers. Now, is there going to be extra space given to the club? That's where I have concerns. If they can match the speed, or at least try to match the speed a little bit without getting too risky, that's where they can come through and hit some counterattacks, control the ball, and that is the bread and butter for the Pioneers if they want to beat the club, because they're not going to outpace. I simply don't think they can outpace the club.
I don't know. I think Pioneers can absolutely keep up with that pace. Yeah, I mean,
well, keeping up is
Super
different,
Lucky,
is
Super
different
Lucky and
story.
Banana Head, I mean, they're crazy.
But they could find the 50-50s, but can they outpace somebody from the club? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, the issue comes down to what you were talking about with the club and their heavy boost usage.
Yeah.
So can KCP exploit that? Because that's very easy to exploit if you slow down the game a little bit, if you're thoughtful about your challenges, you can start stealing that boost. If all you have to do is steal a couple midfield boosts and that crumbles the club's line on the midfield, then I think KCP will have a lot of opportunity.
So are you going KCP? We've got the chat vote right now, 46% in favor, or not in favor, excuse me. 54% in favor of KCP, but
I don't know about
46
that.
going club. You don't know?
I don't know about
You don't know about that?
It's like everybody.
we've convinced KCP.
It's like everybody forgot.
What
how
time
the
is
club
it in
played at
Australia?
the
Is
World
everybody
Championship.
awake in Australia right now? I don't know what's going on.
It is pretty early over in South America right now. But I mean, like, look, I can understand why chat is doing this, because South America, they don't have the best record against Oceania in international competition. But this is the club we're talking about. For me, my prediction, I got the club here. I really think this team is going to be a force this tournament.
You think it's going to be a force? The club, I would have to agree. I think it's going to be a crazy match.
You were just making a bunch of arguments for KCP, and you're
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm giving the game plan, the strategy for KCP.
Okay, you want, okay, that's like what I did for Power. You're right.
Exactly.
All right, fair.
It's like you understand, you respect it, but you don't know if that's what you're going to get in the series. The potential's there for both these teams. KCP up against the club. Another crazy matchup here. OCE up against South America. Second series of the Swiss stage underway.
This one really probably as close as the chat vote was. And we'll see which team stakes their
There's the
claim
honey boost again.
in the first.
It's gotta
not
taste
honey,
like
bro.
honey.
No,
It's gotta taste like honey.
That's like going to the gas station and saying, bro, what does that taste like? You don't drink the boost.
But if you did,
We gotta
it
have
tastes
it.
like
We
honey.
need to talk about this off stream. We're underway. Banana Head gonna start with a ring. How about the
I take it back.
splash?
I take it all back. KCP certainly have the mechanics, the speed. It's all there. One flip reset, and I'm convinced 1-0. That's how you start a series.
I told you, how could you say they couldn't keep up with pace of play with Banana Heads on the team, Turtle?
How many times
did you
I've
forget?
said it's not keeping up with the pace. It's about outpacing them. And right there, he did outpace them, out-mechanic them, the club, speechless. But right away, they try to get some kind of answer for it, a bump, and immediately Astromic's able to get the tying goal.
Pioneers were really trying to figure out how this one was developing. Scrub dives for the 50, Lost made him look silly. Super Lucky got Goomba stopped by Bems, and then no one else was able to rotate back for Pioneers. They needed Super Lucky to get a touch there, but he got pushed off the play.
And if you've watched any of the games from the club in South America, they are more than willing to throw every single player in the box if they know the opportunity is there. And another 50-50 lost. Look at this challenge, the approach on it. He had him read every single step of the way.
Oh, you talk about staking your claim.
Man.
Lost did so at the World Championship. He put everyone followed him on Twitter after that World Championship. He was absolutely insane, and people are expecting big things out of him. I'm expecting big things out of Lost as well. That one, routine off the kickoff for him. He gets the second goal from the club.
Oh, and a flip reset now. Under one, 50-50s challenge game. So favorable for the club. That's what's created at least that last goal. For the Pioneers, how do they transition? This is what you expect against the club. Crazy mechanics, good speed, unpredictability, taking your boost, using a lot of boost. What is the answer that Pioneers have in store? We'll have to wait and find out, because so far it has been all offense for the club.
There's a simple double commit here for Pioneers. Banana Head on the back wall. I think Super
Look at the
Lucky.
speed. Look at the speed.
He was so fast, but Scrub was making up for lost time because he's positioned not for a double commit.
I'm sure he was, Dorby.
Oh, man.
That's what I'm talking about with the speed. It's so hard to match the club. If you fall into that trap of trying to challenge every single opportunity you get, not going to go your way. You have to know when to bait them out, go for 50-50s, maybe go for a fake challenge that's a necessity against the club. Nice opportunity from Super Lucky, though, off the back wall. And first bit of possession for the Pioneers in quite some time since that first wowsy of a goal.
Midfield line, all banana head. Almost just gave up that touch. Stramick trying to get downfield. Scrub trying to shake him off the play. Instead, he got shook off the field. The challenge is really not working out for Pioneers right now. Trying to stay close on the nose. See Scrub reads the touch well against Lost. Now the 50s are working out. That was a good push by Scrub. Get the ball back to Banana Head, going for another reset, but Stramick was ready off the ceiling.
Nice touch from Scrub in the corner. Almost set himself up, but made the follow-up even better from Banana Head. Now Bems looking for that transition. Good flick. Even more challenges and pressure at the top of the box.
I was curious how Bems would look in his first international series ever.
He looks great.
And it hasn't, I don't think he's been asked to do too much just yet in the first 2 minutes, but he's fitting into the rotation well. Looks just as he has all split long. Scrub trying to carry it out. Lost has really been the biggest factor for the club. He's got in front of every 50. Ben's gonna take a quick shot. Well placed. Club are running over the Pioneers.
Just look at the positioning of Bems. This is what's expected from him. To be that anchor, not the best touch from Banana Head, but Bems knows where he's trying to go with this ball, has him read, is in that position in the midfield, cutting off the back pass, and a solid strike. 4-1, the club dominant. Even after that first smack in the face with a flip reset from Banana Head, you still come out strong.
Bems, nice move on the follow-up 50. Scrub, he tried to get up fast enough. Banana Head will come in the rotation, but just not getting to the 50. Stramick goes back and forth. KCP, it's really just wait and see what Club do with the ball right now. They do get a free read, but what does Banana Head do with it?
It's just got to be more grounded. I mean, Banana Head in that situation,
Didn't have a lot
last
of
thing you
boost.
want to do is throw this ball in the air. Like you said, the club, they're rarely out of boost. Bems doesn't have too much, though, as we mentioned it. Lost, forced to get a save, but nothing too panicked. Nice interception from Lost to get in front of that player that was Super Lucky, who could have had a better look on net, and we're down the other end. Booming clears back and forth, time wasted. Pioneers need to score now if they want to get back in this game.
Since that breakout kickoff flip reset goal from Banana Head, they've had 0 offense. He actually didn't get a shot registered, which doesn't make too much sense. So Pioneers, there's Banana Head's first attempted shot coming across. It did come up. KCP have had 3 shots. I read the scoreboard wrong on my end. But those 3 shots, they have not come in bunches. They just haven't been able to generate any pressure. Stramick just has so much space to do what he wants with the ball. And, I mean, what do you do there if you're KCP? Stramick, he's got full field. Lost can do what he wants with the ball here.
Yeah.
Or not with the ball, but just bumping Super Lucky off the play.
I mean, whenever you get a team that's this mechanical, there's a lot of lanes of opportunity, a lot of different outlets that you can go for, several decisions to be made. Sometimes that can be paralyzing if you're a player, but the club know exactly how they want to play, know which route they prefer to take. Most of the time it's going to be solo plays. We just saw one here. A big counterattack, though, for the Pioneers. 59 on the clock. Nothing too crazy, but definitely one that could give you a little bit of confidence knowing that there are gaps in the defense with the counterattack.
Where did Bems go? Because Bems was rotating back, and he was on the line for the clear, but then all of a sudden he's behind Stramick. I think there was a bit of a miscomm there. Not that it matters too much. I mean, you're up 5-1, so your rotation back isn't going to be too panicked. Lost immediately get the shot. Stramick not going to cut off Super Lucky. Well, what do you make of the Pioneers right now? Because you're probably thinking about game 2 at this point.
This is sadly what I fear for the Pioneers up against the club. Like, I just don't think that they have enough chaos to match the club. Like, that, like I genuinely, when I talk about speed, when I talk about taking boost, you don't try and match the club in any of those categories. You have to fight them with an opposite play style. You don't want to say, okay, you're going to go for some speedy approaches. You want to try and challenge every single shot, take all the boost. We're gonna go up for those. No, you keep the ball low, you keep it grounded, you go for slower plays and throw off the club. Make them hit the brakes themselves. Try and stop their rotations, and then surprise them with some explosive gameplay. That, to me, is the only opportunity. And heading into game number 2 as the club will take game 1. It's all now relying on what the Pioneers choose to do moving forward.
I think that, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, the club, they're going to challenge everything. There's one thing you can rely on with the club is that, are you behind the ball? Great. Astromik is barreling down on you at supersonic speed.
Yeah.
So, but to me, again, Lost picking up the MVP, but it wasn't what he did on the scoreboard that impressed me. It was all the things that don't show up on the scoreboard. It's the, well, I can see the demos. You can't see the demos on the in-game scoreboard, but Lost got 2 crucial demos that took away possession from the Pioneers when they could have gotten set up in the midfield. And then it was the challenges. His control, it was just too much for the Pioneers to deal with. And Lost is a problem right now. He is a problem.
Oh, he's a problem.
And KCP have to do something about it.
And one thing to mention about my point previously where I was explaining how you can't really match them in a lot of these categories and you have to try and bait them in. The one category that I was actually wrong about is the boost. That's the one category where you can consciously try and take more of it as you're rotating out. Demos, speed, winning certain 50-50s. Sometimes, and most of the time, you can't match a team if they're simply just better than you, which is what it feels like in this category. But you can take more boost. And in that way, you can try and counter it. Because if they're getting demos on you when they're rotating back, if they don't have any boost, they can't even do that.
How do you take the boost if you're not winning the 50s? Like, if you can't win those 50s and actually protect the corners.
Right.
Because that's, I mean, that's what the club were doing. They were stealing so many corners, and you can use all the boost you want if you keep winning.
Then you break out the textbook of rotations and extending it forward and trying to take the midfield boost. But that's even more risky because you're leaving a player alone for longer on the defensive side. A lot of decisions, a lot of ways that Pioneers can approach them. We're just idiots up here. Let's let the players try and figure this out.
Lost, kept the touch close, and he got the 50. Look how much space Astromik has. Scrub, he couldn't even commit to the play. Lost immediately pushed him back. Just the demo threat was enough to push Scrub off the ball. And again, excellent job of Astromik catching the ball in the corner, forcing the Pioneers out. Banana Head trying to read against Bems, who again, while he's had a quiet game for the most part, when not much is asked of you, but you're making the necessary touches, sometimes that's all you need.
Necessary touches coming out from the club to transition. Good one from Lost. That's the player you keep bringing up, and he has absolutely made an impact so far. A lot of boost usage for Banana Head, who leaves it instead now for Scrub. Booming clears. When this ball is flying high like it is, I think that's how the club want to play. Bring this ball down. Scrub rushing in to get a touch. I really want to see them stay more grounded and go for more control on offense.
See if they can get some more of it. They do have it in the midfield. Banana Head, I don't think that touch is exactly where he wanted it. He had to stretch, and it made the read easy for Bems on the pass. What?
Ooh, big
Bems?
miss.
And Scrub actually gets a bump as well. Super Locky got chipped off the play by Lost, but he comes back down to 50. And that kill by Lost absolutely destroyed him. Scrub avoided the bump, but it didn't matter. Lost playing with his food gets the first goal.
Look at the layers on this play. You've got one person, Astromik, pushing forward, making Scrub dodge the demo, then Lost goes for the fake, flips his car completely, then gets what looks like a little bit of a musty flick into the back of the net. That was beautiful from the club. So many layers, so many different approaches. And they strike again here in game 2.
Nice pop and good 50 there from Super Locky. That follow-up, it's Lost again. Completely stuffed the Pioneers' rotation. Scrub coming up because he sees his teammate in the corner. He's thinking Banana Head's gonna get a touch there, which is why he's caught so far up, and Lost just wins the touch, a complete whiff from Super Locky.
Yeah, you don't even get one single touch. One touch on that ball would have stalled enough time to allow that third man to get back into position and realize he's overextended. But not even that comes out for the Pioneers. 3-1, it feels like, for the club. Demos have been effective, have shown signs of brilliance from Pioneers. Good touch in the midfield, but nothing more.
Astromik loves diving, man. He's like, okay, I'll go up the corner, I'll go up the ceiling, and boost down for a weird challenge where you're not expecting
It's improvising. It feels like
he's full improv.
Always improvising. He's always rushing the ball, glued to it. Even here, improvising with a nice little back pass, and he's always adjusting as to what challenge he's going to get. Okay, I might not win this 50-50. Let me see what else I can do with my rotations, and you'll see that a lot with Lost, too, getting demos on his way back.
KCP forced on the back line. Got their structure set up on defense. Also trying to manage the boost totals. Scrub uses a lot to get the ball downfield. Super Lucky left on 0. Banana Head not a lot either, but the canisters starting to get picked up by Pioneers. They're still trying to race towards this ball. The control isn't quite there, but you can understand why. They're trying to pop it over Astromic, who just won't leave the play, and it bought enough time for Lost to come in and stuff him on the 50.
Scrub. Oh, stuffing in that corner. The ball bounced well for them to commit. It's wide open. Astromic doesn't have to read off the crossbar. Lost has no accuracy, but Bem certainly does.
I think Lost was trying to pull them out of net, and he succeeded on it. He puts this one pretty high.
I guess it worked because they would have saved that.
Yeah,
I
think he saw Scrub on that play. I definitely think Lost intended for that one. Gave Bems an easy shot.
And with how close it was to the corner, you have no choice but to assume it's going to go in or be on target for Pioneer. So 2 players pre-jump. Everybody's flailing, trying to get that last-second touch to keep them within 2. But unfortunately, nobody gets the save. A 3-goal lead. Now maybe a 2-goal if that one slipped in. Law says nope and denies him.
8 goals for Club in the series so far. 5 of them belonging to Lost. Here comes Scrub underneath. Woo! A poor reset. Bems gets the save. The pop-up gives KCP a chance.
Wow.
Saves again. It's off the post to commit, but Lost lands perfectly in front of the ball. And just when KCP have a chance, Turtle, they get denied.
And we have just been presented with the value that Bems brings to this team. That defensive hold. What he's able to do, getting those saves, finding the touches, being patient on the backboard, and now Astromic can come forward, do a little bit of magic himself alongside Lost, and this team has shown you what they're great at doing, their positions, what roles they all play, and how they can get work done.
Now Scrub cuts in on the net there, and he tries to turn around and find the read, but he's already late and Lost. 2 goals, 2 assists, and a save. Man is doing a lot. Astromic punching in that ball, but it's the Lost show right now for sure. Super Lucky. It's underneath on the reset. Pioneers. They need 1, but they're getting none.
And who saved it? Who saved it, Jordan? Just say it.
Bems.
There it is. Bems. Bems has been so effective on defense, and that's got to give confidence to Astromic and Lost.
Well, that was the biggest criticism that people had of the club in the World Championship was their defense and their inability to have that clutch factor. KV1 just didn't seem to be the answer for them, but Bems comes onto the roster, and now he is that defensive stalwart for the club. And 9 goals in the last 2 games for the club. They are absolutely rinsing the Pioneers in the first series of their run.
We did see an adjustment in the 3rd game from Power in the first series we casted today. Maybe we see that from the Pioneers. Haven't seen them change too much about their play style. Maybe they thought game 1 was just something they should forget about coming to game 2. Same approach, but still the same result, nothing against the club.
Bems picking up 4 saves, almost matching Lost, but 2 in-game MVPs for Lost. And he continues to really impress just with, at the World Championship, he really showcased his mechanics. He's still got his mechanics in this game, but Lost, it feels like he's gotten more thoughtful with how he approaches the ball. It's a lot more focused on winning the 50, giving his teammates chances on the ball, but he's still ending up scoring at the end of the day. He's just quality touch after quality touch. The man is making great decisions, and it's giving Club, what a first game. I really thought this was going to be a close.
You thought it was going to be a banger. I thought it was going to be close.
They're dominating them.
I think that says a lot about the maturity, too, of the club. Maybe if this was their first time coming out here on the international stage, they would have stayed with more of a confident approach and not putting anybody back. Maybe Bems even would have been too confident pushing forward, but they've got the experience. They've played at the World stage, at the World Championship previously. They know how to approach every single team differently. OCE previously was a very difficult and was the kryptonite for a lot of these South American teams, but that is not the case today, Jordan.
At the very start of this series, Banana Head wowed us with a kickoff reset or flip reset goal.
Yeah.
And we thought, all right, we're in for one.
Yeah, I got
but
that.
Then
I saw
Club
that. I thought it was over.
Yeah, no, and then Club said, by the way, it's over.
Don't judge a series by the first goal. We may or may not have done that. But here comes Banana Head. Nice save on the goal line, crashing across. But nothing too much. It's all about the way they move out of their own half. hopefully game 3 they implement some changes because they've got to. They have no choice. Backs against the wall. This is their first series. Good touches, good follow-up. You're forcing some panic plays from Lost in particular, but Bems, how do you get through that player?
Stramick in reverse. He's not facing a lot of pressure. Brilliant there to take it away from Super Locky. Banana Head, though, got the reset and the drill, but can't get the 50. Stramick, 2 defensive touches for him. And Lost, he gets a little pull shot from his friend. He doesn't get the reset, though. Drops down and is taken away. That would have been nuts. Look at Stramick.
He's so, oh my goodness.
He's like in a jungle gym.
What is he doing?
He's just going off the field.
And that's got to speak to how predictable it is for the Pioneers. The Lost, and more in particular, Stramick, he knows exactly where the Pioneers are going. He pre-jumps a mile in advance, but there's been some better pressure applied from the Pioneers. You think if they can maybe get a demo, that could be the cherry on top to open up this net.
Oh, Lost. His wave landing into that ball. I think he wanted to pop it. He still gets the go-ahead touch. Nothing developing. Both Stramick and Bems playing a bit more passively as the ball drops down in front. And Lost kicking it to the far side. You said more neutral.
Yeah.
Banana Head gets the touch out to Super Locky. But these 50s have to start turning into passes. They have to start turning into shots for Kansas City Pioneers. They've attacked the backcourt a couple of times, and Stramick attacks the far side of the net. The club score again.
The club waiting on their chance to strike, and it's off the air dribble attempt from Scrub, who actually ran out of boost and because of it couldn't get behind the ball. Third man slightly too behind in rotation, can't find a touch. The shot was all the way on the right side, and the club coming out strong, but maybe a good kickoff for Banana Head. No power behind that shot. It was a good opportunity, a good moment to get back.
You know, not too sure what's how the games have played out on the A stream, but it does feel like a lot of the goals, at least on B stream, that have gone in, first in the Gen G match and in this one, it always seems like a positioning issue with second man where they're expecting a touch, they don't get the touch, and all of a sudden it's in your net. So the layers are really falling apart for this team.
That's classic, though. Whenever you come out and you're dominant in your own region, then you hit the international stage, Jorby, and you're used to winning those challenges. That's why it's got to be a habit in these players' mind to expect, to assume that challenge is going to be won. And when it's not, you're out of position. You can't get back in time, and it's a weak point for several teams here.
That's where you have to make that adjustment where the first man isn't winning those challenges, but you still want second man to be aggressive. Third man's got to understand, maybe play a bit more passively, maybe position for that loss so they can cover the back end. Again, the layers, problem for KCP as Ben marches down the field, but Pioneers, they've kept the game a lot closer. Just need one goal to tie it up.
Sometimes you get an instance where a team realizes what they're doing and then changes too much, becomes too passive. That kind of happened to Power in game 2 of the previous series where they were adapting and changing far too much. So far for the Pioneers, I think they've done it just right, at least in game 3. Better opportunities. Lost looking for demos. That's a player you always have to watch out for. A fly. You're trying to swat away, but just can't get a grip on him.
Lost going for a big clear, but Bems is coming the whole way back from KCP's corner. That's just pure confidence. You know you're not going to lose. Stramick gets the goal, but Lost fools the Pioneers defense.
Yep. The illusion thrown at the defense. Lost up high in the air. Scrub is anticipating a touch, and Stramick knows exactly what's happening. That ball's dropping back in front of the net and able to seal it away. 2-0. Security, confidence, and domination for the club.
11 goals to the 3 from Pioneers. It has not been close, and it has not been an easy series for KCP. What a state. I really think this is the kind of statement you needed to make as the club. You come in as the top South American seed. The team that really challenged you at the World Championship was Furia, the other Brazilian team. They're not here now. And so while this region has historically struggled against OCE, this is a big game for the club. You come in with Bems, it's his very first series, and this is how it goes. He doesn't even have to sweat. It's just a walk around the park for the club. With 18 seconds, it feels like a pure formality, Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, Bems is simply the glue that keeps this team together. He gives space, gives freedom to his two teammates, Lost and Astramic. That has been the story that they wrote in this series, and they're gonna close it out in a sweep. That ball hits the ground, and the club win their first series against the Pioneers.
I need to double check it, but I am pretty sure Lost had 100% goal participation. I think he was involved in all 11 goals. There might be one I was wrong on that one, but he got both assists. This time, Astramic was the one putting the ball in the back of the net and putting those shots on.
Ridiculous.
I don't know what to say about
very
the Pioneers
mature.
at this point. Like, that was a bad loss.
Yeah.
They have to find a way to recover out of that. But great first win for the club.
Yeah, for the club, absolutely. I think that to me, like I was mentioning, it's just showing signs of maturity as this roster has aged, as it's become more experienced now. Here, competing in front of everybody, and especially if they can. Actually, I do believe that winning the first series will get them a chance to play in front of the crowd, but we'll confirm that later and double check. But the club, this has been a statement for them. While it's against the Pioneers and maybe you favored the club going in, I think the Pioneers could have put up a much more difficult fight. It should not have been a 3-0. I think they could have easily taken a game or two. It just felt like they didn't want to change anything about their play style, too afraid to make any sort of implementation on how they are approaching the ball.
Well, Pioneers, they got a couple more games to figure it out. The nice thing is, Swiss will be a bit of a slow burn,
Yes.
so they'll get a bit of a break. They'll have to play another, but then no matter what, they get a chance to play again tomorrow. Well, we got more matches, more teams that still haven't even played their first match. Coming up next on the B stream, we get James Cheese versus K-Corp. And yeah, I'm sure Virtuoso in particular is real excited for this match.
This one's going to be a doozy of a matchup, Torby.
Absolutely, but we have that match after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, Fire tries to clear this away. Landing on the foot of Anthony. Picks up the steam. It's still there for Jimmy. He scored!
Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move.
Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents
welcome back inside Rotterdam Ahoy. Stacks alongside Daz for the next of our round 1 matchups. And so far, Daz, things have mostly gone as expected so far between the two streams. There haven't been too many surprises. And not sure we're going to see too many surprises here in this opening round.
Yeah, I am definitely interested to see, well, especially in this next matchup. We can look at that right now.
Throw him a bone, my guy. Come on.
I mean, look at the... No. They're going up. It's James Cheese versus K-Corp here. You have Itachi Exotic and Vatira. They've been dominating Europe. But on the other side, James Cheese has been dominating the APAC region. You have to give credit and respect to what they've been able to do, Cami Virtuoso and Realize. As you can see the team comparison graphic. Yeah, you see, this is, when we talk about domination, one region's domination, another region's domination, not too similar in the numbers department.
Right, yeah. Obviously, the numbers for James Cheese, very impressive in their own right, dominating the APAC region. K-Corp, still a dominant force on the European side as well. And when you look at these two teams, you do see those two different levels of domination. One thing that James Cheese would probably have going for it is they are familiar with taking lots and lots and lots of shots. They've been afforded a lot of open space, a lot of opportunities, second and third chance opportunities, and they get their teammates involved as well. They are a team that, as dominant as they've been, have also been greater than the sum of their parts, which you have to be to win in this environment.
That's true, and even though they have that offensive domination, you're right, they get a lot of space, so they're able to utilize it and work with it. Now they're going up against the #1 defender in the world, or in my opinion,
that's a fair claim.
Yeah,
I think
with Vatira.
Yeah, Vatira has proven to be a dominant force. As we have our next matchup here in the opening round, Carmine Corp going up against James Cheese, and again, for K-Corp, it's kind of business as usual. They have all the expectation to come out and dominate in this series, so I think it's going to be very important for them to kind of establish the tone very early on and not let James Cheese get any kind of forward momentum in this series and have any kind of doubts creep in, like, wait a minute, did we maybe underestimate this squad?
Exactly. You really don't want that. And you also are, even though a lot of people are expecting Carmine Corp to take this series in a very strong fashion, I do think that everyone's going to still want to see what James Cheese can bring out here, as we know what they're definitely capable of individually. We have seen all of these players kind of excel in their own right. This is going to be a big stage for them to see exactly what they can come out with. For me, I think also on the other side of things, they're going to look at Carmine Corp. If Carmine Corp shows signs of weakness early, then I think a lot of people who have those, prediction brackets might be in some trouble.
All three of these players on the James Cheese side wearing those chalked jerseys. Over 90 goals on the season so far. Kami closing in on the century mark himself. Virtuoso, the leading scorer in the world with 111 total. And he's kind of a runaway in that regard as well. We'll see if he can keep that going against Carmine Corp, as we want to get your thoughts as well in the chat. Use the hashtag KC or the hashtag JMCH if you've got K-Corp or James Cheese respectively. Rather than predictions on our end, because I think it's pretty obvious, we're both expecting K-Corp to win here. You can throw that up there whenever you feel like. What percentage of the chat, Daz, do you think is going to go for K-Corp?
That's tough, because oh my God, that's really tough. Because I don't know if K-Corp's doing a watch party, but we know Mr. Chalked himself, Rizzo, is over back there doing his own watch party as well. Obviously, I'm going K-Corp, and in Stacks, I believe you are too.
Definitely going K-Corp here as well. And I'm curious. I would imagine this might be a good 90%. I know maybe the meme vote might have a lot of support for James Cheese, but I can't imagine that's going to overcome the mighty blue wall, as we'll get the chat results in a moment.
Wait a second.
Of course. Everybody behind James Cheese. The blue wall can't withstand chat.
I don't think the blue wall found the stream yet.
That's actually very possible. But James Cheese fans have found the chat, and they have found the vote. They've taken nearly 2/3 of that vote. A lot of believers, and when you look at this matchup on paper, you expect K-Corp in a runaway. But you play the games for a reason.
That's right.
While we don't have thousands of screaming fans in here surrounding them just yet, I imagine that if you polled all the people that are here between talent and players and the other teams, I think there will be a bias towards James Cheese for everybody.
Really?
Very similar to kind of how the world felt like it was against BDS at the London Major.
That's interesting. I can understand that. I feel like K-Corp, there's some pressure there too. And for them kind of shaking off that pressure and getting back into, or just getting into their own form, I can't say getting back into the form, it's round one. They haven't even played the first game yet. But definitely I've been hearing some talk around town, especially of course with like scrims and scrim results too. Not necessarily too sure what K-Corp are going to do when they face some competition. So, I mean, luck of the draw here, getting James Cheese in the first round. That being said, though, seeing what the boys in the chalk jerseys can do, I want to see them show at least some fight here. I want them to be able to. I mean, they've been dominating APAC this entire time. I need them to take a couple games. Maybe not against K-Corp. That might scare me. I might get a little nervous. But at least in terms of the other rounds of this event.
Yeah, and this is the beginning of that new journey here with the RLCS. Brand new season, first major of the new season, but it's also kind of a story of the new era that we're in here in Rocket League, where not all these players in any of these matches are all native to their home region now. The region they represent, of course, Realize has been the face of APAC Rocket League for several years now, and I think it was actually even just a couple of years ago when he started to say, you know, I'm starting to feel maybe a little lack of motivation. That's when I think the push really started to get APAC and these other regions involved in the RLCS, because I think it would have been a tragedy, one of the bigger ones in Rocket League, if we did not get Realize, who's, I gotta say, he's gotta be the Michael Jordan of the APAC region. If we didn't get him at these international lands.
Sure he's got the Ronaldo?
Bates, don't even start. I don't want to see Bates' head poking through the
I'm with him.
curtain.
I'm with him. I'm Team Jordan. You know that, though. I'm a Chicago boy.
Yeah. So it's great to see these players come in. And then, of course, with Virtuoso and Kami teaming up with Realize, we've seen, of course, the international transfers from South American players and teams moving up into North America, Europe, coming across as well. Of course, it all started with Turbo Pulsa and Drippe, respectively, making their way over to NA. So again, it's kind of the new wild, wild west. And maybe there will come a time when that all changes, but right now, this is what we've got. You've got a European, an Oceanic player, and Realize teaming up to represent APAC as James Cheese, and we are about to start game number one. Can James Cheese, can David overcome Goliath? Carmine Corp, the #1 seed, tops from Europe, taking the stage to try and hold serve against a mighty underdog.
It's going to be a tough task for James Cheese to be able to hang around against what seems like a European super team here with Itachi, Exotic, and Vatira. But, like you said, Stacks, we play the games for a reason. K-Corp versus James Cheese live.
And it's Vatira right out of the gate. And when you see him on the offensive end, you just kind of cringe if you're the other side, because you're just like, okay, great. We know how good a defender he is. He's also a very potent scorer. As he jumps in at midfield here, try to slow down James Cheese and keep the pressure on for K-Corp.
Right now, this kind of battle for possession in midfield's been nice. That's a good touch off the sidewall there for Realize. Being able to get the follow-up, but you see Vatira on the ball, trying to get past two. Cut off to the side, Realize able to cut it out very cleanly, and then getting onto that back wall early, forcing Itachi to see if he can play out. Like the start here that we're seeing from James Cheese. K-Corp haven't necessarily put a big shot on until then. Exotic will find the back of the net and will find the first goal of the series.
And if for James Cheese, you got to be thinking this is way too easy, right? Exotic just watches Realize start to come up, pops right over. The defense, the rest of the team not back in time. K-Corp strikes first, unassisted. Exotic closing in on the team lead in goals on the season as well. He's now one behind his teammate, Vatira. Again, we mentioned his defense. He can do it all.
Do it all. We're gonna have to see if maybe he's even needed to.
Right.
Because right now, this K-Corp squad, three-headed Hydra, the way that they've been just in control of, or just kind of like that threat when you think of all of them individually. As Vatira tries to get that one through on the back wall, maybe sent away. Exotic to go up into the air. A lot of boos, but realize there to meet him. Defense going to be very important here for the James Cheese side. Whoever's back third, those initial plays with the ball, how they're able to move it upfield, could definitely kind of shake things. Right now, the passing and transition is looking really nice for James Cheese, but they haven't really set up a scoring opportunity just yet.
Almost 2 minutes gone by in this opening game. We're closing in on the end of round one. Only one more match remaining on either stream after this. Itachi going to work. He's got Vatira running underneath. Exotic waiting for Realize's effort. That's a good job by James Cheese, clearing the zone. Kami, an opportunity. Float over one, but there's Itachi there to save the day.
And that was the first shot registered there from James Cheese as well. Halfway through this game, approaching the halfway point, another shot there from Realize. We're seeing some concentrated efforts on offense. Kami puts a shot on two. Now things are starting to flow here, but not able to hold on to that pressure. Exotic will clear downfield, offering some space, and this looks a little uncomfortable on the back wall, but Virtuoso and Realize make it work. Infield pass back to Vatira. He's not going to be able to go for a shot. We'll play it high towards Exotic. He's looking for a play off the back wall. Natachi was looking for the double, but a little awkward on that initial jump. Ball will end up getting away from him. Now, again, I like what I saw from that drive there from James Cheese earlier on. That being said, we need to see a little bit more of that. They're kind of quiet here in the opening half of this game one.
Again, different opponents, but the leading offense in the world in James Cheese, averaging over 4 goals a game, going up against Europe's stingiest defense, or one of them, allowing only a goal and a half per game in a very difficult region as Vatira makes the goal line, save in the air. Now Kami coming through, and he just couldn't get in front of Exotic. Virtuoso will slow him down. Little backflip from Itachi. Opportunity for Kami. Waterfall down, but nobody's home.
No one able to get the follow, and now it will be cleared away, but hold on, Stacks. It's only a 1-goal game here. Shot from Exotic is going to get blocked out, and James Cheese has looked threatening on the net. Very surprising. I mean, if there is any time for them to take a game off K-Corp, it would be in the first game of the series. They've got a minute and some change here to work with, but I will say, it doesn't really seem like this is as one-sided as a lot of us have thought going into it.
Right, the shot's 6-4, in fact, in favor of James Cheese, as this one lobbed downfield for Virtuoso to chase down, trying to force his way through the corner around Itachi. And a good win by Kami. He can't stay with it, though. Realize all the time in the world to play this, and the demolition might open up some space. Virtuoso, there's another one. And we know how good he is in that regard and how disruptive Virtuoso can be. 35 seconds remain. Over. He's running forward and almost tied the game, if not for the efforts of Exotic.
What a save there from Exotic to be able to cut that out. Could have been the play that equalized the game, but still, there is some more time here for James Cheese to work with. Oh, Kami can't miss that though. Now it's gonna be trouble. Virtuoso had faith and realized to make the challenge, loses that one. No one able to follow up and get this ball cleared away. So the final few seconds will tick down. And K-Corp, they can definitely make a stand and shut this game down, but the ball's still in the air. They're looking for one more. Virtuoso plays it up high. Follow-up shot going in. It's chaos in front of the net, but it'll get cleared away. And Corp take game one, but not without a fight from James Cheese towards the end.
Boy, they held on to that game. And, you know, you look at both teams now. If you're a James Cheese fan, you go, okay, this is interesting. And if you're a Carmine Corp fan, you're going, this is interesting. And I don't know if they're necessarily comfortable with the way that game went, especially not how it ended.
Exactly. It really did seem like you could see again K-Corp after the starting half of that was all in their favor. You know, they were able to move the ball up the field really well. Exotic got that early goal. You're like, okay, this is what we're kind of expecting. We can see a little bit of the skill gap because Exotic didn't really have to work for that. Just honestly had a really nice solid touch. Realized went a bit too early and he got caught out from Exotic. But I don't know, it's like something clicked. Yep. And you could see it. James Cheese was just getting more and more confident on the offensive end. And that last play especially.
Yep.
I was a little nervous. It really looked like they had a chance. Virtuoso was going for some bumps in net. The defense was looking a little shaky on K-Corp. If a good shot comes through, this game could have still continued on. It'll be interesting to see what goes on when we load up Aquadome, as both teams will have time to talk things over.
Yeah, listen, if I put all my channel points on Carmine Corp before game one, I'm thinking, James Cheese got a little too close to that net for my liking.
Yeah.
And, again, it was one mistake very early on in that game that ultimately proved to be James Cheese's undoing. But if that's the worst of their problems, James Cheese has something to look forward to, not just in this match, but maybe as this Swiss continues on throughout the week and into the weekend. So, again, James Cheese does drop game one. Carmine Corp takes it just one goal to separate these two teams. But again, all the shots, especially late in that game from James Cheese, I think a lot to build on there going into game two on Aquadome.
Yeah, no matter which way you shake it, that game, even though James Cheese lost, the showing from them was very well done. They really did put on a show. The question is if they can continue that, if they can build up on that. As you know, K-Court, we've had time to talk things over. They're going to change up that play style because they do not want the game to get that close again.
Well, Gutierrez ranging back towards the backboard, and of course, masterfully done as always. But he gave that ball away to Realize, and Exotic had to make the save with Itachi kind of lurking around, only with 11 in the tank. And Virtuoso picking up that midfield boost, so the boost advantage remains for James Cheese. Early on in game two, Vatira with the clear, only as far as Virtuoso, but that does relieve a lot of that pressure, and it does let Carmine Corp move downfield. They can get boosted up, and now maybe they can put the clamps down on James Cheese.
Itachi, definitely a good touch out, pass out between James Cheese to move the ball downfield. Virtuoso won't be able to do too much, and that's a big clear from Vatira. Realizes on the way back, trailing, and won't be able to block that. He helps it go in. K-Corp get the first goal after catching James Cheese, dipping their hand, getting a little too much dip on the chip.
Yeah, Realize on his way back, just could not catch up. So both these goals have actually technically gone in off of a James Cheese car. You had Virtuoso trying to scramble back in game one. Realize the last touch on his way back, trying to recover here in game two. Similar part of the game as well, as Exotic looks for a second, and that's going to be blocked away. Itachi, leave it for Vatira. His shot denied by Realize, but they're not out of the woods just yet. That little bump by Vatira, almost over the way for Exotic. Here comes Itachi, went away from the defense, but it's high and wide.
Very awkward there from James Cheese, but able to make that defensive stop. K-Corp also allowing space. A demo comes through, but the shot is not going to even register there. James Cheese gonna have to start from scratch, but they are still playing a pretty close game here against Carmine Corp. That's gonna be a double demo. And Realize will be able to pick this ball up. No real struggle there for Vatira, and honestly not too much of a real struggle for Carmine Corp so far in this game. James Cheese, they need to build on that consistent offense again, but they're stuck making some of these tough saves that we just saw.
Yeah, when you're making saves with your back to midfield, not really a good sign. Infield pass intended for Vatira, but well cleared away by Virtuoso. Now Kami lost control of this, so Vatira will take charge. Second touch to set it up, and right back to the back line of James Cheese as Carmine Corp continues to apply the pressure, as they did for the better part of the early stage of game one. They are not taking their foot off the gas now. Going to be on James Cheese to make their own opportunities.
Whoa.
As Kami had his shot blocked right at the post by Exotic.
It was a stretch of a save, and it was good enough. But still haven't really alleviated the pressure. Oh my goodness, Realize going off the ceiling for that one to get it to Virtuoso, but Vert wasn't really expecting it, or wasn't really prepared for it, I should say. And the ball ends up getting away from him. And now K-Corp moving up the field. Exotic trying to get past two. Virtuoso with definitely a strong touch there. The ball ends up towards Vatira. James Cheese have been able to kind of match the midfield pacing here from Carmine Corp. Just have not been able to really do too much on the offensive end. Virtuoso trying for the double. Vatira knocks it away.
Very fitting with these two teams meeting up in round one, because I think that we've got two of the players with the strongest drive to compete in the league. You've got, of course, Vatira, who just feels like he would do anything to win. He would give anything for the opportunity to raise that trophy. You see how heartbroken he was after falling short at the World Championship last season, as that's sent just a little bit wide, but on the other side, Realize, who has been such a grinder for so long and staying with it. Block made in front here, and that's popped away as well. I think you see a lot of players say they want to win a world championship. Few demonstrate that as much as Vatira and Realize do.
That's right. Sometimes you can talk, you can yap as much as you want to, but if you cannot show that on the field, then it's all for naught. It's very so close, but that's been the story for James Cheese this series so far. So close to the back of the net, but either a mistouch or the defense from Carmine Corp just there in time to slow things down. Still a 1-goal game as we are 40 seconds remaining. Looking like it could be 2. No one there to stop the shot from Itachi.
Whoa.
And he had to get a little bit of follow-up, but it goes in the back of the net. Either way, 35 seconds left, and K-Corp up by 2.
So everybody has a goal now for K-Corp in this series. All 3 unassisted solo efforts. Of course, James Cheese starting to press forward a little bit, maybe getting a little frustrated by not being able to put the ball in the net. Down to 30 seconds now as Realize is met by Vatira. Yet again at midfield. Here goes Kami. And Exotic is there to snuff out his drive. Virtuoso not able to get that second touch and maybe kind of ground pinch one forward. And with 15 seconds left, it would take a gargantuan effort, as if it didn't already, for James Cheese to get back into this one. Exotic making the save, falling away into his own net. And the final countdown here in game number 2 as Carmine Corp closes in now on match point. They're on the hill here in the opening round.
And it doesn't look like they're showing any signs of slowing down either. Able to sit back after that one. Smiles on Itachi's face as he actually got a very slow first goal in that game too. A little special stat pop up on the screen. Doesn't matter though, because K-Corp are definitely heating up, as that game was just, for James Cheese, you kind of don't want to think about those specifically. Even though they are playing up to speed, you can tell the difference in terms of mainly what happens when Carmine Corp are on offense. The shot percentage started to slow down for James Cheese. They led in shots in the last game. This one, not so much. I feel like that for now, or at this point, again, we talked about adjustments being made. Both teams definitely did show those adjustments. We didn't really see anyone get, I'd say, exposed from James Cheese in terms of shots or goals that were scored. But even then, K-Corp able to come out with this one, puts the series on match point. For James Cheese, Stacks, it's looking like they're almost James Chalk.
I wondered how long that would take, Daz, to drop James Chalk. But hey, I'll tell you what, again, the pressure's been good at times, as you said, but not good enough, of course. Still kept scoreless here through 10 minutes of this series against the #1 team in Europe in Carmine Corp. And again, the #1 defense as well, which has been most important. And that goal and a half per game, actually a little bit less than that, is just going to keep going down as they continue on. Game 3 now, last chance for James Cheese to find some offense against this K-Corp squad. What will change for JC here as Virtuoso will range back, and that corner boost didn't spawn for him. That's going to be trouble for James Cheese as here comes Carmine Corp again. 3 open nets for K-Corp. Yeah, as their 3 goals in this series. Itachi denied by Realize. So at least when James Cheese is in position, they're not letting Carmine Corp outplay them or outwit them, but Carmine Corp are still finding gaps in the defense here as Vatira got one through.
Oh!
Corner. They finally had a hand up, and Vatira ignored it.
Itachi delivered this on a platter. Saw Cammy. See you later. Vatira's putting it to the top right. And we've been wanting to see that from K-Corp all series long. What a goal.
There are some out there that will still find ways to say he might not be the best player in the world. Sure, you find somebody better. Here goes Exotic. Trying to work against Kami. Got him in the air, got around him, and there's Realized to back him up. That got away from Itachi, and this will go over Vatira. He's in an awkward spot. The pass not on target. Kami double tap to set up, and Exotic there just ahead of Virtuoso. Here comes
another one.
K-Corp again. Far down banger, and Exotic makes it 2-0.
I'd say it's a counterattack. But it didn't really feel like it was just Exotic doing it all by himself. Plays it off the sidewall, off the clean beat, and beautiful turn into putting that shot on. James Cheese are getting caught off guard. You could tell maybe it was just a case of, first match of the major for Carmine Corp, because this is the team that we have been looking for the entire time. A solid start, and they are literally playing through James Cheese.
I mean, it really does feel like now, early on here in Game 3, that the playtime is over and the fun police have arrived in the form of Carmine Corp. So that's a good win by Virtuoso, and he just couldn't get up in time to get over that shot. And here goes Itachi. He's got Vatira downfield, and that is sent away. Vatira, the decoy there, almost beat the James Cheese defense. As here goes K-Corp again. Just hemmed in their own zone for a moment before they finally break out.
There is double command. Vatira still has possession. Good read on that back wall.
I just don't think they care at that point.
It does seem like that when you see the confidence come out from Carmine Corp, just going for things that you haven't seen all series long, sometimes a little fake to see if they can throw things off. I think they want to get in the heads of James Cheese and try to just take them out the game. Really run up the score line, but James Cheese is holding on. They stopped the bleeding, so to speak, but they got half a game in this series, and we haven't seen them score. I believe
Nope.
they have not scored this series at all. So they got to do something they haven't done all major, which, round one.
Sure. You are technically correct, and that's the only kind of correct that matters. K-Corp going for the ever-rare score line of 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, perhaps. With a couple minutes remaining here, they've come close to that third goal. Opportunity here, set away by Exotic. Cheeky touch there. And...
You just don't want to see him get perfect start.
Right.
That's really just...
Well, and that was the question, right, with this James Cheese squad. When Virtuoso and Kami announced that they were going to go to the APAC region and team up with Realize, how would this team represent the APAC region? Because it almost felt like a given that this would be the team we saw at the major. Sure enough, the prophecy fulfilled itself as Itachi jumps in here and drives that to the corner. And I got to say, they have by no means been embarrassed here on the pitch by Vatira and Carmine Corp. They've been very competitive, and I think there's a lot to look forward to as this tournament rolls on. And they're still in this game, technically, as Exotic pops one high, and K-Corp does have a vast majority of possession here with time winding down.
Yeah, you're right. This one definitely is one of the more closer perfect sweeps I've seen in my career. That being said, when you see this team come in from the APAC region, you wonder what their style kind of looks like. And even though Carmine Corp, which is EU's #1 seed, has been playing a phenomenal game and has looked in control, so to speak, even if it has been 1 or 2 goal games, it's the little fact that they are 1 or 2 goal games that puts a question mark on how James Cheese is going to do against the rest of the world as the Swiss rounds continue. Sure, it does look like they may lose this game. There's 15 seconds left. They're down by 2. They haven't scored all series long, but it's just the fact of how close they have been playing up here against Carmine Corp, as the blue wall has stood tall and is going to continue to do so, because round 1 belongs to them. Unless we see a goal here, it's looking like it's going to be a perfect sweep. Ball is going to hit the ground. Carmine Corp is going to take the series 3-0.
1-0, 2-0, 2-0. Just like that, Carmine Corp pitches a shutout in round 1. And James Cheese will drop down to that 0-1 bracket. So they will go back to the drawing board. We'll have that time in between rounds here to generate all the pairings, of course. We still have one more match here in this opening round, but Carmine Corp came in and they took care of business. I don't think there's much more you can say other than that.
Yeah, it was cool, cut, clean, and simple. Not too, really no errors on the side of K-Corp.
Yep.
And even on the other hand for James Cheese, 1 goal, 2 goal games against some of the best. Yeah, it's a loss. Yeah, it's a sweep. Yeah, it's a perfect sweep. But you know, you can hang. I want to see you can hang your head up high. You just knowing like, okay.
There are some people back in the green room that I'm sure will cringe and roll their eyes if we say quality loss. Would you say it's a quality loss for James Cheese?
I want to, but I don't know if like what kind of takeaway. I'm trying to find the takeaway there. The fact that they didn't let too many goals in. Yeah, you can take that away.
Well, we will take you away to a break for just a moment here. Team Liquid will take the stage coming up next against Team Secret. And I got to say, that match might be a little closer than you might think. We'll be back right after this.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Let me go with the back. Picked up the save. It's still there for two. They scored!
Look at you're gone. They say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem
Welcome back to the end of the opening round of the Fall Major. Stacks again alongside Daz as we close out round number one. We just saw Karmine Corp deliver Europe's first international perfect sweep. They did so at the expense of James Cheese, the APAC representative, and now Team Liquid takes center stage, or adjacent center stage.
Sure.
Here on the RL Esports stream, as Liquid will take on Team Secret, who had quite the interesting path to get here, and they've also had some interesting results while they've been here, playing in some side events as well. And I think this is a Secret team that Liquid would do well to not overlook in this opening round.
I agree. I think looking at the results that we've had for this event, especially for this stream,
yes,
all matches on this stream have been sweeps, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So if there's any match that we've had today that doesn't look like that's going to be that case, it's this one right here.
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked about these teams going into the event a lot. People are putting Secret a little bit on the radar. Do not sleep on this team at all. Kind of similar to the club, so to speak. There's definitely a fighting chance here for Secret versus Liquid, especially considering that for Liquid, it's been kind of a while since they've taken the stage at a live event. The last time we saw them was in London. They had a very far run there. They're looking to repeat that here, and they do have a Swiss stage that is definitely a very different format than a double elimination bracket. Totally doable for Liquid to go far. A lot of people see them in the top 8. Is that pressure? We don't really know yet. We'll find out very soon, though.
Yeah, and we'll see how Liquid does. Again, they're coming in having just watched Karmine Corp play, and I don't know if anybody will say it publicly, but I think there's a little bit of a rivalry there. I think that Team Liquid in particular looks at K-Corp as a team that they're very confident against and that they want when they can get the opportunity. Chronic, of course, the longest tenured member of this Liquid squad after they added Atau and
Oski.
and Oski. Interesting thing about Oski, you know, they've had to kind of find ways to get him comfortable on the bench here, trying to get.
Talk about finding ways to get him comfortable. You know he has a custom chair.
Yeah, he has a custom chair. He has a custom desk when they're boot
He's
camping.
tall.
Yeah, that is a tall boy. Like, you know, you wouldn't know it just kind of watching him sit there, but when he stands up, it's kind of like Stumpy standing over you.
You didn't have to say that.
I
Anyways,
didn't, but I did.
Team Secret here on the other side, definitely a lot of potential here.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen these guys over, especially KV1. With KV1 is one of those players definitely should keep your eye out on.
Yep.
Pop-up potential has been there. Looking at the rest of the squad too, you really wonder just kind of like how they're feeling going into that. A big reason why I personally am wondering is because I talked to Chronic last night and asked him about his matchups, and you know he speaks to these guys. He speaks to the Secret guys. He speaks to the club because Chronic does speak Portuguese, and you know he was like, yeah, they're friends, they get along, but he's like, I think they're scared. he's like, I think they're scared of us. So hopefully that's not the case, and we see Secret really start to show up and prove them wrong. But if they are indeed scared, a Chronic will know. And once he knows, once XPR knows, their Team Liquid's coach, then it's going to be all over for Secret. I'm excited for this match.
Yeah, and I think that when we're kind of looking at Team Secret there, I didn't see many nerves. You know, I didn't see a whole lot of like, all right, you know, we're going up against Liquid. Oh no, there's a big boogeyman across the way.
Right.
So I think they're going to come in confident. They did have a little bit of a warm up last night, playing in the Rule 1 event that Fear casted, and they had some entertaining games as well. I mean, I think they proved that they're never really out of a game, and I think that's something that Team Liquid has to worry about as well. I don't think any lead is necessarily going to feel safe until the ball touches the ground at 0.
And the real big thing is if they start finding success, particularly early, these guys build momentum, and that momentum translates in the game, and things can get out of hand. This series definitely has potential to go one way or another, but we want to know what you think as the fan vote pops up on the screen. Use the hashtag TL if you are a Team Liquid fan, and use TS if you're a Team Secret fan. This should be pretty simple. That being said, this one may not be as simple to call. I don't know. I'm interested to know how you're feeling, Stacks, on this one.
Yeah, I've actually gone back and forth here. Like I've looked at some numbers, and I think maybe there's a shot, but I find it hard to go against Team Liquid here. I have Team Liquid winning this one. I don't think it's a sweep. I think we finally get to Game 4 over here on this stream. But yes, I've got Team Liquid taking this one. I think they'll pull away at the end of the series and feel pretty comfortable in Game 4.
Game 4. I'll also go Team Liquid, but for me, I think this one might go the distance here. Of course I want to see it. Game 5. But
who doesn't? Liquid
Secret,
fans.
yeah, right. Secret definitely have the potential to bring this series to a Game 5, and that is what I want to see out of them as a team early on, is to show, okay, Sam is here. South American Rocket League is here, and we're going to show you what we're capable of against the number 2 seed in Europe. That would be a statement. And if Secret show up and show out, I mean, we know that they can. We've seen Team Secret take down BDS. It was BDS, yep. So the question is, can they do it against a Team Liquid squad that's full of young guns, just as young, just as hungry as them, waiting to prove themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the chat vote seemed pretty one-sided. I think everybody kind of on the Team Liquid bandwagon. Why wouldn't you be? They are the favorites on paper, for sure. They certainly have the higher seed here in this matchup. Again, we said it last match. You play the games for a reason. And I wonder what the X factor here in KV1 is going to mean for Team Secret and what that will mean for Team Liquid, because you could play, fantasy matchup all you want, but you don't really know what you're going up against until you see a player like KV1 on the field, and Liquid doesn't have a lot of experience against players like that. then I think that he could have a huge series. I think he'll need to have a huge series if Secret are going to spring the upset.
And also, you talk about KV1, but Knight and Sad are definitely good players in their own right. And if they have a chance here where they can really pop off, then it brings a lot of pressure off. As we can see, these are the stats too. I believe this is Secret stats here. I thought at first I was like individual. I was like, two goals a game.
He's good. He ain't that
right. Like, relax. I'm relaxing at least. So you know that Secret have been being able to compete. I know the South American, like Sam has been, obviously the club has been the big talk of the town. But I do want to be able to put at least some respect here on Secret's name because they earned the right to be here just like the club did.
Yeah, for Team Liquid, again, a lot of confidence coming into this series, as well they should. And they've been a team that, sure, they've had their ups and downs, but on the field, they've been money, and they've been about as good as it gets. They've been a solid squad defensively. Here's the number that you're not going to see there that I think it might give Team Secret fans something to hang on to here. They have the best save percentage in the world. Now, granted, again, that's just against your own region. Yeah. We haven't seen them in international play, but they save about 68% of all the shots that they face. And Team Liquid doesn't necessarily shoot a very high percentage. They're about 21%. That's pretty good. They also do play in a region with Karmine Corp, and we know how good the lockdown defense is from them. But I would look at that stat and I'd go, this isn't quite the shoe-in that people might expect. And I think Liquid might be a team that could get frustrated if all of a sudden we get to overtime in game 1 or game 2 and it just feels like they're standing on their head on the Team Secret side and blocking everything.
But you know, one of the things that I've seen from today, which I'll leave my thoughts out of it. I don't necessarily really agree with it.
Okay.
But a lot of people are talking about the season is starting today. I think apparently Jack tweeted out. Like I said, I don't really agree on it. I've been working for a lot longer than that. So for me, the season started when it started. But for these guys, even for Liquid, this is what they've been playing those regional events for. This is that stage that they've worked so hard to be on, and they want to make that impact. You talk about it. We do interviews and everything. We ask them how they feel, but this is where they get to show it. Now, as we get ready to set up this matchup, Stacks, I mean, a strong start from Liquid would put so much more weight on words on players like Akrana.
Yeah, and tell Team Secret that the season starts today. They had to sweat through a tiebreaker just to get here, going 5 games with Crew to finally earn their spot here at the Fall Major. We are just about ready to go into our first game. Team Liquid, Team Secret. It's another matchup where you have a clear favorite, you have a clear underdog, but I think Team Secret has a lot more punch in them. We'll find out as the players take stage at Manfield Stadium.
Team Secret, 2nd seed in South America. Team Liquid, 2nd seed in Europe. In those places, that number means so much. But right now, they don't care about any of that. It's about how you do in the Swiss stage, round 1. Still continuing on, nearing a close here. Which of these teams is going to move on to the high round 2 match?
All right there, and Team Liquid wastes absolutely no time, and Team Secret did not save that one.
Atal passes immediately, goes across, waits for Oski to get it back to him, and nails the shot. Exactly what you want to see out of Team Liquid, passing it back and forth, sharing the ball. Great first strike.
And exactly what you want to do against a team in Team Secret that does make a lot of its money playing lockdown defense and maybe just kind of getting by the skin of their teeth. As this is bounced off the back wall, Sad will try and keep it in the zone. There's Oski to clear away. Atao is up as well. And this easily sent across over to Sad. Thought they might have boomed this downfield, maybe trying to bait Liquid in a little bit. As that will be collected right at the goal line by Atao. And KV1 looking over towards Sad, and that's a good turn and take, but this goes off to the corner.
I'm gonna start to really look at these guys. They're chasing each other, chain dashing on the wall. The mechanics have come a long way, Stacks, that's for sure.
The game looks so much different than it did just a couple of years ago, even a year ago.
Yeah.
And all these new, young, exciting players getting their moment under the spotlight. And Team Liquid have certainly taken advantage of those opportunities. This goes downfield. Opportunity for Team Secret goes by the wayside with that clearance. Nobody dove in despite the physical play.
And Team Secret need to dive in on those opportunities more. You're not going to be able to get those as the series goes on. Liquid are going to fix their mistakes as quickly as possible. So for Team Secret, you can't let those go by the wayside. Should be a tied-up ball game, but maybe Knight can do something about it. Has the flip, uses it. Oski with the save. Is it a good save? Sad, trying to find a follow-up to his initial touch, but it will be cleared out, and KV1 in a really awkward spot as he has to buy his team some time. It will get sent away, and Secret will have to start the offensive drive over.
Oski out towards the Tau. And that's going to be left for Oski. Sad was retreating before Liquid really threatened to move that ball downfield at all. I think Team Secret, there might be something to what you mentioned from Achronic. There might be just a little bit of fear there, and Secret's going to find a way to overcome that. Here goes Oski. KV1 with the stop. He get ahead of Achronic? No. Knight is taken out of the play. Liquid just trying to jam this ball deep into the zone, and a Tau couldn't get one centered. But again, the pressure is there. It's almost stifling from Team Liquid. It doesn't feel like Team Secret have had any quality opportunity.
They're using a solo plays to be able to bring out somebody. And then once you get that initial challenge, if you've noticed, even in awkward spots when their car is upside down, Team Liquid have still been able to get a good 50 out to where Team Secret can't pounce on the ball or start a counterattack. It's been one thing that it's done is kill the clock. The other thing it's done is also limit any opportunity for Secrets to get their shots up. Right now, we're sitting at 3 shots here, 3 on the side of Secret, but only 2 on Liquid, as they haven't necessarily been looking to score unless the opportunity is pristine.
They are a very patient team. I mean, yes, they don't shoot a particularly high percentage, but a lot of those shots do get saved. As Oski will take this away and bring it back towards whoever wants to take it. And again, even deep in their own zone, Team Liquid maintains possession and dominates the time of possession between these two. A Tau for Oski, double tap, not there, as KV1 will save the day. Very similar to the previous series we just saw, though it is still a 1-goal game.
You're right, still a 1-goal game, but this one feels different.
Yeah.
It really does feel like Secret are in the driver's seat, even though they aren't really putting on the shot totals as they've doubled their shots since we last spoke about it. It does seem like for Secret, they're having a tough time breaking out. I think that just becomes, it's a factor of Liquid just controlling the ball so well.
Yeah.
Look at this, even a Tau not letting Knight have this for free. He's gonna have to take it from an uncomfortable position. He's also low on boost. So again, Liquid have all this space to utilize, and they just attack, 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 but don't give away the ball. Play close to it, because that's gonna make Secret's life a lot harder.
Not quite on the same page there. You saw KV1 start to maybe cheat towards the middle, but that ball went down the side and not where KV1 could make a play on it. Demolition there will lead to an open net, as Oski might have put game 1 away.
Like you said, demo to an open net. One of the few times you see a Chronic in this game really throw the ball away, and it's just because he's sending it to Oski. Here, Oski, get a goal. There you go. It's open, Oski. You can take it. Fine. You need the points. You haven't had too many.
'Tis the season. 26 seconds remain here in game 1. A game that, again, despite it being close, has just felt like it hasn't been in doubt at any point. I mean, Liquid scored 14 seconds in. They've held a massive lead in possession.
Oh.
And Oski adds another in case there was any doubt whatsoever.
The big man really showing the height there. Up so early, KV1, not a chance. You are clean beat to that ball. Team Liquid, 3-0 start here. 9 seconds left in game 1, and they just kept ramping up. It's gonna be up to Secret now to see if they can respond. You see a shot come out. It's a close one from Sad, but close is not good enough when you're playing against these boys here on the blue side. Liquid, ball will hit the ground. They will win game 1, and they have set the tone for this series.
3-0, so what do we got? 4 straight shutouts at least over here on the RL Esports stream, and Team Liquid didn't leave that one up to doubt at all. They came out, they scored 14 seconds in. Oski gets a pair, a towel with his. The Chronic, just kind of there, chilling, vibing,
Yeah, doing his
whatever. Get an assist. He'll get his, I'm sure, as the series
Remember,
goes on.
he's sharing. He's sharing. Caleb.
Sharing is indeed caring.
It should be one goal for everyone, but
Yes.
you know, Oski had to.
Very, very selfless player.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't need to score, which is. But it's really interesting though. Just speaking on the Chronic, just the fact of when he first joined Liquid, you know, young prodigy kind of.
Yep.
A lot of people expected him to really be kind of like the leader in terms of just all the numbers for Liquid. But even now with Oski and Tao, it doesn't feel like that's the case because they're so good in their own right. So a Chronic can take a step back. He doesn't have to be in the spotlight, and Liquid can do just as well like that. They've really kind of developed a system over there that is super effective.
Yeah, and I have no problem with myself admitting. I was one of those doubters that wondered, okay, is a Chronic really the answer here when they added him, of course, back when he was Ronicky, a Chronic and Flakes on that roster. Team Liquid made the decision. We're going to build around a Chronic. We're going to bring in Oski and Atao, and they made quite a bit out of their first opportunity, and they gave Liquid fans a lot to look forward to, and they continue that now. And a Chronic has facilitated a lot of that as he sits at the back right now, waiting for his opportunity to come up. Oski played one across a little too strong. Atao will keep it there. Here is a Chronic. Try and keep it available for maybe Oski to come up, but that's cleared out.
There's Oski, booms downfield. Atao jumps for it, does get a piece of it, but a Chronic not going to go for that. It was way too far out to play, and then you also saw the demo, Oski getting taken out, so Chronic not really trying to take that risk. Does pay off as no counterattack happening on the end of Team Liquid. They've been able to play this very well. Good read, though, from Knight to clear this downfield, and a little bit of work there for Team Liquid to clear this away. But you can see a little bit of adaptation. So things are a lot more spread out on both sides of the field, though. Mainly for Secret, they're not necessarily forcing the issue by just attacking and being super aggressive. Like their last third back, we finally see Sad come in. He's sitting in a very decent spot to be able to buy his team some time. The rotations have been good. That whiff, not so much.
No, not so much at all. But hey, they have avoided getting scored on 14 seconds in. So there's step number one for Team Secret. And now, of course, the next step, try not to do too much individually. Got to work as a team here as KV1 lobs one to the backboard. Atao has this, and he'll get around KV1, get some help from Oski as well. And the double, the setup, Atao, it's a little wide, but the demo opens it up, and Oski misses at point-blank range. I'm sure he'll want that one back. He may get it back sooner rather than later.
Nice pop-up. Gonna have to follow this. Liquid are starting to move up here as they see an opportunity. And Secret almost was able to, they almost gave up a goal. Oski sets up a Chronic. A Chronic finds the back of the net. Liquid just kept on the attack until the Secret defense broke down.
And how about the confidence of Oski? You miss at point-blank range, and then what do? You set up a beauty on a tee for a Chronic, and Team Liquid strikes first. 2 minutes into game two. What do we have now on the ensuing kickoff? An opportunity for Sad with Oski there. He's a decoy, though, as Sad left it for KV1. Here goes Oski. Here comes Liquid. The pinch, not quite as strong as they would have hoped.
Yeah, good touch from Knight, too, to be able to give space. But hold on, here comes the pass. Straight to Oski. Oski plays it over off the back wall. Trying to see if he can test the defense in some manner. A Chronic looking for a demo, too, off ball. And now it's going the other way. Knight dodges the demo. He's going to get the ball here and has to 50 out of Chronic. Sad plays this high. KV1 is in the air. The shot comes through, but it's not good enough. Just over the crossbar, so it hits the back wall. And Liquid trying to move the other way very quickly. Atao gets a bump, but not before Knight gets a piece of the ball. And Sad will at least clear away the danger for a moment until a Chronic puts it back in front of the box.
Chronic couldn't quite get around on a flick there, but still dangerous. That was one of Secret's better opportunities in this series. As Atao, backflip, opportunity now. KV1 takes over from Sad. And the center ball not quite quick enough. Knight had it blocked away. A Chronic into challenge as well. Doesn't seem like the confidence is there as a full team for Team Secret. Like they might be relying on KV1 a little bit too much. As Oski will throw one downfield as Secret does hang around here in game 2. We mentioned, never feels like they're out of a game. They had a game just last night where they were down 3 goals with 37 seconds left and managed to come back. And here's a comeback as KV1 gets the equalizer.
And big ups to Sad here. Gets the flick, lines it up. Knew it was going to be a tough save for Oski. KV1 follows through on that, and now we see Secret tie things up. They finally get a stretch. They make a solid play, and they're back into the game.
Is that the catalyst for Team Secret? Knights up in the air, feeling confident, but beaten out by the defense of Liquid. We have a game on our hands here at Aquadome. 3 off the backboard, and the entire defense of Team Secret there to collect any rebound. Sad let it go. Knight ran into him. This could be trouble. Minute 6 as a Tau. Good challenge. Keep it available for a Chronic. It's still moving forward despite the best efforts of Secret. They finally get to the center line and can relieve that pressure. KV1,
With a
little
nice bump.
and the shot not forthcoming as it's sent away. So again, Secret are getting their opportunities, Daz. It hasn't been good enough, but they are tied.
You're right, they are tied, and they are starting to really get some stretches down the field. We have been able to see some opportunities being created, but now Liquid bringing things on the other end. You saw that one just green all the way across the field. 30 seconds though, Knight tries to play it low, a towel, just perfect on the 50 out, and Liquid now may have a chance here. A Chronic with control. Liquid a little low on boost, they filled up, and a towel, great touch. Immediately after he gets the boost, he goes for that ball. Oski denies on the side, turn, and sends it downfield. A towel in the back end, he was looking to create a play that Secret weren't expecting. They'll try to go for the infield pass. Oski finds it, and Team Liquid find the back of the net, top left corner slot.
They've been shooting so much, everybody's waiting for a shot, and it never came. KV1 and Knight are both there, staring at each other, watching the shot go through, and Team Liquid, the emphasis there, come through with only 3 seconds left. Now it's Knight, gotta keep it in the air, he cannot, and Team Liquid persevere in game 2.
Persevere is such a good word there because, my goodness, Secret were knocking at the door. Again, great setup there. Sad with the assist, KV1. You thought, okay, wait a second, they've got some life here. Maybe they can even take a game. Liquid said no immediately and just got on that offensive pace, even when Secret was demoing, even when Secret was challenging the ball, playing a lot faster. Liquid found each other, and like you said, Team Liquid, as it came together, passing in between each other. That extra pass to Oski was pristine, but it's the fact that he was able to finish that perfect shot top left corner. I mean, whew, they were able to turn it up. They definitely woke all of us up if anybody was sleeping in that studio.
That one goal from KV1 did end a streak on this stream of 9 straight goals scored by European teams with the perfect sweep in the previous match, and now Team Liquid threatening the perfect sweep. That again cut out by KV1, the equalizer, but again, they give up that goal 3 seconds remaining in regulation, denying overtime. And now the stage is set for yet another 3-0 sweep over here. It would be the last of round 1 with still plenty of action to go with our neighbors over on twitch.tv/Rocket League on the mainstream. So now we go to DF8 Stadium, Daz. We've seen some life now, some signs of fight out of Team Secret. But giving up that last goal, is that maybe the heartbreaker for Secret?
I don't think so, because it comes off of them finally finding offensive success. So now for them, it's, okay, we were close, we let that one get away. The pass plays, we just couldn't stop it. So they have to have a really good opening here, because if Liquid get on the board, you see them, they're looking for a way in. If Liquid get on the board first, I feel like they could just run away with this game. They have the momentum built. It's like dominoes. They've got the pieces. If they knock down that right one, the whole tower will fall apart.
Well, Knight will play one over towards KV1, but he couldn't turn on it. We've seen a few kind of awkward turns at midfield as well. Some attackers maybe flailing around at midfield and giving up position, giving up a lot of momentum as well. Going against the grain from Team Secret. Part of trying to do too much. An unfortunate bounce leads to a bump, and Oski will score.
Liquid came out on this opening drive and just full-on attack, no respect. A Chronic says, excuse me, KV1, I need you out the net. I got a teammate coming through. and Oski is able to put the finishing touches on that one. Now, Liquid continuing where they left off. A great start here. And I don't know if Secret, I mean, when you're down 2 games in the series, you lose it at overtime, and then you start this game off dropping a goal. It's not necessarily a good sign at all.
They would take it overtime right now as Oski denied by KV1. Knight watching as KV takes to the skies. A Chronic there to meet him. He's over him, but there's Oski. And a Chronic trying to get some boost steals and starve out Team Secret. Liquid pressing forward for another goal, but now they're forced back. Again, not forced off possession though, as they continue to control this game in this series. Oski over to a Tao. Oh, it's a brilliant back and forth play and a 2-0 lead.
Look at the pass. First off, a Tao, great setup. No one from Secret can get this ball, so Oski, perfect chip up. A Tao's already in the air for it, and then just pushes it straight in front of the defense. Goes top left off of the defensive touch. Team Secret it just feels like they can't find an answer for Liquid right now. Every time they try to move upfield, Liquid strike back twice as hard.
Okay, V1 streaking forward. Here's that shot, and the save made. The Chronic and Oski both there.
They both got credit for the save, too.
That's crazy. As this goes across. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, that was weird.
Well, they'll take it.
Yeah, right.
And they take the 2-0 lead, almost 3 after the demolition by Oski. The Chronic will make a quick turn, and he might have got caught. He did. KV1 adds another.
And Secret say, hold on. We are not done yet. I mean, it's been mainly KV1 who's been a part of all these plays Secret have scored. Chronic got a little too comfortable, pushed too far forward, got caught out. Now Liquid have to reset because Secret are still in this game. There's still plenty of time on the clock for them to try to get back as Knight looks for the double. Found it, but not on target.
KV1 was lurking behind the play as well. Chronic will try and keep that a little close to the vest. Go, good infield pass. And Knight just did not have the timing, else this would be a tie game right at the halfway mark. Instead, it remains 2-1 to Liquid, and an opportunity maybe to swing this pendulum back as it goes central, but Sad's got it away.
A little awkward there from Secret on the defensive end, and now Liquid. You see Oski has the flip, tried to get that more midfield with it, but ends up not really making good contact there. And this one will be a Chronic just trying to play it away from Secret towards Oski. Liquid, even when they're in uncomfortable positions, able to still find each other as they are managing this team's Secret, but they're also managing that clock too. You start to wonder if Secret have another goal in the tank, but they got to stop Oski as a drop down. A Tao won't be able to find the follow-up, so instead we'll just try to deny the Secret counterattack.
Oski still got this clean to the backboard. Oh, what a save by Sad. Follow-up from a Tao. Nobody could get off the line. KV1, the only one who had boost, and it proves fatal for Team Secret.
Yeah, for Secret, again, you see Sad going up, gets that initial challenge. The defense not necessarily ready to just get on top of the ball, get it out of their own end, and Liquid, they were able to set up. And that's just a very dangerous situation. It was an easy goal for a Tao. He's got 2 this game. Also, 4 shots, so the percentage is looking really well. And Liquid are looking to end this series now. Just when we thought Secret may have had a chance back in, Liquid are starting to close the door. It's not closed just yet. Still time in game, but not the time that I think Secret will want to have here.
Again, no lead safe against these guys. We alluded to the series last night. Very different team on the other side as a Chronic ranges back. 3 goals in just under 40 seconds. Good enough for Team Secret. AV1. Big part of a lot of special moments for this squad.
Someone's got to be there.
Nobody's there. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many goals you give up if you can't score any of your own. A 7-1 loss is just as good as a 3-1 loss, and they just did not press forward when they needed to most. Down to 30 seconds now as a Tao looking to center again and erase any doubt here in what could be the deciding or the final game of the last match in round 1. Down to 18 seconds now. More possession for Liquid. And Sad's got to get this forward with a lot more pace, and they just, again, nobody has the boost to work with, and this is about as clinical as it gets. Liquid let them back in, but then they slam the door shut right in their face, and Team Liquid joins K-Corp and others in the 3-0 bracket in round 1.
Great start for Team Liquid here. They take the series, like you said, in a sweep, and they looked good doing it. That is the most important part. If you compare this to the last series we saw with K-Corp James Cheese, yeah, K-Corp in control. Yeah, it was a series, it was a sweep, it was a perfect sweep, but it didn't really feel like K-Corp was #1 team EU dominating against a team that's pretty much at the bottom in James Cheese. This one, though, gave you that, okay, Liquid are here. Yeah. And they are playing really well. I mean, the individual mechanics, solid. The team plays the passing, also solid. Even when, like I said, there was times where I saw in that game 3, a Chronic too far forward, he's in the box, he's going up in the air, and I'm thinking this is a really bad touch he's going to make. But it's actually a touch back into Oski. Oski's able to pick the ball up. They're able to start the offense again. The communication, it just feels like that's all there for Liquid. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from them at the start of this tournament. We'll see how they do in later rounds.
European region doing very well here in the opening round. A couple of 3-0 sweeps for K-Corp and Liquid, and that concludes round 1 over on our side. Plenty of action going on the mainstream, of course, as we close out round 1. The next time you'll see us will be round 2. We hope to see you then.
So quick, James, for them to move downfield and then just dispossess themselves, and Falcons kind of take it away and go back down the other side.
Right, even defensively, Space Station was on edge, and they're still on edge. Daniel got a piece of it, and that near post blocked out by Arsenal, who hustled back just in time. The Falcons, they are really bringing it to Space Station, but Space Station are holding on by the skin of their teeth.
They've picked up the pace, and Space Station are not matching it. They've been so quick to the ball. Now Amon fakes this one over to TRK. And Space Station, they have got to change things up. Arsenal, flip reset, not good enough. Khaled denies again. Space Station holding on to that 1-goal lead, but it feels like Falcons might get one here soon. They've been knocking on the door.
Arsenal with a miss. Gives TRK the ball. TRK gets demoed, but did get a pop. No one from Team Falcons, though, there to follow up quickly.
Khaled still keeping the pressure on Amon, met by LJ. And the last few challenges defensively from Space Station, they've been quick. And that early challenge has prevented Falcons from breaking through. Now, Space Station trying to hold Falcons on defense here. Here's a great pass over to LJ. Shot goes just inside the far post, and a 2-goal lead for Space Station.
And that was great boost starvation out of Space Station. If you were watching the boost meters of Team Falcons in the upper left, there was no movement. There was no movement. Space Station was taking it to them, and that is the play you make when a team is low on boost. You pass it infield. You know they're not going to have the boost to get out and challenge, and then a great shot from LJ, putting that to the opposite post from where the ball was coming. All around, wonderful play from Space Station, and they have a 2-goal lead.
It's been a defensive game 3 for Space Station. And they're not used to having to field so many saves here. At least not North America. They've been one of the better teams to prevent the shots on their target. Falcons have treated them a bit differently here in game 3. And I think if you're on the Falcons side, you're kind of wondering why the team can't break through. Space Station, they haven't looked fantastic defensively. But again, James, it hasn't been pretty. They've got the job done here so far.
I think we've kind of seen that across the board on the games in the series so far today, Corelli. These first round matchups.
Day 1.
Yeah, they will have time to warm up and get going. Right now, it definitely seems like all these teams still have something to figure out, something to work on in terms of settling in and playing at the level we know they can play, because the Falcons, you know, we're used to seeing them hit some highlight plays, huge clips, and even though the Falcons won last game, we didn't see much of that. Space Station's defense has been shutting them down, and now this will be the second shutout. Space Station, despite that last game, have recovered nicely. The adjustments from them come out, and now they take the lead in the series.
7 shots from Falcons, 8 saves from Space Station. 2-0 lead was good enough. The 1-0 lead was good enough as they shut out Falcons here. And for Space Station, a great little bounce back. I feel like Falcons really started to get a hold of themselves in the previous game, but Space Station again bent but didn't break defensively. There were a couple times I think Falcons had them on edge, but Space Station were able to kind of weather that storm and put away 2.
Yeah, and you know, we did see a few demos out of Space Station, but it wasn't anything crazy. On the other hand, didn't really see much of it at all from the Falcons. There was a couple from TRK, but we saw that individual effort play from Daniel. Such a great shot. And that might be the most impressive individual effort that we've seen, and that was the best team play that we've seen so far in this series. And it's that type of presence of mind, if you're Space Station, where you know you've got a boost starve, you don't just hit it at net, don't just hit it at the backboard, you make that infield pass, you make those types of plays. That is what can put you over the top, and that did put Space Station over the top in this last game.
I think both these teams have so much to play for here. A matchup that was supposed to happen even earlier in the winter major last season when Falcons couldn't go to the major, and a lot of people have had criticisms towards Space Station internationally that maybe some of their runs didn't have the strongest strength of schedule. They've admitted that themselves. This is the type of major to prove themselves and to prove to the fans and maybe even the haters that they can take down, I think, a fan favorite and a strong team here at this fall major.
And we can also take a moment just to reflect on the impact that LJ has had in this series. LJ,
yeah.
and will it go in?
There
Yes,
we go.
it's finished off by Daniel. But LJ did the heavy lifting with that flip reset.
James, that's the best caster curse I've ever seen. A blessing, excuse me.
Depending on who you're voting or who you're rooting for, you know.
Certainly a blessing for LJ there. You just talked about the impact. That's the impact that Space Station wants. That's the stuff that you've seen LJ do throughout his couple of seasons here, and he's doing it on the biggest stage now.
And I mean, I still remember LJ from his time on Jamal Jabari. he took down NRG back in the day. I'm like, who the heck are these guys? And now LJ finds himself on the international stage and has made a huge impact on this series, scoring the overtime goal in game 1, the flip reset there that fed Daniel, and then even in last game, getting that second goal of the game. It wasn't really needed, but still, it was a great all-around play for Space Station. LJ having a positive impact so far for Space Station against a team that many people favored. Even T-Bates, who's been struggling so far out of the gate, just like some of the other teams, I guess.
It's looking like Bates always wrong. And for Space Station, they're a team that, when they do score first, an 85% win rate in their games. They've been so strong when they get out ahead. And now Falcons got work to do here.
And Daniel, even at the spring major, Daniel's one of those players that will get up early and challenge, will not give you the space to go for those individual plays. Team Falcons still scoreless. It has been a drought for them. They need to find something on the offensive end. Otherwise, it's going to be the series for them, and that might be it, but Arsenal swoops in to get the save.
I mean, that's a great save from Arsenal, but that was something special from Ahmad, and he couldn't put it away. Brilliant shot from him, disguising it all the way through, and Arsenal still got the read.
Daniel, nice touch back to let LJ move up and do work. And we've seen the work that LJ can do already. Daniel, another challenge. Khaled backwards. We'll go for a 50 on that ball. TRK coming in to help out. Will TRK go for the solo play? Tries to, but again, you see someone from Space Station up early to cancel out the play.
Yeah, exactly. That early challenge from Space Station has been paying off ever since Falcons got their first game, or the only game here in this series. That's been the biggest adjustment, I think, from Space Station. It's just to hurry up a little bit more. Get in the face of Falcons. Don't let them set up. And it's paid off here defensively.
LJ back down to the ground. Tipped up into the middle. Khaled going for the 50. Bounces off the backboard to TRK. TRK in the middle to Ahmad. Ahmad can't do much with that ball. Gets a bump, but missed out on the boost in the corner. Now will have to streak back. TRK trying to slow things down for him. Does well enough. Ahmad will help move it upfield. TRK.
Oh,
Khaled slowing things down. Keeping hope alive for the team.
Crazy accurate there from TRK, and a tough pass to make when you're coming out of the corner like that. Beats LJ to the ball. The pass out to Khaled's perfect. And Arsenal, I think, just having to react in time is not going to get there. And a tie game for Falcons, and really it felt like they should have got one earlier. Finally able to break through and end the drought that they've been on for a couple games.
And Khaled scoring a couple times in this series, and usually it's the TRK and Ahmad show. Ahmad, by far the leading scorer in MENA, and Khaled surprisingly is 44th in goal participation, which, you know, we have a minimum. You have to play in at least 30 games for stats to be tracked.
It's dead last.
It's dead last of all the track players. So Khaled on the international stage, stepping up, trying to bring that offense, but he gets help from that lead scorer, Ahmad, with a massive shot.
You can see Khaled moving through the defense there of Space Station. TRK dropping it and letting Ahmad come through. The communication on point for Falcons as they take the lead late here in Game 4.
Falcons have answered. We'll see if there's a rebuttal from Space Station. Final minute of Game 4. We've already had one overtime. Now we see two demos. Daniel, stopped by Ahmad, who goes towards net. And now the rebound, chance for Khaled, double tap ball. A piece of it was hit by Arsenal. Arsenal preventing that rebound out into the middle. But Space Station, we've seen this quite a few times actually this series, stuck on their goal line trying to battle out.
And a lot of diving across their net to make saves. You see Arsenal even going high and coming off his own crossbar to make saves. Now a gap in the backfield here as Daniel there to clean it up. This one over LJ. Arsenal calls him off. Now Arsenal over one. Follow-ups there. Did he dunk him all the way through? It came off the crossbar. Follow-up from LJ's denied. 10 seconds left. Space Station trying to break through, but Daniel can't get there in time, and Ahmad pokes it free.
Missed there from Ahmad. Gives possession over to SSG, but LJ couldn't keep the ball up. And Team Falcons bounce back. It seemed like they'd be down and out, but we saw Khaled get that patient goal from the feed from TRK, and then Ahmad, a clutch shot to the top corner, and we are going to another Game 5.
And James, I want to go back to the point we were talking about with Khaled. It was a point I was trying to make earlier until Daniel scored a flip reset. You know, Khaled's been so defensive for Falcons. You talked about his goal participation, but also in goals per game, 34th there in MENA as well at 0.6. But defensively, he has been such a rock for him. I think the big game changer here is actually nothing about his defense, but him moving up, pushing players out of the way, being the threat that he truly is, and not being stuck on that defensive role. I think that's where Falcons really shine, is when they involve Khaled on the offense, and not just have their, of course, very strong dynamic duo in Ahmad and TRK. You've seen that here in against Space Station in that previous game, and I think that's what's really been paying off, is moving Khaled up and including him into the offense.
And you have to do it, because you've got a Space Station team who has a play style maybe strategy that is not something that you get much experience in playing when you're back in your own region. But the Falcons have showed us the talent that they have. They can make adjustments. They have a triple threat team, truly. And we're seeing it here now. Game 5 on Champions Field.
It's been such a close match, and Ahmad is not going to make it close here early as he puts away his first.
And that is a statement. TRK, a nice pass off the corner, and that shot absolutely perfect. Upper 90, Team Falcons now 17 seconds in. They score when they have been struggling to get on the board in some of these games. See if Space Station have a response. Daniel, lob downfield. TRK is last. Arsenal backward pass. Rebound out to LJ, and LJ will score it. You saw the opportunity there, and LJ did not waste it.
In the second this ball gets away from TRK, danger. You can see Daniel immediately chased Khaled into the back of the net and pushed him out of the way. That opened up the space for LJ, and you can see how fast Space Station executes the counterattack.
And you got to take out Khaled. He is going to be that third man for Team Falcons. Space Station, a quick response. We are back to a tie ball game. Khaled down to TRK. TRK just off the mark. Rebound out to Ahmad, and Daniel will save it. And now the counter. You see the demo.
He's still chasing.
LJ trying to get another bump.
What?
And Arsenal threading the needle. I didn't think there was an opening. He just forced his way through.
There wasn't an opening, but he made one. He went right through TRK, and Ahmad is in shock that he has Arsenal in front of his face and Space Station into the lead.
Arsenal bringing that ball down to the ground. You even saw him lay off the touch when he was going for it off the wall, wanted to get that ball down to the ground. He read that play early. Arsenal, one of the most creative players. He thinks quick on his feet, and he does the unexpected.
Game 5 looking like this series, back and forth, win one, lose one, win one, lose one. Who comes out on top? Which side does the coin flip to? TRK trying to take all the luck out of the equation. His shot denied by Arsenal.
Saw he had no boost. Pretty much had to just take that shot. LJ out of the play.
Oh my.
All three up from Falcons there.
But they got the clear, and that's what's important. But here comes Daniel. This is dangerous. Off the back wall, almost got it down. Nobody was there from Falcons to challenge, and you do not want to allow Daniel to have free shots like that.
And maybe more importantly, no one was there from Space Station either. LJ. Hard flick out to the middle. It somehow leaks through. Another fake from LJ trying to bring that back to the middle. Daniel, double tap. It's good! Daniel, the young gun, busting out the bazooka.
Well, he missed the first one, but he's not gonna miss the second one. And Khaled sitting on the goal line. There's not much you can do. You gotta guess on which side he's gonna put it. And he puts it right below on top of his head. 3-1 now for Space Station.
Space Station, they have this game in their grasp. And the Falcons claw it away.
Still plenty of time here for Team Falcons. They've got to find that rhythm that they had on offense. Ahmad, that's a great flick on, and both Daniel and Arsenal go for this one. TRK, can he turn this one around? Arsenal is able to control it in front of his own post, but still Falcons come out with the ball. Ahmad looking for options. TRK went, but he's beat by a mile from Arsenal. And Khaled trying to keep this one going. Zero boost.
Again. And we've seen this so much from the Falcons where they're trying to make the play. We even saw it from TRK earlier when it was just Arsenal and net.
And
now we see Daniel put through another goal, forcing it through on the goal line. TRK was trying to retreat back, went off the ball. It was a disaster from TRK.
It was not good control from TRK, but the finesse there from LJ to play that one across the net. And for Falcons now, it's been a disaster here in Game 5. It started off so good. Now LJ off the kickoff is denied by Khaled. 2 minutes, or just under 2 minutes here for Falcons. They have got to go. They've got to put something together. TRK bumped off the ball, and an easy touch there for LJ.
It just seems like Corelli, that battle for boost has been won by Space Station, and on low boost, the Falcons have not been able to make either the offensive play or in that situation, the defensive play. You saw TRK even went over.
Whoa.
Oh, what a save there from Daniel.
Oh my
Trying
goodness.
to flip back
There you
to
go.
it. Khaled will poke that one in, putting Space Station out of their misery on that defensive play.
What a shot from Ahmad. Now, you can't blame Space Station too much here. It's going off the crossbar. It's being saved off the post. And they saved the most dangerous shot there, but got so spread out in the end. And Falcons, there's the offense. There's the attack, the press against Space Station. That's what's been missing here in Game 5. They've got to keep bringing it.
Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. The Falcons, I thought they were out of this game, but they have fought back. TRK getting the backboard bounce pass, and Ahmad a wide open net. LJ thought the shot was coming in.
In and out save, not good enough there from LJ. Minute 22 on the clock. Falcons are making the comeback. They've kept that rhythm going here now. Ahmad trying to bring it down, but it's into the hands of LJ. A good bump will allow Khaled free. Space in front of him and denied by Arsenal.
Rarely do you see those 3-goal comebacks, especially at this level. Will the Falcons be able to do it? Ahmad to the side, trying to get it across the field, but it's cut out by LJ. TRK, not the best pinch. Resulted in a shot from Space Station. Didn't get a hit on the ball either. Another pinch downfield. TRK will bounce it to the middle. And now Daniel, pinch opportunity, but it's back down. Now forced towards the Team Falcons backboard, hit back out to mid. And the Team Falcons are just trying to move upfield and tie this ball game up. Final 30 seconds. There's a long clear. That's going to slow the Falcons down.
A little jumpy now, double demo. Here's a shot for Khaled, but unfortunately Daniel, the last man back, able to make the save. It was too high anyways, and a double tap. We'll get by the next man. 15 seconds left. Falcons, anything left in the tank. It's been so good here for the last minute and a half or so. Here's the pass over, back to Khaled. He's gonna get there first, coming down, and Daniel makes the save. And Team Falcons trying to get a hold of this one. One more chance, and that one cleared away. It's gonna drop down, and Space Station come out on top. Shit.
Space Station, they were starting to give it up in those final moments, but they locked it down, and you could hear the hype from Chrome.
Yeah. Huge for Space Station. You can see there, Chrome went over to LJ. And kind of rubbed him on the shoulders there to say, you know what, you did it. You got through your first game on land. You're feeling good, and you can see there on the Falcons, I think, a little devastation. This was a matchup they've won before.
Those look like the dance moves from the video.
I don't know what that is, but
I mean, I think you call them dance moves, but regardless, you know they're happy. And a team that not so happy, the Falcons. Tough first-round matchup for them, but I think the expectations were and still are high for this Team Falcons squad. They are a team of incredibly talented individual players who, you know, in the video they said we're also a strong team. We've been together for a long time. We know how to play together. They've made it to a major grand finals, so we know that they have that ability. But as of late, it has been struggles for the Falcons.
And that's, I think, an even more painful one to lose there, because I think every team goes into a series assuming they're going to win, but they played such a close series the last time they played that I think they know they're good enough to beat this Space Station squad. They've already proven it once before, and I think they had that mentality coming into this one and kept it so close. Like I said before, back and forth, win and loss, and now sitting here at a 4-3 scoreline and dropping this final game, it's a painful one to lose in your first round.
It was, and I think the missing piece for the Falcons was TRK. The TRK, he's another top scorer in the MENA region. It is the Ahmad TRK show, usually on offense. But in this series, we didn't really see that much of it. We did see some good passes from TRK, but offensively, you know, he didn't really get a chance to show what he's capable of. We didn't see many flip reset opportunities, air dribble plays, solo efforts. So I think that was the missing piece.
And I think Khaled, definitely big step up here for Falcons offensively.
Well, Corelli, that's enough of us here in the booth. Let's throw it on over to Leafex for an interview.
That's right, getting their revenge from the last spring major, I believe it was, against the Falcons. RC down on the field. You look like you guys are feeling good right now.
Yeah, we're feeling really good as a team and even individually. I think we played pretty well, to be honest. 5.
I'll have to agree, though. Overall, good, fun match here. Now, I want to just talk about the team as a whole here, because you got little Daniel there, you got LJ on the team. I feel like you're the dad of the team in the middle. Do you feel like you're that rally guy that brings everyone together?
I wouldn't say the dad, kind of like a hype man. LJ's like my NPC, and Daniel's just like a mini me. So yeah, I would just say that.
That's brilliant. Now, I want to mention, I'm going to bring up some pain right now, okay? I'm going to say February 2020. That was the last time you guys, you have won an RLCS event. Is this the roster to turn things around? Is this the one? You guys are bringing it all the way here?
I'm not going to put any expectations on the team. We're just going to take it game by game, goal by goal, and whatever happens, happens. If we win, that's good. If we don't, it's whatever. We'll work on it.
I want to ask you about your opponents there, Falcons, because I had them in my bracket in top 8. I had them going to that final day. Do you feel like this is a team that you just played against that's going to be a top 8 team, or do you feel like the competition might be a little too thick right now?
I think Falcons is a really good team. I think their play style is really tough for like even us as SSG to deal with. But against other teams, I think they'll do well. I still think they'll get top 8. I think they're a really good team.
All right, one final question here. What was that? Is that you got a whole routine planned, or?
Nah, like we call like OJ the NPC of the team, so just a little NPC, little move. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Brilliant. Hey, well, again, congratulations on the first win there, but we do have a lot more Rocket League coming your way. You know what it is. We have to have a break. North America's Mechanical Monsters of FaZe Clan faced off against their counterparts from EU in Moist. It's going to be a fun match. Do not go anywhere.
Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly night and day, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. We could fly to the stars, yeah. Tell me if you wanna stay. We could fly, yeah. To the stars, yeah. To the stars, yeah.
Burning like a sun, loyal as a soldier, kneeling at the stars, hoping that we'll be right. We'll be right. You'll be home. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
final match of round 1. Inbound, Moist Esports taking on the FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan coming in with Mist. Gonna see Mist perform on an international stage here in Rotterdam with this lineup. Excited to see this roster back in action. Moist also bringing in some new fresh meat here. Joyo, Rise, Astral competing. It's gonna be a fiery one here. I'm White Punk, joined by some Bates, some Gibbs, some CJ, guys. Game 5 we just saw. That was a solid coin flip of a match, it felt like.
Oh, yeah, but Dan the man, what did I say? For him to step up, he showed up. I think all of Space Station really showed up. Arsenal with a huge goal in Game 5 as well. But coin flip Game 5s is sort of what we're seeing here. Just all the teams are so close.
It really has been decided by highlight plays every time we've gone to Game 5 as well, which you want to see. You don't want to see the teams losing just on blatant mistakes, but seeing teams step up and clutch and deliver, create those wins themselves. So one more match here to go for the round 1. We'll be getting into round 2 here in just a little bit. You can see all the games for the B stream done for round 1, and they got to wait until we're done.
Look at that B stream just go.
Wow. They picked the right B stream match.
They sure did.
They did. The B stream was just excited to get to round 2. They're like, can we please just get there as fast as possible?
Yeah, that's later today still. So
yeah, absolutely.
We got a long ways to go.
We're going to play all of round 2. So we're only halfway through the day. If you're just now waking up in North America, welcome. You missed a few bangers. You missed some complete sitters as well. So don't worry, you're not missing too much. Let's talk about the last match of round 1 though. Moist Esports taking on FaZe Clan. So many, 2 teams that really established themselves in the RLCS space last season.
Yeah.
You're trying to build on those dynasties.
And now 2 bold roster moves as well. They're kind of going the opposite direction, I would say. FaZe, it looks like an upgrade with Mist, while Moist lost probably the best player in the world with Vatira, but they pick up Astral, which is a pretty good replacement, but it's not working just yet. We'll see if they can get it right for the Major.
Well, how are Moist feeling about their roster move coming into Rotterdam?
To me, this tournament's just like any other major, you know. We've done it a few times before, we've won one, and we can do it again. Reach our goals, we just have to do what we normally do, you know. We're chilling, we're a good team, we're good friends, and we can be happy just having a good performance, and if we do, then we should win anyway.
Won't get an opportunity here. Now Exotic trying to pick it up, but runs into Moist. Pass play in front of the box. Wow, as Astral puts it in for goal number 2. Moist connect.
For this tournament, you know, we've been scrimming, we've been doing our thing, playing ranked. I mean, when we play, we just have fun, you know, we're good friends, we're a good team, and we know it, and we don't take ourselves too seriously. Sometimes, you know, having a lax approach can help you win. The other team should probably be pretty worried of us because we're a bit annoying, you know, we get in their face, we get a bit confusing. We're definitely an unorthodox team and, you know, you'll never know what we're doing. You've seen what I've done in Musty Flicks, you know, might go for a pogo this tournament, you never know.
I'd say for Joyo to start it, or not Joyo, excuse me, Rise to start things early. And then speaking of Joyo, here he comes. Hit him with some mechanics. Oh, baby. It was a beautiful shot.
We're the best team here because we know how to win. I'd like to see someone try beat us, to be honest.
Okay, I hadn't seen that video yet. I thought they were going to talk about Astral at some point. But here's Rise. Arguably, was in the running for best player in the world at points in his season.
Yeah, he had so many clutch goals at crucial moments, and that was because of the aggressive play by Joyo to set those plays up. Hasn't happened as often here. You expect it to happen more with Joyo and Astral, but so far no.
Yeah, all the talk was on Vatira going into last season. Then we got to LAN, and it was Rise, but this man here, the MVP of London of the Spring Major. What a man. He's ready to go. The confidence.
But he lost the colors. He lost the colors in the hair, so he might have lost his power. I'm not sure.
He's looking a bit colder. He's got the jacket on as well.
Yeah. Hey, that's probably smart. That's probably smart. Just keep warm.
His great mother got her hair dyed. She said she got her hair dyed to carry both of them. He didn't need
okay, there we go.
And this young man here, he came from KC. KC did a swap, a little trade, if you want to call it that. Astral for Vatira. But I do believe this Moist team, they've lost their identity. Last year we knew what they were. Vati was gonna hold down the back line. Joyo and Rise are gonna be clutch and mechanical up front. And now it just seems like they're still trying to figure it out. It hasn't necessarily clicked so far yet.
It feels like there's massive question marks on this team. Just sort of what we saw online. However, what they have going for them, Gibbs, is that Astral is a LAN boy. He steps up on LAN, so if they can bring it all together, they're going to be a strong team here.
Still looking to see the whole recipe here from Moist. On the other side of the pitch, a cake that just keeps getting sweeter. FaZe here bringing in Mist. How are they feeling?
We gon' make you move.
Being here in Rotterdam is kind of important for us as a team because it's our first international event together. I'm hoping to achieve, obviously, a first place win because I've been getting top 4 for like my whole career, so I want to get first place. The feeling as a team has been pretty good this past week that we've been in Europe boot camping. So I think this tournament we're going to perform really well.
He's in free play out there. That's how you know. He literally just stopped looking at blue cars. He's freestyling.
Let me give
Oh my God, killer, that's illegal! Psionic! Somebody do something!
I think we have one of the best offenses in the world, and we can also have the best defense if our communication's on. If we're working well as a team, like we're super dangerous and we can be the best in the world.
And FaZe Clan still have that game 4
Come on, baby, that was sick!
Rotterdam, we're ready to put on a show for you guys.
They could potentially have the best defense in the world, FK says there. I mean, you got Mist on the team, who has risen in the ranks of legendary defenders in all of RLCS history.
Oh, man, we know about that young man. He is the reason that they have a real chance to become world champions by the conclusion of the season. But it does start with Gibbs' MVP, first killer. He's said himself, he's been top 4 his whole entire life. He wants to have that taste of victory. I think he has a really good chance here.
Feed him the ball. That is the game plan on FaZe. Mist, play back, give first killer the ball. That is what they expect to do. That's why they brought Mist in. He doesn't use as much boost, so first killer can grab even more.
I feel like that's always been the game plan, feed first killer the ball, but they've had so many offensive plays around and they've gone, hang on a minute, I want to turn as well, and then defensively they've been a bit susceptible, but with Mist in here, T-Bates.
I mean, you don't need to worry about it, CJ. He's just going to sit back. He's just going to let first killer go for the ball. His hair's gotten longer, and that just means that he's even more poised to stay back there. Say, FK go, Sip go. I'll hold down the back line. I saw him scrimming G2 yesterday, and let me tell you, he was on one.
Yeah, but we just saw how G2 played earlier, so I think everyone was probably having a great day against G2. But either way, Mist coming in for AJ. Like, AJ, he loves boost. He loves being very boost hungry. Mist, very laid back, very third man approach. So that is what FaZe Clan wanted to do. But on the opposite side with Moist, Vatira was that third man who had very good boost control. Astral's not that player. He uses a ton of boost and wants to be very aggressive, but pretty much everyone on Moist wants to do that, so they have to figure that out.
Yeah, the solo mechanics, though, from Moist, it feels like any one of those players is a threat anytime they're behind the ball. Will it be enough, though, to come up against a team that is really putting together the full package? We'll see what the people at home think about it. Let us know in the fan vote. Hashtag MST, hashtag FAZE, FaZe there, depending on which side you're feeling on this one. I had CJ started off last time. I'm gonna go. I'll go first. Sure, fine. Why not?
We've lost all confidence.
Yeah, you know. Well, actually, you know what, Bates. How's prediction been going for you?
Listen. Listen, I'm 0 for 3 at the moment. It's not looking that good, so I guess I'll go first.
Oh, no.
But it's gonna change right here. One half of the machine, they failed me, but Nick Costello missed on FaZe with first kill and Civico and Coach Diz. They're gonna end up taking on this Moist team. I do believe in Rocket League. You need to have an identity. Moist, they've lost theirs. FaZe have gained it.
I have a tweet here from the coach Diz. He says, I heard Bates is 0-3 in predictions today. Choose wisely, Bates.
I did choose wisely.
I don't know.
I'm going FaZe, but now I'm not confident at all.
You're going Moist.
I am more than happy to be going Moist here. I think it's a point split 50-50. Astral on land. Forget about the online. This is land, and Astral shows up. So
give me Moist on this one as well. Bates predicted FaZe. This is an easy dub.
I'm coming back
for the boys in blue there, folks. How's chat feeling about it? Is North America waking up here? Yeah, a little bit. FaZe there.
50-50. The stars have aligned. Bates has finally picked the NA team. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
We'll see how it goes, folks. The game is ready, and the teams are ready to get the round 1 concluded here. Let's do it finally. Only one more match left to play. Moist they're eager to prove themselves again. So is FaZe. Let's get down to the pitch for the final round of round 1.
James Bott here once more with Corelli. And Corelli, I gotta ask you, is FaZe good enough to overcome this Bates curse?
Well, I don't know about that, but I think FaZe is good enough in any tournament, right? You talk about a team that has had a guy like First Killer, who's been arguably the best player in the world at many times, basically almost since he's joined the league. This is a team that I think has fallen short so many times on the international stage. Why not now? You bring on this guy, Mist,
T-Base mentioned him just a second ago. And this is the guy who's going to bring that stability to that FaZe Clan squad. And you talk about them defensively, bring that consistency. That's what FaZe has been missing. And Mist is the guy to bring it in.
But I mean, if you just stepped out of a time machine and you were maybe from last season, Moist versus FaZe, you step out today, Moist versus FaZe, it's a very different matchup now. Both teams making a key move. Moist, I don't know how much of it was voluntary. Vatira was such a key part of this Moist team, and we see Moist concede this first goal, and it's no surprise that First Killer's the one putting it in.
And what happened here? Misses a good flick. Astral, the last man back, and just did not get the read. Took off the lock break. See his eyebrows raise on that one. He knew that one was a goof from Astral, and a rough start there from Moist as they let in a weak one. And you can't give away freebies when it comes to FaZe Clan.
I mean, Astral, the player who has been trying to fill Vatira's shoes. And they are a big pair of shoes to fill. Astral, though, a late flip reset, forcing the save out of Typical. First Killer marching the ball downfield. Nice challenge there. Will pinch it up. Joyo on low boost. Picks up a small pad. First Killer off the ceiling with plenty. Ground pinch, and it gets too much height. Normally, that's not a problem you have with ground pinch.
Yeah, somehow got that one to go a little bit high. You talk about the shoes trying to be filled from on the Vatira side, but for Moist, just in general, they've been a team that the expectation from fans and I think from analysts is very, very high. Their worst finish internationally has been a top 8. And how about a tie game here as Rise gets one back for Moist Esports?
Targeting First Killer. Typical just missed on the sidewall. And First Killer, when you're mid flip like that, you can't make any adjustments. You can't go for a dodge. Easy demo there for Joyo. Wide open net for Moist, so FaZe give one back. We are all tied up.
Moist trying to continue that success on land. They won the Spring Major, finished second at the Winter Major last season. Like I said, went out top 8 at Worlds, which I think for most people was actually a disappointing finish for them with how successful they've been. You said they've been kind of that Cinderella story, that story that everyone could get behind. And now they come in with Astral. They look a little bit different. Are they the real deal still here into the land?
And Moist, the 5th seed out of Europe. They just edged their way in. FaZe, though, looking to bring this to Moist. Test the defense. Seeing some testing going on right now. Missed off the backboard. Rebound is Typical, and it's blocked. Joyo staying on the backboard. Getting 50'd by First Killer. Missed moving in. Astral touchdown. Rise trying to control it. Astral sneaks out to get that corner boost, but was it too greedy? It might have been.
Whoa. What a little 1-2 in the box there between First Killer and Typical. And that ball bopped out to Typical. He knew exactly where to put it, right on the head of First Killer. He gave it right back. And the teamwork there from FaZe Clan, wonderfully executed to go back up by 1.
FaZe, historically, a pretty decent track record against teams from Europe. 5-2 overall. Again, it's a different team now with Mist. But First Killer, he is a player that really can make a difference no matter who they're playing.
And who's handed those losses to FaZe? It's been Moist internationally. And again, as you mentioned, FaZe a different team, Moist a different team here. No Vatira. But FaZe have been trying to figure out Moist here on the international stage. Game 1 so far going in their favor, just under 2 minutes to play.
Typical launching it down. Not the best touch from Astral. It's a nice pinch from Rise. Will relieve some pressure. Joyo tipping that ball. First Killer looping around. Didn't get the best hit downfield. And now Moist trying to equalize. Rise with a tip. Has Astral in the middle, but couldn't find him on the pass. First Killer around Astral. Now on the attack.
It's denied there by Joyo. It's a good block. We're seeing a big stalemate. FaZe has spent a little bit more time in the final third here, of course, up by 1. But Moist been turning them away. And into the final minute we go. Moist here have an opportunity, no one there to follow up. You can see how deep Moist were sitting, and First Killer somehow able to get the read on the clear so quickly. Less than a minute now. Astral trying to make the difference. He's got options to his left, but can't catch up to the ball.
The demo as well, Typical taking out Rise. But Rise on the respawn. Will catch it into a dribble, the flick. It looks like a team bump as well. Or no, never, sorry about that. Typical's car is just blue.
Typical, a player that's been afforded a lot more freedom now on this FaZe Clan squad, now that Mist is here. You see him express himself a little bit more mechanically, individually here on FaZe. It's not just the first killer show. Typical's been able to move up a lot more into the final 20 seconds now. Typical denying the initial clear.
Another bump.
Bumps one out of the way. Mist goes directly at net, and Rise racing back off the crossbar makes the save. Another shot, well wide. Rise again. Denies, FaZe, locking in Moist here in the final seconds. Moist tangled up in the midfield. That one's gonna drop. One more bounce. Whoa, hold on. That one denied by Mist. As the pre-flip almost saved Moist, but in the end, FaZe Clan scrape by 1.
Yeah, that was a scary ending there for FaZe, but they managed to walk away with the victory. FaZe goals from Typical and first killer. I mean, you might have come into this game expecting some fireworks, but this one was a brawl.
Yeah, very, very close between these two. FaZe 6 demos to the 4 of Moist. It feels like this one was very even here in game 1.
And also, if as you'll see on the scoreboard, Astral failing to break 100 points there. So that, I mean, we saw the very first play of the game, first killer launched that shot, Astral jumped up for it, just didn't make contact. And you wonder if he jumped or maybe positioned just a little bit differently, would he have been able to even get to that ball? I think we'll have to see another look on the replays. But it was a tough game for Astral and a tough game for Moist.
A lot of fans, I think we do as well, kind of ask, what do teams do to really prep into this major? And I talked to Roll Diz, he was talking about what FaZe's prep looked like. In the Fall Invitational, Moist lost in round 5 in Swiss to Williams Resolve. FaZe Clan came to Europe and have been scrimming Williams Resolve to understand what Williams Resolve did against this Moist squad to take them down in that round 5 Swiss. Seems like they've got the right formula so far here through one game.
And on the other hand, I think you had mentioned that FaZe intentionally not playing Moist at all. Teams perhaps withholding some information about how FaZe plays.
Well, I talked to Astral and I was like, what do you think about FaZe? And he goes, no one in Europe's telling us anything about FaZe, and FaZe won't scrim us. So I don't know. We're gonna find out.
And they're finding out the hard way, honestly, as Mist puts in this with just 32 seconds in. A strong start for FaZe.
Another dunk there from Typical, really playing a big JNAP's role there as, just keeping that ball in play, finding the back wall, sweeping through the defense as they're getting the bump, and just opening up the net for his team. That's the job there for JNAP's on G2. He's been so well known, and he's doing it, Typical doing it here for FaZe as they go up by 1.
And Typical has been bumping quite a bit, even in the first game. Sometimes bumps more effective than demos. First killer, up to Mist. Mist will leave that over to Typical. Typical, a weak shot, and it's popped up from Rise. Now Mist all alone, and Mist comes out on top, and that is why FaZe Clan picked him up.
And when FaZe Clan go a little bit too deep, they've got Mist back for him. That's been his job on all the teams he's been on, and right there is an improvement there from FaZe to not get scored on the counterattack. Mist brings a lot of stability, trying to prevent those double commits defensively. That's been the biggest criticism over the last couple of seasons now for FaZe. How many times they double commit on defense. It looks like they've been just holding on to stay above water a lot of times defensively. And now they're gonna have to field this one. Mist again, coming up big.
Mist, a player that will just sit and wait for you to take the shot.
There's the bump.
But the shot was too high. Another infield pass. That shot was low on target. A double commit from FaZe. And it was an eventuality. Moist, shot after shot, finally sink one in.
And that's a feel-good goal for Astral, trying to make amends here in game 2. Wonderfully placed to the left side, away from the defensive FaZe. But you could see Moist really chipping away at the defense, sweeping through a couple of them, getting a good couple of bumps on the defense there, and peppering the back wall. They're able to tie this game up.
Pinch. Send it back out to the middle. Typical lobbed it up to Mist. Mist couldn't get the double. First killer trying to get a backward pass, but Typical was too far out of the play. Now on the ball. Gets the corner boost. Blocked by Joyo. Typical again at midfield. Mist got demoed by Joyo. It's just First and Sip trying to work this ball. Rise. Flip reset perhaps. Challenged by Mist. Back out to the mid where Joyo hits it back to the FaZe corner.
Good pressure here from Moist, just holding possession in the final third. Making it tough for FaZe. You can see them getting a little tangled up there between First Killer and Mist. First Killer goes straight into Rise, and Moist doing a good job there. Now, can they convert? Here comes Joyo. He'll drop it down, and Moist into the lead.
And he was so open for this double tap. You know, Mist was being chased down, didn't jump up early. That gave Joyo all the time in the world to go for that training pack double tap.
And give credit over there to Astral chasing Mist into the net. That's what you got to do against Mist and FaZe Clan. You got to chase him out of the net. Well executed there by Moist. Now they're hunting for more. Astral over one, takes the 50, comes out nicely here for Rise, plays it slow, gets more bumps. The shot went high, and Mist there cleared away.
Another great chance for Moist, and now we're starting to see Astral make some changes on how he's approaching this game. We're seeing him go more upfield and going for those bumps on the goal line. It has worked out for Moist already in getting a goal and that opportunity that very easily could have been another Moist goal.
And look how much time we've spent here on the FaZe side. Moist putting on so much pressure. No one's there to make this block from FaZe.
Was that a block or was that a post bounce?
It was off the post, but I mean, no one was making contact here to challenge. Nobody had boost from FaZe. They've now recouped a little bit, but still Moist packing on the pressure here. FaZe not able to break out. And First Killer will relieve the pressure for the moment here, but it's still in the hands of Astral. It's been clinical here halfway through game 2 from Moist. They've looked very strong in that final third now.
Drop down pass, Mist off the backboard. Rise, finding Joyo. Now Astral. Stopped by Sipical. Sipical trying to get back to the ball, but didn't have enough boost to make the play. Now Joyo, first touch. Nice block on the second. First Killer gets a demo, but Rise stays on the play. Ball leaking back out to the middle. FaZe giving up a lot of space in the midfield.
Certainly not what you want to do, especially with the way the control has come out from Moist. A lot of poise from them now. Game 1 was a little shaky from them, but it has been full steam ahead. Rise, now Joyo, just staying behind the ball, carrying it into the back wall, carrying it into the corner, forcing FaZe to take really poor challenges. And with less than 20 to go, it's still in possession of Moist. They have controlled this game. Halfway through now, another shot denied by Sipical, and FaZe have no offense here.
FaZe just trying to prevent a third goal for Moist. Moist has been all over FaZe, and no one from FaZe able to get to that ball. Moist taking this win, and really, FaZe not spending much time on offense at all. Even looking at the scoreboard, forced to make 9 saves. They only had 4 shots.
15 for Moist, 15 shots.
3 shots, yes.
For Moist.
To just 3 for FaZe.
I mean, that paints a picture for you without even having to watch the game. Moist were all over them, and they only put away 2 goals, but it was enough to get the job done. And that's what you have to do against this FaZe Clan squad. Their weakest spot has always been defense, and when you can lock them in, this is what happens. You put up 15 shots, and you come out with a win.
As we take a look at the replays from this game, Moist started off with Astral leading the charge. Astral scoring the first goal, then also getting the bump on Mist. We even saw him open up another scoring opportunity that Moist didn't put away. But this was a bounce back game for Astral, who last game, he did not even break 100 points. And I mean, that was an anomaly in itself. The last time that happened was December 5th, 2020. So Astral, not the best first game, but in this next game, he bounces back, and he really was what I thought put Moist over the top.
He looked great in game 2. Nervy in game 1, fine, shake it off. And he certainly did that. The desk talked about how great he's been on land. Certainly no doubt about that. And now Mist, can he get back in time? That was a weird flip, but I don't think he was able to catch up to it. And Rise poking it free.
Yeah, First Killer, he didn't challenge, and That one just goes the distance. I don't know what to tell you.
So Moist starting off hot here in game 3. A dream start for them as they've just pushed FaZe back into that corner that they were in all of game 2, it felt like. And I think if you're on the FaZe side now, we've given the compliments over to Moist and they've earned them. They looked great there at the end of the previous game. You look at FaZe though, and you start to think about how do you get out of your own half and keep control? That's been the big issue. They found a few clears, but they can't hang on to the ball at the moment.
A lot of their offense has come from First Killer. First Killer, second in scoring in North America, leading in assists. Mist and Typical, they both score a healthy amount of goals themselves, but First Killer usually is that rock for FaZe Clan. We'll see if he can get activated. Typical with a block, and now Mist gets dunked on. First Killer racing back. It's a 2-on-1.
Great touch there from First Killer, but the follow-up was even better from Moist. FaZe Clan cannot get locked in here. Moist have been great at just running out the clock. Mist can't get the touch. Now First Killer will have that one get away from him. He had options to his left. He also had the option to take the shot. Still Typical working his back wall here. FaZe now trying to control. Mist to the sky, looking for the backboard. It will come back down to Typical. I think he tried to play it over to First Killer, but a little messy on holding onto the ball from FaZe. And back the other way we go.
0 boost for Joyo here. Will have to retreat. No, it stays in the play, and the ball still finds its way over to FaZe. Astral cutting off the escape. It's a miss in the air. It's a bit chaotic for both teams. FaZe, whoa. I don't even know what's happening, and somehow it works out to the benefit of Moist.
What happened here? First Killer went into this backwards, and it was fine.
Oh, First Killer, he missed, jumped and hit First Killer. First Killer was right above his head. He got goomba'd by his own teammate. That hurt. That has to hurt.
That hurts if you're FaZe. You can see my face right now. It's not a good one. It's
like
all scrunched.
Like you ate a sour grape.
Yeah, it's all scrunched up. I don't like it. FaZe. These were the mistakes that you bring Mist on to prevent, and they're making it here on this big stage.
Just a little bit of awkwardness. I mean, you even saw it with that first goal with First Killer. Not challenging, and now this is just falling apart for FaZe. Moist putting in a third goal. Typical went off the ball. No one was there to follow. I don't even know what you say about that.
Hey, if you're Moist, you're going to take it. I mean, FaZe are falling apart at the moment. You got to give credit over to Moist. They have done a great job.
Oh my goodness, I just realized. This is the T-Bates curse. This is.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
I guess FaZe is not good enough to overcome her. At least that's what it seems like right now. Moist taking full advantage. Typical going for the pass, rebound out to Mist, and Mist can't make the shot, which is a bit surprising. Normally Mist so good when that ball comes out to him. He actually leads North America in shooting percentage.
That's not surprising. He's been that way for a long time, but right now it's 0% here in game 3. Moist all over FaZe. And FaZe, I think, really kind of falling apart too. They've given away a lot of free touches to Moist. Joyo, who's been a monster here in this series so far. Typical, can he put this one away? Rise comes through, sweeps it out for Moist.
Missed. Solo play opportunity. Going for the triple tap, but it was well read. Joyo gets a nice handoff to Rise. Now pinch back. This game has been all Moist, and we have seen FaZe struggle defensively. They've made a few mistakes that have cost them offensively. We saw First Killer put that shot high that was passed out into the mid. Missed, didn't make strong contact on the rebound that was out to. I mean, there's not really much positive to point to for FaZe, whereas Moist, they're just sailing.
Yeah, it's tough, especially watching, the last 2 games from FaZe, or I should say game and a half from FaZe, to find a lot of positives. Even when they've gone downfield, they haven't been able to hold on to the ball or that final shot. Maybe a couple good passes. That final shot, though, does not come out with any power or well off target. And And again, you have to give credit over to Moist. They've looked so strong, and I think it's a combination of poor clears and solid defensive positioning from Moist that have just spelled disaster for FaZe. Moist really haven't had to do a whole lot. Wait for FaZe to make the mistakes and clean it all up.
Astral trying to add one more to the tally. But I think you're right, Corelli, and they have capitalized on those mistakes. They really have punished FaZe. And this is, I think, tough for a lot of FaZe Clan fans to witness. This was supposed to be the team.
That's what I do! Let's go!
And you can hear the hype from Rise. Rise,
he's
getting excited. I mean, this is not what I expected. I think many people were thinking that, you know, Moist, they've been struggling. Astral coming in, filling in for Vateria. Moist wasn't the same Moist, you know, that they have been. Talking about the identity of the team, it felt like it was lost, but they come in against a FaZe Clan that won the Fall Open in North America. They looked like a super team doing it.
Yep.
But in this game, Moist, they just took them out to the wheelie bin.
And again, it's a 4-0 scoreline. And this time, FaZe don't even really put up the save 4 to the 10 shots of Moist. Yeah.
Hello, Joyo.
Hello, Joyo.
It is an honor to be covering your game right now.
You're looking good out there, buddy.
You can tell he's feeling good.
Yeah.
But he does have a nice down jacket. He doesn't need hand warmers. He's keeping the core warm.
That's right. That's right. But on the pitch, man, he is looking good here today. Just keeping the play alive for Moist, even the half chances. I mean, even there, just staying in the mix, right? And those mistakes are coming out from FaZe. And just being that annoying player that Joyo can be, especially on the ball when he has a little bit of space, boy, he is so much fun to watch. And I think right now, Moist, they have been all smiles. They've been talkative. They've been yelling. They've been getting up, getting loud here. And I think for FaZe, when you look, I was looking at their cameras when they lost, it was silence. They were just looking at each other.
I mean, all of those players, who's going to get loud?
Rolled is.
Yeah, good point. You know, good point. But I don't think we get to see the camera on him too much. You know, just to get to see.
But you're right. They are a quiet team. They're not super hype, and that's okay. But when you get in a situation like this, where you're down 2-1 in a best of 5, and you've been smothered for a game and a half, you need someone to get going. And FaZe doesn't have that guy. They do have to rely on their coach, and this is where I think Rolled is. The coach that he is and the guy that he is, you've got to look towards him to kind of amp these guys up. And right now, they're going to need it more than ever. You can see little smile there.
Well, look at Rise. Are you seeing him? It looked like he was pointing at somebody, calling him out, and getting loud. And this, I mean, you can see the shake of the head by FaZe. This is
it's frustration.
Frustration, but also, I mean, they might be in the head of FaZe right now. Moist is really taking it to him.
Almost a response there from FaZe with missed double tap. The follow-up was there. And if you're FaZe, you have to stop the bleeding here. You can't allow Moist to build on this lead so early. Moist certainly going to try, though. Joyo, can he do it himself? He's got all of FaZe in front of him. And a good clear there from First Killer.
Typical tried to cut that play off, but Rise played it around him.
Oh,
and now Rise on low boost.
So good.
My, Rise is in FaZe's head.
He's so good. He's got everyone jumping. He's got everyone diving. He's got him on a string. And he's putting away a second for Moist.
I mean, you know, he's got no boost there, but he's faking like, oh, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting. I'm going to use my flip. No, I'm going to take this back down to the ground. I'm going to fake you out. Unbelievable stuff there from Rise. You just got to play the part.
Making FaZe look like puppets. He pulls the string on all of them. 2-0 now for Moist. And FaZe, they need something. They need anything. Typical lets this one go. Missed. Has to be placed well. And it's off the crossbar and in. FaZe Clan on the board here.
Corell, you said FaZe had to stop the bleeding. Does that stop it?
Yeah. You cut the lead in half. You get one back, especially early here. You got 3:50 on the clock. Get something going for this team, right? We've been talking about the hype. That's something to be excited about. To get back into this game 4 and to not allow Moist, especially at a 3-0 lead, not here when you're on match point.
Astral moving upfield. Trying to take matters into his own hands. Joyo catching on the dribble, and we've seen multiple times now, Corelli, Moist being able to possess the ball near the midfield with no one from FaZe around.
Oh
But
my.
hold on a second, Typical catching Moist out.
And there's the fist bumps coming out from FaZe. They get their tie game.
And that was a pass from Astral.
And that was an errant touch coming out from Moist, and you haven't seen too many of them from Moist here in this series overall. A bit of a gift from Astral there, and FaZe certainly going to take advantage, despite maybe them being a little bit down in the dumps right now. They will take anything you give them. They're still good enough. And a tie game here.
Rise. Stopped by Mist. Joyo, lovely first touch. Off the ceiling, going for the 50. Rebound is good! You cannot give space to Joyo.
And look at him, uncontested. It's like he's in free play. Nobody gets a touch on it until he gets to the back wall, and Typical's touch is too soft. Rise it's a tap-in for him at that point, and Moist, again, making it look easy. It's beautiful from Joyo.
And that first touch from Joyo, that is so good. It's tough to get that perfect touch, time it so well. Joyo just makes it look easy. First killer. Lobbing it across the middle of the field and give and go attempt, but Typical didn't have enough boost to get the touch he was hoping for.
And I think ever since Rise faked out the whole team, they've been a little bit more wary to go straight into the tackle there. You can see a lot of respect given over to Rise, even when he didn't have the best touch. Now he's going to drop it down a little bit too high. And now the break here for FaZe. Missed. Looking to go under the bar, and then when it comes down, it goes over him. He was looking for the double tap, but a tough bounce. Here comes Joyo, uncontested again, all the way to the box. Rise, can he put it home? Missed on the in-and-out save, will make it go wide, and still it's coming across the box. And now FaZe trying to get their bearings here defensively, and a good clear for Mist.
And that was the chance for FaZe. That was an opportunity to tie the game. You saw what Mist wanted to do. It was the right call, just couldn't execute, and now Moist, via the bumper of Astral, extend their lead to 2, and Rise was the one who got that play mixed up. You saw FaZe late challenge again on Rise, making that solo play. It just leaks out to Astral.
And Astral, he has been a shooter here in this series. After game 1 especially, he got his bearings here. And when that ball pops out, he's been placing it into the corners, and now no one's home again. Rise has no orange player in front of him, and Moist, 5-2.
I mean, you even see First Killer's camera. Hand on his chin. He's thinking, you know what do we got to do? And at this point, I don't know what you can do.
I mean, nothing has gone in their favor, and you can't take away what Moist has done. They have smothered FaZe ever since game 1. Astral trying to take it all the way to the house. As FaZe have struggled defensively. Something that we didn't really expect. You expected them to figure this out here at this point.
I think the defensive struggles are surprising, but also offensively, we didn't really see much from First Killer. We didn't see much from Mist in terms of, he's the leading shooter, 31.31% shooting. Number 1 in NA, had that opportunity to double tap the ball in to tie the game. Couldn't do it, but First Killer brings it late. This is what we expected from the beginning, Kirill.
Yep, and there he is. He's coming alive here now in game 4, and they're going to need him. Down
Was
by
that
2.
A double? I think he got 2 there, but wasn't able to pick that out. First Killer, a heck of a shot.
Just over a minute now. FaZe, have they found their footing? Can they find any offense, or is it Moist who will just continually eat them up here in the last couple of games? The control, the precision from Moist has been fantastic, but now Mist, that shot goes just high. And
that's
caught
wide
out
open
again.
net.
There's no one there.
This has been devastating for FaZe. Look at First Killer's. He's just leaned back.
And I don't blame him. This has been frustrating. You're watching no one be back for FaZe. It's 6-3. A huge collapse, but it's not just this game, James. It's something that's plagued them ever since they won the first game.
And that First Killer goal, as beautiful as it was, even that, I don't think is enough to bring FaZe Clan back into this game. Moist doing some victory laps. Final 30 seconds, Corelli. And we just look back on this series and just reflect. You know, this was not the FaZe clan that we expected to come out. Some defensive errors, offensively didn't have a lot of bite.
Absolutely, and on the flip side though, for Moist, I mean, this has been fantastic from them. You talked about them being a different character coming into this LAN, and they have looked good here against FaZe. Time ticking away, just garbage time here. Moist gonna come out on top in 4.
And this is a bit shocking. The Moist team searching for their identity. I think they found it here against FaZe.
The cameraman's getting in there.
Joyo, just he's a treat. He's a treat.
We love him.
And he says hello to FaZe, and he says goodbye.
And that's him waving goodbye. He said hello earlier. That's him saying bye-bye. Thanks for playing. Try again. That final game, Moist put up 6 goals. That's the same amount of goals that FaZe scored in the entire series.
And for FaZe, Pirelli, this was a team that made the move to bring in Mist. First Killer even said it in his interview, I am tired of finishing top 4. I just want to win one of these things. Well, what does this series have? What do you think about this series? Do you think they have the ability to win an entire major, to win an international event after what you just saw?
Well, if anyone just watched that one series, everyone would say no. But I do think that FaZe can bounce back. I mean, this is a team that, undeniably is a good team. If you're tired of finishing top 4, you're a top 4 team. You've been very good.
Yeah.
So, but when you come into when you start your major off like this is a very sour note for FaZe.
And how much of this series, Curly, do you think was Moist taking FaZe down, and how much of it do you think was FaZe not being able to take advantage of the opportunities they had?
I think it's 50-50. I think it's Moist playing a great game, but it's also FaZe just making a lot of horrible mistakes. And Moist is a good enough team, of course, to take advantage and to take advantage of the opportunities where the net is just wide open. I mean, there's not even an orange player on their own half.
And I mean, you even saw, I think the one category where Moist was clearly ahead as well was the hype. You heard Rise yelling even from the caster box. And that kind of hype, that certainly helps lift up a team.
Hello, it's my turn, James. And then it's going to be his turn because these guys are killing it. We got Joyo with me. This was, give him the wave. Phenomenal. Even when you're not talking, you guys got a little spice to you. The energy is high. You guys probably couldn't hear it at home, but sitting beside her, you guys just did not stop talking. You were on it the whole time. Is this a strategy coming in, or you guys just like that all the time?
I mean, we're just having fun. I don't know. We're just turbo chilling, doing our thing, good friends, so why not?
Why not? And it's working too, because it felt like you guys got in the heads of FaZe there. I mean, I think it was game 3. They just started making a ton of mistakes. And you guys are like, all right, we'll take these goals going down the entire field with no one back. Do you felt like you were causing that disruption, or was something going on with FaZe?
I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe some stuff we said got in their head. Rise was talking a lot, but, the only person who can get in someone's head in the studio is Calm, so I don't know.
Yeah, and he was doing that earlier too. But you guys are honestly almost on par. I really hope there's a comms video that comes out for this after, because this was phenomenal. But I want to talk about coming into this regional, because this major. It did feel like maybe there was a little bit of roughness coming into this, but the team looks to have sorted that out, at least based off this match here. What was the focus for the team coming into this major, and do you feel like you guys are accomplishing that?
I mean, we just came in. We didn't have any plan. We're just playing how we want, and we're LAN players. Look, Astral on Carmine at the end of the season, he was peaking. Me and Rise obviously have some LAN achievements. We might not be the best online, but as soon as we come to LAN, we bring our A game.
And you're absolutely bringing it. I just want to also mention here before we head off that you guys are hyped, you're energetic, but you also know to bring things back down. Right before you came on camera, you're like, okay, we gotta focus. Still lots of games left. Even during that game, I heard there's still time left, guys. There's still time. You guys put a good focus on that. Are you always well aware that you need to make sure you maintain level heads?
I mean, I'm quite quiet. Astral's also not the loudest, but when Rise starts screaming, sometimes he says, we still need to win. We need to take our time and stuff. Maybe he's telling it to himself, telling it to us as well, because we're getting hyped. But we know how to close out our series, so we're just letting ourselves know.
It seems to work, though. Give him one more on the way out. Give him one more on the way out. We're going to go back to the desk because we got to wrap up this round and get some analysis.
Thank you guys so much over there. Well, those, the waves. My favorite was the waving at the end of the game, and then like, oh yeah, fist bump. All right, back to waving. Like, I got a job to do here, Astral. Keep that one up. But my goodness, Bates, what's going on, man?
Listen, I'm changing the hashtag.
What are you gonna say to Roldiz when you see him later?
Well, what I'm gonna tell him is that I just didn't feel like seeing FaZe win, so I decided to pick against them. I just wanted to be a hater.
The theme at the start of this tournament, what you said at the start of the day, is going to be Bates never wrong, and you have just cursed yourself into nothing right now.
Always wrong today. Over 4. Over 4.
Hey, we're only halfway done, so you could bounce back.
It's like, this is my worst predictions. The worst predictions so far. It can get worse, folks, but it can also get better. We'll see what happens. This has been a pretty crazy one. Let's talk about that match. And like I heard Corelli and James talking about it there at the end. Like, this was. Did Moist really win the series, or did FaZe just throw it in the bin?
Was uncharacteristic of FaZe at times on defense. A lot of times it was first killer, the last man back, which is not usual for FaZe. It looked like they were uncomfortable at times. Game 1 and 2, okay, it was close, but after that, terrible mistakes. But Moist, when they get space, they can do wonders with the ball. They are mechanical geniuses, and they showed it throughout the series.
Yeah, they just gave Moist the window to get into the series, and we heard it there with Rise, with the comms, with the trash talk going back and forth. When Moist get confident, Astral's always going to perform, and right there, I mean, that was exceptional. But V1 Quadrant, the first series, T-Bates, talk to me. What happened here with Quadrant?
Well, I mean, my emotions are a little bit less after this. It's been a while, but Quadrant, let me tell you something. This young man right here, Curtis Cannon, was doing everything. Cash, I told y'all he was on pop-off. Wave, Ixo, give him a little bit of help, just a little bit, and you might have been able to pull. You might have been able to strike you across the edge.
It's like version 1 was tired. They were not even chirping at all until like the very last goal.
And you can't finish that series off, and don't even get me started about this.
So G2 auction, I gotta say, this was a pretty ugly series, I think, by both teams. I think they both want to play better going forward. The problem is G2 lost it, so they got to bounce back a lot quicker. But Oxygen, it came down to the Game 5 heroics with the phenomenal plays by Archie and George.
I mean, we talk about Oxygen's inconsistencies. Perhaps that's their recipe.
Look at that.
Aerial triple
made 2 of them.
They made G2 look bad as well, and that was just Game 5 schemes. It was the Archie Joria show.
That's big time. That's big time moments right there. Game 5 when it's all on the line. Archie, 2 big plays.
I was talking to Archie there after the match, and he said he didn't mean to get 2. He meant to get 1. He meant to get 1, but he said he'll take the 2. He'll take the double bump, and now it's just domination right there. SSG Falcons right here. The Falcons, they look good game 2, and then after that, SSG, Daniel with a couple monumental goals, double touches, resets. He's getting hyped. Look at Arsenal, he's screaming. The energy, that's been the theme of LAN. Once again, I should have picked every single team that has nothing but energy on the stage.
I felt like Falcons really struggled when trailing in that match. I think you've got to be able to figure out how to come back as we take a look at how things went in round number 1. Well, you saw how things went in round number 1, at least there on the A stream. And here are our B stream, or no, excuse me, our B stream, our round 2 matchups there. We'll see Space Station taking on Army Corp, see Genji taking on Oxygen, the club versus Moist. Version 1 versus Liquid there for the 1-0 matches.
So one thing really quick in round 2, all international matches again, I'm pretty sure as I'm looking at this, because this is the first time we're seeing it, but all international matches once again, no regional matches, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, you can see here how those scores went down in round number 1. Just a refresher, there was a lot of 3-0s on the B stream. Every match here on the A stream, though, going at least to game 4. So how things looking moving forward? We're going to play through that round 2 that we were just talking about. We'll see the 1-0 matches here on the A stream, or we'll see the 0-1 matches on the B stream. That's twitch.tv/RL Esports. Is there a best match of this round, CJ?
I was just going to say the beauty of the Swiss bracket. You had SSG Falcons. It was a game 5, 1 game diff. But now Falcons get James Cheese. They get a chance to 3-0 and go +2 in game diff. Whereas Space Station, who won, they get K-Corp. So they could finish 1-1. And
they
Falcons
could,
be
but
ahead.
they could also win. They could also beat K-Corp. That is very possible. We've seen a lot of upsets already. So who knows? But I kind of really want to see Moist versus the club, because I feel like that's one of those Sam teams kind of looking down because Furia left, but Sam is still on the rise, and the club could pull off an upset there.
Bates, you got a favorite match?
Yeah, the last one. K-Corp SSG. That's the one I want to see. I think that those two teams, I think we saw something out of Daniel. He seems to have elevated. Arsenal's got the energy, and then LJ actually played pretty well. And then K-Corp, they played solid, I would say, throughout the whole entire split, CJ. But they didn't look like world beaters. It wasn't like an endpoint style. It wasn't like a BDS style. They looked beatable. So I want to see if SSG can do it.
Yeah, they weren't super dominant, and I think if you're going to play K-Corp, now's the time. Get them before the crowd, because we know that on Saturday and Sunday it is going to be absolutely bananas. So get them before the crowd, get them early, and try and get 2-0 in the Swiss.
And also K-Corp, it was a perfect sweep, but they only scored 5 goals in 3 games.
Only 5 goals from the. I was talking to the casters who were on that one. They said that K-Corp wasn't looking that fierce in this situation.
Yeah, game 1, James Cheese had 8 shots to 4. So they actually had the pressure over K-Corp. It wasn't the K-Corp perhaps we were expecting for the series.
Yeah, this seems like maybe best case scenario for Space Station if they're going to play K-Corp at some point. But this is the beauty of Swiss, too, that we get to watch these two teams clashing this early in the tournament when there's not like you have everything to win, nothing particularly to lose. In this situation, so this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited about it.
It's huge because if you go up 2-0, you get 3 chances to make that playoff bracket on the final day. So that's what everyone wants. Wants 3 extra chances? Sure. Take it.
Lots happening here. Also, teams looking to bounce back from losses there on the B stream. Make sure you got both streams pulled up. It's a big part of the show. It's been fun keeping track of the action that's happening on both sides of things there. So, folks, the Rotterdam Major will continue in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, get round 2 set up for you. We'll be right back with more Rocket League action.
We're children of the sun. Feel me in the darkness. My shadows, they follow you like an accomplice. Lost all of your dreams, the night is heartless. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
dreams, the night is harder. My shadows, they follow you. My shadows, they follow you in the darkness.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to twitch.tv/RL Esports. We are ready to get into round number 2. It's been a while since this stream saw some action. That's maybe because, you know, we have efficiency over here, whilst everyone else is like, oh, we'll go to game 5.
Yeah, a lot of 3-0s over here, but like 3-1s, 3-2s in the A stream. I think that's going to stop later, but not yet.
No.
I think that we might have another 3-0 here, if I'm being honest. But
Wow, you're really showing your bias here for a particular side, aren't you?
yeah, I know. I'm a, you know,
We've got to leave that one now entirely. Let's see if everyone can figure out which side.
obviously, I'm very big on James Cheese. I actually, though, to be fair, to be honest with you guys, James Cheese have looked really good in practice compared to what everybody thought they were going to be doing. Their win rate in their own region is ridiculous. 91% is, I think, the highest out of any team here, and probably the highest out of any team that's ever been to one of these majors. But yeah, they didn't have the best prep for the event, with Kami actually not being able to play Rocket League for almost 2 weeks in the run-up to this, because he just didn't have access to a PC in South Korea before coming over to the Netherlands to start boot camping, a very short boot camp. So the fact that they're actually being competitive, they've won a couple of scrims. I don't just mean games, I mean entire scrim blocks where they play two teams play each other for a whole hour. They've actually taken down some of the teams that we've seen at the tournament today. So their form has been better than what we expected, but this is a tall order to take on the second round.
And for Falcons, it wasn't necessarily the result they wanted, but they didn't look like they were playing overly bad earlier on. There was some very, very creative goals that were coming out from them. Just weren't able to get over the line against Space Station, but this is why we play Swiss.
I mean, if
keep on moving.
If they knew that they were going to be playing against James Cheese, should they lose 3-2 to Space Station, and then Space Station are right now going to be facing Gen G on the A stream. If all those teams knew that, then I mean they might actually be where they want to be, because this could. I mean, I don't think Falcons will be happy with anything except a 3-0 here.
Yeah.
Space Station could lose, and if that happens, if Space Station lose it by any score to Gen G and Falcons do sweep this, then they'll actually finish ahead of Space Station at the end of the day, because they dipped down to that 0-1 round and got a very good matchup for themselves. But you can't count James Cheese out completely. They actually held Carmine Corp to close games. It was a perfect sweep, their first series of the tournament. But they did
hold really repping the merch right there. Just got the logo right in front of us.
Love that. Looking clean. Shout out to CJ for the design. Yeah, realize the one Asian originating player here, repping the region. Vert moving over there from EU, Kami moving over there from OCE. Very international, interregional team here. Can they be a match for Falcons? If they can keep the games respectable, I'll be impressed. I liked what I saw from them against Carmine Corp, keeping the games close scoring. That's really a good result for them. They've got to get something going in offense. They've got to start scoring goals.
Yeah, and a quick reminder for everybody at home as well. Every single team, bar 2, are going to be performing in front of the crowd, which for so many of these want. But this is the sort of position now. If you lose this one, you go, oh, no, not us. Please, not us.
It's tough. I mean, it's such a stacked event that, if you lose this, you've got to be taking games, because that improves your chances of getting a good matchup in that 0-2 round, and then to be able to play in front of the crowd. For a lot of these teams who are going to be struggling in this event, I think the OCE teams not liking the form that they're in. Team Secret coming in, just qualifying through South America as a second seed there, and James Cheese as well. Those are the 4 teams that have kind of look like the weaker ones, most likely to end up in the 0-2 round. If any of them can make an upset, that would already be a massive win for them to guarantee you play in front of the crowd. Like I keep saying, if you're going to be in that 0-2 round, you got to take games, because then you're going to be against a team that got swept twice, most likely.
All right, I want to find out what you at home think as well. Let's see what you're going to go for. The fan vote, hashtag FLCN for Falcons, or hashtag GMCH. Just some of the more complicated ones that we've ever had on this.
It is, yeah. You're going to need to really stretch your fingers on the keyboard to make sure you
don't typo it. You'll have to do it again.
Yeah, you have to
do it a real shame.
again.
All right, what are we going with?
I mean, I've got to go Falcons here. I think that they did look good versus Space Station. I mean, a lot of the teams who are right now in the 1-0 round didn't look that great. Didn't look like they're peaking at all. I think Oxygen far from their best, and they're in the 1-0 round. Meanwhile, I think Falcons Space Station, great series. Falcons lost that in 5, but I think they played very well. So if they can just produce that same level again, I don't think James Cheese are going to be a problem.
I don't need quite as much explaining on this one. I'm going to go for Falcons on this because, well, it's Falcons number 1. Like, it was already going to be a tough ass to go over the top of them. But I also feel like maybe this is the first time that we've had it, and maybe it's because we're more into the swing of things, but the teams that have done this before are doing really, really well for themselves. Normally, it's just like, oh, the new team's coming in, they might struggle. Oh, they've gone ahead and just won the entire thing. Thanks, Team Queso. This one, though, there's a couple of slightly less experienced teams, and that doesn't even go towards Realize. That doesn't go towards Kami. Virtuoso, though.
Yeah, true.
A little bit less. Oh, especially recently.
Well, it's all about getting games. You know, they can worry about winning a series later if games are starting to go their way, but right now it's just about finding a way to win a game. That is what these teams should be focusing on. That's what James Cheese have to focus on. The best result an APAC team, an Asia Pacific team, has had in any RLCS international event against a major region team is taking one game against FaZe.
Yes.
That was Detonator, the Winter Major last year. So that's what they're trying to beat. They're trying to get 2 games against top-tier international competition. This isn't an NA or EU team, but in everybody's minds, they're at that same level. Falcons, a win against Falcons, if they can win multiple games, that would be their greatest result in the history of international competition for the region. That's what they're going for here today.
There's also been a lot of, obviously, opinions out there about Kami, Virtuoso heading over there, but I also feel like if those results did come in, everyone would just go, yeah, but Realize deserves it.
Yeah.
Everyone wants Realize to do well.
he's the OG of the region. He's the guy who really made a name for himself before anyone else.
He's been there for 4 years.
Yeah, well,
Like,
even longer.
Obviously, we've got like, World Cup stuff going on at the moment. Realize burst onto the scene for a lot of people when we were running like a World Cup tournament. That's
right.
when everyone's like, oh, it's Realize. And then we're at a new World Cup, and oh, Realize is still here.
Yeah, he's I think he's just the talisman of the region, talisman of Japan, Japanese Rocket League. Everybody wants to see him do well, but this is a tough draw, and this is what happens when you come into a tournament as the lowest seed, 16th seed, and then you lose 0-3 in your first round. If they could have snuck that game, and I'm not joking here, it might sound like a ridiculous statement if you didn't watch the game, but they could have taken Karmine Corp in game 1. They lost 1-0, they had 9 shots to 4. They could have beaten Karmine Corp in 1 game, and suddenly they're in a better matchup here. It's far more winnable. That's not what happened. They lost 0-3. They got given Falcons, who have played really well today. Just a tight loss against Space Station. Small margins. Small margins are the difference in Swiss.
We're going to know that Falcons perform well at European events. You were talking earlier on, Johnny, about how G2 maybe not quite so much. Falcons making their debut over to... Oh, wait a minute, and then we're starting off with 1. Right, well, that is probably the worst possible start for James Cheese.
I mean, this is the problem with, this matchup in particular. Falcons are so mechanical, they're so fast that James Cheese have to play faster than they're comfortable with just to keep up. Falcons are a very aggressive team. Karmine Corp not so much. They're a bit more of a defensive team, so I think that matchup wasn't actually as bad for James Cheese on paper. As Karmine Corp were going to sit back and let them do their thing. That's not what Falcons are going to do. They've shown this time and time again in the region. They love to be aggressive. That's a great counter though. Khaled actually forced back. Fantastic pass out of defense, but it is saved by the quintessential defender of Team Falcons.
So Falcons, they're up against a little bit of offense here. You get rid of it, but their previous results at European-focused majors were in Stockholm, which was probably the most different major we will ever have, so it's hard to sort of judge people off that one, but top 8 for them there. Grand finals over at London. What can they do this time around? Can they go that one step further? Okay, does get rid of it. It's Arman, who beats the ball. Oh, Khaled though. Oh, Arman's gone so early. Look for the setup. Got the second touch as well. It's difficult to shoot from there for anyone else on Falcons.
It's interesting to note that Ahmad has changed to the Octane. He started off today in the Fennec, switches it to the Octane. Didn't look like he was fully comfortable in the series versus Space Station earlier, wanting to speed things up a little bit, get mechanical. Against James Cheese, who, by the way, are redirecting the ball very nicely in the midfield, creating a bit of chaos for Falcons to have to read. One other thing to mention is, of course, the legendary demo man himself, Virtuoso. He's still been playing that style every now and then, and that's something Falcons will be aware of. They've got to pay attention to him moving forward. I think that respect that he's getting by just being advanced forward in aggressive positions is forcing Falcons to be a little bit more careful at challenging the ball. They don't want to get flattered out of the way.
For a lot of people as well that have followed Virtuoso's career, as he is now called into action, this will feel like, especially for him, that's something he deserved a while back. Part of a large amount of players that unfortunately saw maybe their best results during a time that we had no lands.
Yeah.
You know, up there with Endpoint, really getting a lot of great results, regional wins. Results that would have easily seen him not only going to majors, but being within an outside shot of getting quite deep into those brackets. He will see this as his opportunity.
I mean, if you just look at how James Cheese are playing, they're able to contest the vast majority of the plays that Falcons are making here. Yeah, Falcons look like a quicker of the two teams. Khaled's up a long time before that ball reached him. Still well dealt with by James Cheese. They're just controlling the play here. No panic despite the 1-goal deficit in the first few seconds.
They're not panicking defensively, but they are kind of seeing ghosts at the moment when it comes to getting rid of the ball. There's a lot of power clears that aren't really troubling the Falcons at all at the moment. It's just handing away possession. Really much gain. So James Cheese on the transition will want to be significantly more efficient. So Khaled, leaving it for the time being, brings in his teammate off the backboard, and that's off target. Falcons having all of the offense, but they will want that second goal.
Oh, that's a great chance for Virtuoso. Double just narrowly missed. He wanted a precise touch on that one. Both teams starting to up the aggression when it comes to aerial plays. Quick follow-ups on lob passes in both directions. Another chance for James Cheese. They are being presented opportunities. This is a very back and forth game. Territorial is now almost bump onto Khaled. He shrugged it off pretty well. This is a great look for James Cheese, who are able to create opportunities. They're fighting for that midfield. They're not just slumped in defense, stuck in goal, waiting for Falcons to miss. It's end-to-end stuff.
Just every time you see Ahmad there, and you see him there a lot as well, like, it is just an outright trademark of him. Want to go for those redirect plays. Not able to find one that time around. But now it's realized! Almost found it, as though Khaled had to not only get there, but avoid Virtuoso. 55 seconds. James Cheese ramping up the pressure. One demo in, Realize. Off the side, Ahmad gets rid of it, and it bounces over the top of Realize as well, who once again can't find an opponent.
It's been well played from Falcons in terms of dodging those demos, shrugging them off in the last man position. But James Cheese really bringing the fight to them. I keep mentioning they are producing chances. They're not just half chances. These are very realistic chances to score. And still, as the game comes to a close, they're pressing forward, really up the aggression, suits the time that they've got remaining to try and look for the goal.
There's a bit of time to work with here for Kami. Goes off the wall, good challenge. Realize couldn't pronounce the ball properly. That means he's lost the challenge. Is that the end of the game? No, Virtuoso palms the ball away, but they've got to keep this ball in at least some sort of playable spot. Realize, Kami to aim for. That's a lot of work to do. Virtuoso keeps it alive.
Oh, they're doing a great job keeping this alive. Had to hit it into their own backboard, but how about this? Back pass from James Cheese. TRK's had enough. Lunges in and confirms the game 1 win, but just like the Carmine Corp series earlier on today, James Cheese able to hold their opponents to 1 goal. Unlike the Carmine Corp series, they weren't able to outstrike their opponents, but they were able to match them. Completely even in terms of shots, and that's not usually a good indicator for which team had more pressure than the other, which team had more realistic chances to score. I think James Cheese really matched Falcons in that regard. It was only that 1 goal at the very, very start of the game. The Falcons were able to capitalize. After that, James Cheese were into a good little rotation.
Yeah.
I think this is far from Falcons' top gear, but so far so good for James Cheese.
Well, it's difficult for Falcons to really hit top gear because they are an incredibly quick team. They love playing like at the outpacing game. Like if you're willing to go for it, they are just as willing. James Cheese aren't in that position right now. They've been happy to just go, all right, your turn, we'll wait for our turn. We're happy. We don't want to go and challenge you mid-air. We'll just wait for you to play your game and see if you've got the mechanics for us right now. Falcons not hitting their mechanics. They've not really gone to the levels that we expect and know that they are capable of doing with the individual plays, with the mid-air passing plays. And that is kind of coming from the fact right now that it's difficult to outplay anyone that's not going for you.
Well, you know, James Cheese picked their battles very well, and you know, they saw a few ghosts, like you mentioned, in defense when they're maybe giving the ball away a bit too early, but I think they held their own brilliantly when Falcons are coming towards them. They were, you know, they were forcing out plays. They weren't just lunging out of the game. I think they've communicated very well. You know, timing of their rotations. When one player's out of the game, the other two are slowing it down. When 2 players are out of the game, the other player's really slowing it down. But once again, they have conceded early. You know, it stayed this way the entirety of game 2, or entirety of game 1, but yeah, a bit of an easy goal to be given away inside the first 16 seconds.
They've ruined the point I wanted to make, because I was just going to tell engineers, go, I want to see what James Cheese can do with a game that stays even for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
The same problem that they had against KC, which is the goals happened early against them. The opening goal was in the opening 45 seconds of game number 1, which you said was their best game against KC. But again, no massive threat has necessarily happened, especially on a team like Team Falcons, like KC, who defensively, you need to do something. They are not going to give you a freebie.
Yeah, it's such a tough draw, but that's what happens when you don't take those games when they're presented to you. When you're getting 9 shots to Karmine Corp's 4 and you're losing, that's on you. You've got to be more accurate. You've got to be more clinical. And then maybe you wouldn't be playing Falcons in round 2, but that's not what happened. They are playing Falcons in round 2, and it looks like a very similar matchup against a team that many think are going to make a deep run in this tournament. And actually, I've started off today with, I think, decent form, but that's going to be 2-0. Khaled crunches it into the middle. Ahmad not going to be denied from that range.
Oh, James Cheese, we've seen how good you can be on the rotation. I think it's time now to start breaking out something a little bit more goofy, because you're going to have to try and catch Falcons out now, who will happily just sit on this 2-goal lead. Falcons, whilst they haven't run away with this, it's still comfortable. They've not had to step up a level yet.
I think it's an interesting one because some players might not have been comfortable in the positions that James Cheese were putting Falcons in. I think Khaled did a really good job on a couple of the saves in game 1 where he was directly under pressure from a Virtuoso trying to bump him as he's making the save. That's not the easiest save to make when you've got Virtuoso on you, so credit to Falcons for defending when they needed to defend, keeping the clean sheet in game 1. Now still clean sheet in game 2 as well. But yeah, James Cheese could do more. They could really push themselves to the limit here, test Falcons' defense as much as they can. They've very much been focusing on recovering, rotating. Is that really how you beat these top teams? I'm not sure if it is.
Wonder as well, we are also after James Cheese's first goal of the tournament.
Yeah.
That is the big thing to look at the moment. They've already been perfect swept once. You don't really want the narrative going into the next round just being, are you going to get perfect swept out of the tournament? Please, please no.
They've done a reasonable job. Every game's been close in scoreline. They've yet to fall behind by more than 2 goals.
Yeah, they've not conceded 3 in any of their matches against KC and Team Falcons.
But yeah, like you said, they also haven't scored, so it's not ideal. You want to be testing the goalkeepers more often with difficult to save shots. I mean, they are getting opportunities, but they're half chances for the most part, with maybe a couple of realistic chances sprinkled in, but no absolute open nets because someone's outplayed 2 and given an open net to their teammate. There's always one more man to beat because James Cheese are not sending everyone on any play.
This is the one. I want to see, this either ends with a 3rd goal for Falcons or James Cheese score. I don't want to see this settled on at all. Maybe not yet. Maybe with a minute left, start fully going for it.
Yeah, I think you're right. At this point, they'll be just as aware as we are that they have not scored yet this tournament. And yeah, they're looking competitive against some of the best teams in the world. Well, they want to go and get a goal. You've got to go and score 1, especially when you're down by 2. You just got to go for it because you're not going to come back just out-rotating a team. Well, that's a good chance, but again, the shot is just not quite good enough. If that is going to trouble a goalkeeper, it needs to be a touch faster, a touch more accurate. Instead, just a routine save, and then Ahmad doubles it in on the counter. It's a routine rebound for him.
This is not really how I wanted to say this is kind of what I wanted. This is not how I imagined a 3-0 happening, but James Cheese did at least have a couple of looks on that one, but for Falcons, they're sort of taking out their frustrations of the last round on James Cheese. And Virtuoso!
Oh!
That's number 1!
They've done it!
They will not be perfect swept.
The close sheet kickoff just goes slightly their way. Ahmad looks like he was
opened the door for them.
He thought he was kicking out to the left there. There was an initial movement of the ball that way, but then another touch from the kickoff actually stabilized it, and Ahmad missed. So James Cheese get their first goal directly from the center circle. About as close of a cheat as you can make without the ball moving. And yeah, risky kickoff there from Falcons after being quite disciplined in every other aspect of the series.
I just looked at Ahmad's camera after that. He just raised his right eyebrow like, huh? I don't really know what just happened there. So, 2 more now. James Cheese, you've got what you want. Now we get greedy with it.
Well, here we go. You've got to just absolutely send this.
Hey!
Will makes it 2.
All right, now you're in the tournament.
I love that he goes for this as well. You've just got to beat the man at the near post. He knows Khaled's there, but yeah, just take a shot. Just send it on target. If Khaled flips in the way of that and saves it, so be it. But enough of this, like, plain safe Rocket League James Cheese. There are 2.
The old James Cheese puts it off the backboard.
Yeah, you know, he just plays the safe touch, but no, they've just got to go for it more. If they've got half of an opening, slam the ball into it. Here's realized now, he doesn't have a flip to work with. But they're, you know, once again, they're finding themselves in positions that they can actually work with. Khaled's not going to have easiest collection here, but he does well, finds Ahmad. So now there is time for James Cheese. 1 goal, okay, no need to rush. Will they get one more chance? I think probably. There's a decent one.
That's the one I want to see Realize. We know Realize has got the mechanics for there.
Yeah.
The perfect position.
Yeah, just all in. Just let's see the big aerial play all in. Try and beat the man in front of you. I mean, it's got to come now if it's going to happen at all. A little bit of a double commit there from Falcons, but not too much. Oh, here we go. Kami off the ceiling. Ahmad's going to walk it clear.
And Ahmad is happy to see every second go down. 1, 2, 3. How many flip resets can you get? The benchmark's been set by that one. And the ball does hit the floor. So a bit of a scare towards the end of the game for Team Falcons. But they have got it. And James Cheese looking to be reformed for our next game.
Yeah, very careless fourth kickoff of the game from Falcons. They're up 3-0. You don't need to go for another risky kickoff, close cheat, and a boost grab up in the back corner. You can just leave somebody closer to the net and just protect that 3-goal lead. They just lack discipline there just for a moment. I think they got far too comfortable in a 3-goal lead and forgot that they are playing against players here who have, I think overall, stepped things up to a level that we didn't expect. I mean, this is a 1-0, 3-2 series in terms of goals scored in each game. It's actually quite close. If you ignore the gameplay, just look at the score lines, you wouldn't be wrong in thinking this is a pretty close series. I mean, yeah, Falcons look like they're that level above, and they're not being forced to play at the peak that we know they have. But I'm still impressed that James Cheese are able to do this in such a short turnover between getting here and now playing against some of the best teams in the world.
I think what's important right now for Falcons is that I don't think there's a realistic level where we're really going to push the idea that James Cheese can win this. However,
can they win a game?
Falcons need to get all 3. They don't want to be dropping a single game here because that ruins their seeding for a lot of these future rounds coming up. We're not just talking about round number 3, we're talking about round 4, round 5, because every time we get to round 5, there's always that game. There's always that one that we look at the bracket and just go, you're joking. One of these is not making it through to top 8. Falcons don't want to be that team. They don't want to be there.
They're in a good spot right now. Their one loss is a 3-2 loss, best loss you can get. And if they can sweep this, they're in a fantastic spot. They're going to have a great seeding if they just keep on taking games, taking series. By the time you get to those round 4, round 5s, they're going to have favourable matchups all the way through. There'll be another quick goal now for Falcons. Ahmad versus Virtuoso. Khaled's there to help him in. Yeah, Vert wasn't sure if that's a shot or a demo or a pass. Couldn't cover all 3.
The idea of a 1v1 against Ahmad is already pretty unfair. The fact that Khaled was there, making this a very unfair 1v1, if I was to be honest. Yeah, poor Virtuoso didn't really stand much of a chance.
It's really smart of Ahmad to not 50-50 the ball there. The only way that it really goes clear of Khaled is a 50-50 bouncing into one of the corners. So Ahmad actually left the ball behind him, went for the bump, because he knows then Virtuoso doesn't have any momentum of his own. How is he going to generate a clear from that position? Well, he's not. The ball's just going to stick around in the middle. Khaled's coming in behind me. That just guarantees the goal. Now, if he went for a solo play, maybe Virtuoso reads it and saves it, and then the ball's clear, and Khaled behind him isn't able to influence the play. So it's a really smart play by Ahmad, turning a 1v1 into a 2v1, and really upping the odds of his team scoring.
Also, because I'm someone that likes rhythm, likes repetition. Not the repetition that James Cheese wanted, but they have again conceded in the opening minutes. of all the habits you can have in this world, maybe not one of the ones I would recommend. Oh, Ahmad, Kami's by himself. Oh, how did Kami get there? That was cheeky, and he still got some contact. Ahmad looking for 2. Oh, yeah, that was with authority.
He slots it. Khaled just getting a big dunk on Kami, and Ahmad read that ceiling downward bounce. Just pull up the ball top corner. Falcons, you felt like at some point they were going to run up the score. Looked like it might be game 2. It'll be game 3. This time that close street kickoff does go their way. I mean, somewhat deals with it, but only as far as Ahmad. This is the problem. James Cheese consistently found themselves in this tournament. CRK, a lovely little stealing challenge there in the recovery. Take away any danger from that play. Ahmad, multiple resets, going through that top corner. Actually leaves the ball to bounce into the middle. He didn't want to crossbar pinch that clear. Transition from James Cheese is, they're connecting the passes. It's just that final touch is usually the one that's lacking.
For me, it's like they're shocked and surprised that they made it that far. And then it's like the lack of trust in their own gameplay and the fact that we know these players. You know, you look at any of the names on James Cheese and you think, all right, you've got the mechanics right there, but they don't want to use them because they're just there and they feel like, all right, well, we're not going to see this too often. We might as well get a shot on target.
Yeah, I think in this kind of matchup, it is difficult to be confident. You're up against Carmine Corp to start the tournament. Now you're up against Falcons. These are tough matchups to look at.
Welcome to an RLCS Major.
I think next round, if that's where they're headed, if they are going to lose this one and head into the 0-2 round tomorrow, that could be the one where actually a James Cheese look across the field and they think, yeah, we can beat that. But, you know, you can say it all you want, but believing it's a different thing entirely. It's so difficult to look across the field, see the nameplates TRK, Ahmad, and Khaled, and think, yeah, we can beat those guys. Not like I'm sure they're telling themselves that, but Falcons are playing a great event, and Khaled scored a triple tap. They are starting to control this one, and a little grin there from Kami, I think tells you all you need to know. I mean, I think they know at this point that is just world class from Falcons. Nothing that you could do against it.
I'm looking at TRK as well on that one. He was very happy with that goal going in, because whenever you see your teammate do that, it's that realization of, yeah, that's in my corner. That's the firepower I'm working with for this tournament.
Yeah, no, perfect. I'm sure that Falcons...
Oh, no way!
No, you're joking. The free jump play started to come in. It's just like that last game.
He needs to be upset with Kami for saving that.
Absolutely. That was a brilliant passing play. You know, I think Falcons will be disappointed they've lost the space station earlier, but when they look at the final standings of the day, I think they'll realize they're actually in an excellent position at 1-1. It's not possible for anyone else at 1-1 to have a better win-loss differential than what Falcons are about to have. So this is pretty good for them. That'll finish them off top 5 or at least 5th equal for the day. And of course, Swiss just need to get top 8, so they're in the mix. James Cheese, unfortunately for them, currently headed towards the worst possible scoreline. 0 game wins, 6 game losses. I think there are positives to take away from today, but yeah, they just say they can't get that last touch on target enough of the time. It's the crossbar again.
I think that might actually be going for them is that they're very unlikely to be the only team. We've got quite a few teams coming into this at that 0-3 record.
It's true. Yeah, they could be one of maybe 3 or even 4 teams.
Oh,
they got one.
They got a one.
Well, they're not done yet. They are far from done yet. Kami gets it into the middle, and look at the positioning from Virtuoso, reading the TRK clear. I don't think TRK even spotted Virtuoso over there. They expected them to be in a bit more of a defensive position, but just like that second game, when James Cheese are down, they are changing it up to a little bit more of an aggressive stance. Late game 1, down by 1, a little bit more of an aggressive stance, and might not really be enough in this matchup, but these are all positive signs to go on with later in the tournament.
Realize, looking to try and add another one. They can get that soon. As you can see in the background, Kami's just chasing Ahmad.
Yeah, they've got to. You've got to really make Falcons as uncomfortable as you can. They've really just got to send everything here. Time's gotten away from them. I think Khaled's got a good read on Kami there. He's on 0 boost. The shot from Realize goes high, and the follow-up from there from Virtuoso is there again. Well, James Cheese, 2 games now, and this is both from midfield play this time. Scoring 2 against Falcons 3. Still down, and now they've done it without a kickoff goal.
So James Cheese can't play in the opening minute, but play really well in the last one. Okay, interesting. Well, they've got 25 seconds now to try and find the ball and find another goal.
Look at this, though. This is a really good chance. Virtuoso looking to drop down. Realize running out of
time.
And he's coming in. You know, Falcons probably didn't expect this. They were pre-jumping a minute ago, and now the net is open. That was actually a free shot.
Kami in. Can't get any further with it. Realize has to die for this one. They need this ball up in the air. That's a passing option gone. Virtuoso, got to keep the ball alive. It's getting away from him. That's still been left up. Falcons actually helped out with it.
Yeah, I think Falcons are afraid to let that bounce just in case it stayed in the air. Instead, they wanted to take it themselves, and it does prove out to be a successful strategy. The sweep is complete, but all 3 games were only a 1-goal difference. You know, James Cheese, they've lost 6 games today, but no one expected these scorelines.
Remind me the second tiebreaker of this. It's if we've got 2 teams on 0-6, what's then the first thing?
Seeding. So they're going to get.
They're going to get. I was hoping it was goal difference.
No, they're going to get. They're going to get the worst
there.
one. That's why I'm saying they need a game, because they're right now they're going to be the 16th seed in the next round as well. When the next round, when the 0-2 round tomorrow commences, they will be against the team with the best record, who are also on 0-2. That could be a team who are also 0-6. It could be, but it's it's not ideal for them. They've made this difficult because they just could not get one game, despite the best efforts. But hey, pretty heroic effort there.
That was entertaining.
Down 3-0, and they're still fighting for it, still creating chances. They really made Falcons.
They went 4 games without scoring a goal, and then in 2 games they scored 4 against Team Falcons.
Yeah,
that's a weird time to pick it.
I think they could win a series here. They really could, because they kind of came in here with very low expectations. They're just trying to get as much experience as they can, and some other teams that are going to be in that 0-2 round would have had higher expectations. They're going to be much more upset that they're in that position. That's the team. That's the kind of mentality and a position that James Cheese could actually win in. I'm not joking when I say this team can win tomorrow.
So, if you're Falcons on this one, how do you feel about this series? Because you have got a loss against Space Station. You would have felt like they would have made these games a little bit more comfortable for themselves. Do you feel like these games in particular do anything for them, or any sort of thought in their minds moving forward? Or are they just going to look at their current position and go, yeah, it's fine?
They're probably not going to be happy with that, to be honest, because they probably expected to win this more comfortably. They have won more comfortably against OCE competition in the past, so the fact that APAC have held them to 1-goal games. I don't think they're going to be happy with how disciplined they were when they were winning by 3. I think they were a bit too giving away goals a bit too easily. That's the biggest takeaway for me from Falcons. They've got to be a more disciplined team on a 3-0 lead. None of these risks are necessary. But overall for today, good result for them. They're going to be comfortably in the top half.
And if we thought it was going to make it any easier for you, unfortunately that is not the case, because let's have a look at what is going to be next up. We have got Power against G2 Esports.
Rough draw.
That is really, really rough. That is going to be difficult. And OC is having a difficult tournament, at least for the start.
Yeah. The confidence.
There is a possibility. Like, I'm getting way ahead of myself here.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
The 0-0-3. They don't want that. That's going backwards significantly. But hey, we will not get ahead of ourselves on that one. Instead, we will look towards a couple of minutes from now when it's going to be Power against G2 Esports.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Landing on the foot of Andy. Picked up the save. It's still there for Jim. They scored.
I don't recognize who I've turned into. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, no one in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rocket League Fall Major B stream. I'm Shogun, joined by Johnny, and I'm Shogun, who's about to have a bit of a gripe over here, Johnny, because we came over here. We're in a little isolation chamber for this, for the B stream.
We are.
Take the headphones off. People come in and just go, oh yeah, by the way, Gen G just lost in a sweep where they scored 1 goal, and nobody told us. There is, sorry to break the immersion for you all, there is a curtain that separates the people that are casting the Asian from just going, yeah, this is a bit crazy over here, lads. Maybe, keep an eye on this. I am very upset.
I mean, they swap score lines. I really, I think if you showed the score lines that we just had between James Cheese and Falcons, people would think that must be the Oxygen Gen G series. Probably Gen G have swept them based on what we saw today. And the scores that we saw over there, you'd think, 5-1, 4-0. 4-0, that's probably Falcons over James Cheese, or maybe Carmine Corporal over James Cheese. But no, James Cheese have played really well today. They've actually held their own, and Oxygen have just reminded Gen G why they went to NA in the first place.
All right, well, I still need confirmation on this one, so let's have a look at the Swiss format, shall we? And, yep, it's still yet to be confirmed on this, so it's good. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I still can catch it later on the VOD. Or live, because surely that did not happen. But over here we are focusing on the 0-1 matchups. Falcons just managed to progress with a 3-0 sweep of James Cheese, who not only got their first goals of the tournament, but actually had some pretty close games, all of them within 1 goal, I believe, by the end there, Johnny. But before then, now we have G2 versus Power, and it is a tournament that after 1 round, Johnny, we're a little worried for OCE. It's not quite, red alarm going off just yet, but it's currently the orange alarm, and they might have to change the bulb very soon.
Yeah, or I mean, maybe this is where they save it, and NA's even further in the bin. It really is
binage here.
This is the who's more in the bin match right here, because like you said, we could see both the OCE teams 0-2 at the end of the day, but NA's having a howler. They started off well with Day 1 V1, the ever-reliable Day 1 team from NA. But yeah, the rest of NA just overrated as usual coming into a fall major. I mean, I've tried to say coming into this that, these NA teams, a lot of them have stayed the same. G2, literally same roster. V1, same roster. Space Station FaZe looking kind of similar to last season. For some reason, everybody thinks that it's just going to be clear of EU, but I think NA could bounce back. I think this is a good situation for G2 because just like Falcons before them, they're on the good side of the 1-1 score if they can win this at the end of the day. Think about where Falcons are at now. They're 5 wins and 3 losses overall in games. That puts them +2 game win-loss differential, tied on series score. G2 can do the exactly same thing. They can match what Falcons have done. Start off with a 2-3 loss and then go right back to that 1-1 round and start tomorrow with a positive game win-loss differential by +2. Think about Gen G. They're right now, they're even. They're 1-1 in series score and they're dead even on game win-loss differential. So this is a perfect chance for G2 to redeem themselves for that disappointing loss to an Oxygen team who have just destroyed Gen G. They rebounded brilliantly from a poor start of the day, I would say. G2 could do the same thing here.
Yeah, for Power, especially Torsos. He's been there for the longest time. He has been there since the inception of OCE getting to be involved in the RLCS. And unfortunately, he's also been there as the narrative is starting to go against them. South America has become the shiny toy that everyone's looking towards. Mina definitely taking up those spots. And for OCE, the side is like, guys, you all excited for us.
Yeah.
Remember, we beat NRG.
they just want to get in that train before it leaves the station. Sam and Mina definitely ready to get going at this event. OCE still looking for their first win, but I don't think it's going to happen. G2 they're such an experienced team. I just cannot see them losing this match. at all. But even coming off the back of a disappointing loss, I still can't see them losing this match. I think that they know how to rebound from a tough defeat, the likes of which they had earlier on.
Well, we'll certainly get to find out soon enough. We're also going to find out what you at home think. Who do you believe is going to be making it through to the 1-1 rounds, which are starting to look a little... We already knew that the 1-1 rounds, the 2-1 rounds, the 2-2 rounds... The 2-2 rounds are terrifying. Hey, we're going to get there very soon.
Yeah.
But that is horrifying. We were talking about this earlier on, how important it is not just to win convincingly on both sides.
Yep.
And if you lose unconvincingly.
yeah. G2 need a 3-0 here to save their day and actually finish strong. I think that would put them top 6 at the end of today's standings, which is a big deal. You just need to be.
We're still predicting Falcons for this, by.
Yeah, apparently we're
I'm still going for them.
If they were in this matchup, I would predict.
You know what?
Win,
I'll go from the bird. I'll jump over to the samurai on this one. I've got G2 over here. Are we going to have 2 people for G2?
Yeah. You know, Power actually had some good scrim results leaked when they first arrived in Europe. The word in the street was that they were beating everybody in scrims, so they looked really competitive. But since then, more recently, arrive in the Netherlands and start scrimming in the venue. Not so good. Their confidence is not too high from talking to the players and talking to other teams backstage.
Yeah.
G2 have been playing very well. I think that was a bit of a blip that we saw earlier on the A stream against Oxygen. I think that G2 is going to be too much for them right now in their current form.
Yeah, and we've already seen what losing the first round tends to do to teams. They get a little bit annoyed. Like everyone that loses that is going to be thinking, this is the time to just prove that was a one-off. All right, we are going to get right back over to it. And for G2, I mean, they'll be looking at this and thinking, all right, no repeat of London Season 5. The org that was there, we were all expecting them to get in front of the big crowds in those days, and they went out very early in that one, and I believe that was also OCE that ended up doing it.
G2 was in London.
Yes.
It was Liquid, I believe.
Season 5.
Oh, Season 5.
I'm going all the way back.
Ah,
I've got the way back machine going in, mate.
Surely G2 is EG. I'm gonna count.
That sounds about right. That
EG.
sounds about right. We're committing to it. If not, we're rewriting history because we have the microphones. I've never utilized that card before.
I don't like to throw you under the bus, but I think it was EG. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe Shogun's right.
We'll find out.
Maybe we're both wrong, more likely than anyone.
Let's find out what everyone else thinks, shall we? Maybe everyone else can join us on being wrong. We can be a whole bunch of very wrong individuals.
Yeah, I'll say the chat voted G2. I mean,
I would imagine so.
You don't even need to check.
I would imagine
you all voted G2. We know. I mean, you're not wrong. You should vote G2.
Well, we'll find out, shall we, as we jump on in to Manfield Night. G2 Esports looking to bounce back. Power looking to prove that OCE should not be looked beyond. Let's find out. Over at Manfield Night for game number 1. And a match that probably is going to prove to us an awful lot because so far, Johnny, Gen G aside, a lot of the teams that we have seen playing for a second time are following patterns.
Yeah. I mean, it needs to be proven to me that Power are here to take down the top teams. G2 looked vulnerable earlier on. I just think that they will level up. I think they know how to improve as an event like this goes on. And I think that unlike the matchup that G2 played earlier on, now they have a mechanical advantage. I say as Chicago misses a backwall read and then another one as if to prove me wrong. Now I think that Power have to prove it to me. I need to see it to believe it right now. I don't. But this is a team that hasn't played up to their potential as well. Power need to be thinking about games first. Just like we said about the James Cheese Falcons match, just take it one game at a time. Let's just figure out how do we win this game. Forget about the series as a whole. Let's just try and take it game at a time. And, every game matters. If you can win one game, then that really helps them out tomorrow.
Especially looking right now at how the seeding is starting to shape up. It has very much become every game is going to dictate potentially who you could go up against. Ampfist waiting on the far side for Fever. Who is unable to get to the ball by himself. I think the thing as well is, whilst Falcons were kind of inviting James Cheese into the series at times, G2 will happily just slam the door shut as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they're going to need to keep doing that because, I've been talking to a lot of the players about the OCE teams and what they expect from them. And although the OCE teams are not feeling all that confident at the moment, I've been hearing that Fever's been playing very well. Fever's been extremely impressive in practice, and a lot of people are taking notice of that. Of course, he's the new player on this team. He played with CJ, and Kami last season. on the Renegades roster. Now he's switched over to another top team in the region. Amethyst and Torsos, both at times in recent years, have been called the best player in OCE. So is Fever. So, you know, definitely a super team in our hands here.
Yeah, you get the feeling that if OCE are going to be able to remake their mark on the international stage, this is the squad.
It should be, yeah.
And certainly needs to show it as Atomic dared Torsos to come and challenge him. This is where G2 wants to be. Keep an eye on the booster mats right now. Amethyst is the only one that's got anything significant to work with. And now they're really stuck in it, but Fever dives at the ball, realized that they had to make a desperation play, and now they've turned it!
What?
G2 had all the cards stacked in their favor, and they've completely lost control.
I love that pass in field from Torsos. He didn't even jump for that one, he just pops it right onto Fever's head. And unfortunately for G2, it just bounces in off a goalkeeper. This isn't the first time that has happened today. I mean, it might be time for G2 to just make sure they're on the inside of that goal line when they're on the goal line. If you're slightly outside and the ball hits you, who knows, maybe it's just going in. Like I said, we saw that happen to them against Oxygen in their first match of the day. Now it's happened again. Things are just going from bad to worse for G2, but where's the regain? It has to be around the corner. It has to be just about to make its nose seen around that corner. Half the game gone, Power lead 1-0.
What I do really appreciate from Power is that it was proactive. All of them had about 12 boosts left. And it was like, okay, we need to go now because if we don't, it's done. It's as good as a goal without it actually being on the board just yet. Sent themselves for it, got themselves into a better position.
Look at this.
1-0 to Power, and again, they are being proactive. Oh,
wow.
Oh, one of the best goal steals you will see.
Oh, the faces on the left of the screen are absolutely comical there as Torsos almost saves his teammate's shot after landing the demo on the goal line. But before that, Atomic got beat into the ball by an absolute mile. What is going on? Fever dusted him by an entire desert's worth. It was ridiculous.
Amethyst is going again. Torsos wants another one, but Atomic avoids being hit this time around. But Power have spotted it now. They know that goalkeeper is vulnerable.
This is crazy. It's not just the fact that G2 are trailing 2-0. It's the fact that every time Fever goes for the ball, he makes contact. That's a great team save. I don't think Fever or Amethyst had a confident save with either one of them, but with both of them combined, they've managed to angle that one clear. But yeah, look at how Power are making contact. Every time they go, they're getting there.
I need to see this again because surely not, but G2 are struggling to figure out who's supposed to go, and Atomic just waited.
They're getting beaten. I mean, again, Fever beats his opponent to the ball. G2 are the team who are losing the mechanical race.
But my problem for that one is that Atomic faced it and then corrected himself. He was facing the ball, could go for it, change the angle of the cut, and by then it was far too late. It was the sort of positioning that you do when you want to bait someone in for a challenge that you know you've already got won. As you said, ends up just allowing himself to get beat to the ball. 3-0.
Oh, really?
No way. 3-0. Oh, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, this is starting to be the thing that is happening.
Oh, my goodness. Go next. Just go next. G2 want to forfeit. If you could forfeit in this format, I'm sure they would because it has gone wrong every way that it could go wrong. Atomic's getting beaten to the ball. Chicago's just hit the bar on the most open net of the day, and JNAP's missing a back wall clear. What are we watching? Who is this team in the orange right now, and what have they done with G2 Esports?
Well, for those of you that were dedicated enough to open up both of our streams, this is your reward.
Did T-Bates pick G2 to win this?
I don't think Bates got an opinion on this one, unless it was behind the scenes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. Is
There's no way you've missed again.
They missed again. Oh my days! What? I'm thinking it has to be T-Bates. If anyone's not aware, he's currently 0 for 5. He's gotten every prediction wrong on the mainstream today, and he might have just snuck in a G2 prediction while they were talking about the A-stream match. That's the only thing that explains what we're currently seeing is that T-Bates said G2 were going to win, and of course that means he's cursed them.
I have informed T-Bates that he is very welcome to join the European prediction tournament next split. I could choose someone that's guaranteed to be last.
We'd love to have him, given his current record. We'd love to have him. Okay, G2 are on the board here. There's just no time, but...
It's something. It's anything.
Their confidence seems to just be completely shot. I'm so surprised.
Oh, look at this. Amethyst is just already chatting. He already knows that it's pretty much go next now.
Well, they're having a great time. I mean, they probably can't believe it as much as we can because G2 were coming in as one of the you know, hot teams in practice. Everybody's been talking about them, how they're playing so well. How they just look so dominant and so focused. And now they just can't get it together in the field. Like you said, Atomic many times today, half goes for the ball, then he turns around in no man's land. Somebody's got to tell him to just go. Stop hesitating, Atomic. You're such a good player. You're one of the best players in the world. If you think you can get to the ball, you probably can. Just stop with the hesitation, because as long as it keeps happening, it's Atomic and it's Chicago and JNAPs that are getting confused, and it's G2 that are the losing team for it.
All right, calm. I'm just going to take a breath myself. That was one game. It was a catastrophic game, but it was one game. G2, go next.
Go next. Regame.
Don't do whatever that was again. And the next game is worth just as much as this one was. But
I don't know.
It's hard for us to get out of our heads. What's it going to be like for the players?
It's bizarre. I mean, I had a feeling that NA was being slightly overrated coming into this event, but this is unprecedented. This is unbelievable.
And you're about to deal with real smug
What's
Johnny at this
happening?
rate.
I mean, I don't even have to try. I don't even have to dig deep.
He's got. We've not got Stumpy here for this event, but Johnny's going to have them both covered.
I mean, like I said, I almost feel bad at this point because the day is going so badly that I don't want to. I don't want to point it out, but it's happening in front of our very eyes. If G2 somehow lose the series to Power, I don't know how to explain that one. I really don't. There's zero indication from anyone I've talked to at this event that this is even a remote possibility. Never mind a likelihood that could happen today. None.
G2 at every event have always been an all or nothing sort of team across the entirety of the org's history for RLCS live events. But this isn't the sort of nothing that we would ever expect from them. They're now going into game number 2. Confidence can be instantly reset by getting the first goal. If you concede it, though, alarm bells go off, and Atomic needs to look comfortable here. Chicago with JNAP's midfield to aim for, ends up trying to go the entire way by himself. This first goal is huge, Johnny, and it looks like they're in the better spot.
Oh
JNAP's is
my
gone!
goodness.
Power 1, G2 0.
Listen, it's easy in situations like this for one of the fan-favorite teams, one of the best teams in the world, are just not playing at their usual level. It's easy to forget, and it's easy to not notice just how well Power are playing. I mean, this is clinical. When they see an opportunity to go for the ball, they are going with no hesitation. When they see an opening to shoot, they're putting the ball in quickly before G2 can have any chance of getting back.
It's also against what some of the players on Power have been sort of known for, where they do get matches internationally where teams are not playing at their best. And sometimes rather than stepping up to the level that they should be, they drop down and end up trading at that sort of level when we know that they are better than that. This time around, Power have seen the level that G2 are playing, and they're not treating them like their name is G2 Esports. They are treating them like a team that is making mistakes.
Well, you know, I've got to admit, I really wrote them off because they've been telling me that they're not confident. They've been telling everybody that they're not confident. Oh, that's not a confidence statement. Starsauce, he gets the pre-jump a little bit wrong, gets the read a little bit wrong. But it's G2's read who's on the score sheet. Nice little approach from the back post. Starsauce jumped in the wrong direction, couldn't correct himself. Finally, G2 shows some life.
And we should reiterate here, because this is obviously, given how the first game went and how this one started, Power are obviously the hot informed team right now. But for G2, if they don't have to up their level a tremendous amount to consider themselves as favorites yet again in a series like this.
I mean, that's how impressive G2 are when they're getting everything working the way they want. They're a team with so many gears that they can go to. Right now, they're stalling. They're just trying to get the engine started, never mind getting up in gears. But if they, like I said, if they can just get it started at all, then they can beat a team like Power. They can just be the better mechanical team. They can be the better strategical team. That's something that they've done to, you know, it's no disrespect to Power. I mean, G2 have done that to almost anyone.
We also know for G2 especially, as this is a good look here from Power, we know from G2 especially that the mental does not drop on a team like this. It's a team that had that heartbreaking bracket reset go against them over at LA, came back, smashed them in the bracket reset. Did not let that affect them in the long run. There are not many sets of players out there that can do that.
And that's sort of why I was expecting a regain from G2, and I'm so surprised to see them come out with the same lack of confidence, that they showed us against Oxygen. I mean, when you're hesitating against Oxygen, that's fair enough. We've seen what they've just done to Gen G on the A stream. Oxygen's mechanics are just through the roof. They're one of the best mechanical teams in the world. So if you see one of them going for the ball, you do doubt yourself, think, well, maybe he is.
Fever, that's not good. Oh, he
what
saved
a
himself.
save.
That was 100 boost wasted to get the ball into his own, well, near his own goal. That does end up being the savior for his team. 2 minutes left here, Johnny. Saw a lot of goals in the first game, but this next one, that's a little bit extra to it.
Yeah, G2 just trying to plug the gaps here and trying not to second-guess themselves in a matchup where they really should not be second-guessing themselves. Oh, what a bump. What a save as well, but it's not gone clear. Amphis able to salvage something. Maybe get a back pass offloaded towards Fever. Atomic's glued himself to the ball. It's much better from G2.
Not quite the comfortable fix to that problem that you would have expected. Power have been actively hunting down the goalkeeper on G2 Esports. And the response to that has just been, yeah, do a really good job avoiding the demo. That's not a spot you want to find yourself in all too often. Not only because, hey, once or twice you might actually get hit, but also it just negatively impacts your ability to save the oncoming shots.
Well, that's a miss. That's not a great touch from Fever as well. Perhaps a shot into the middle. Great recovery by Torsos. He had that one locked down. I think maybe G2, there's a chance that they've underestimated Power coming into this. I'll be the first to say that I did by a large margin. And I think they themselves might have even underestimated the level that they're going to produce. But we're G2 expecting the heavily physical Power and the team-based Power that we're seeing. What a goal. G2 caught in the counter-attack by a full team passing play.
And I think crucially there, Fever involved in the setup because he was the one that was starting to slip a little bit. A couple of mistakes, putting his team under pressure, but switches it up, provides the assist. 2-1 to Power, 40 seconds left. Oh, G2 will have to reverse sweep. Oh, they've surely got that. Yes, they do.
It's a good save, good clear as well by G2, but they need a lot more than that right now. It's been just quality again from Power. They've been so clinical with their opportunities. The bumps in the final third have been phenomenal. The passing has been phenomenal. They're going to go for a mind game as well. Good job by JNaps not to fall for it, but what have they got in terms of transition? Can they hit Power on the counter the way that they were just...
That's a large commit.
Amphis just says, none of that. I'm just going to get the ball back in your end of the field. Oh, there really is no time for G2.
Oh, a miss there from Torsos. Atomic wants to try and provide one more spark for his team. It drops down. G2 must reverse sweep Power.
What are we witnessing right here, right now, Shogun? This doesn't make any sense.
All right.
What are we witnessing?
Firstly, appreciate all of you that have got multiple Rocket League streams open. But right now is not the time to be greedy. Everyone needs to know. You need to be getting the word out there. Get on the socials. Let everybody know. Twitch.tv/RL Esports. Because G2 could very well be playing for, not necessarily their tournament lives, but that rope's about to get an awful lot shorter.
I can't believe.
They are hanging on. They are hanging on and it's just going away.
How is this happening? What is going on? Because not only are G2 struggling in a matchup that we thought they were going to dominate, but even when they started to show the weaknesses in defense, even when they played a more solid game, which they just did, by the way, that was more consistent. I didn't see a lot of hesitation, but Power are stepping up. They are producing quality that we expect to see from G2. I mean, this squad, Power, they're the second seed from OCE coming into this event, but really, they're the team that most of us expected to be the best coming out of OCE because they've won the most recent 2 regionals in OCE. It was the massive fall off in confidence that's happened in the past 2 or 3 days from them that's had myself doubting them, it's had them doubting themselves, it's had everybody thinking that they're going to struggle in matchups just like this one. But it seems like they're the team who have managed to regain. They're the team who have managed to forget about all that and just focus on one game at a time against a team many thought, myself included, we're going to just run right through them.
You know, I really want to not be a hypocrite right now and just like show the guys over on the A stream like this is happening right now. But I can also hear Jorby. Apparently that is also very exciting. Whatever is going on over there.
I bet it is. It's been a good streak of matches over there in the A stream. No sweeps. You know, as far as sweeps go, this would be one of the more memorable ones. This would be one of the most unexpected result in the history of RLCS.
I don't think OC are going to get greedy enough where they need it to be. You know what, for now, I think they would very happily just not see any more games. Like, get it done here.
No, get it done, but don't give G2 momentum. If you're playing Power right now, if you're the Power coach, you're the Power manager, you're hoping that you just get a G2 out of here as quickly as possible. Because we've all seen what G2 can do. If they get one win, that can easily be two, and suddenly they're the team reverse sweeping you. You can't give them a foothold in this series. You have to keep the pressure on. You have to keep up with the bumps, keep up with the passes, just keep on going for the ball with no hesitation. Oh, that's unreal from Fever. He was running away from a bump. He wave dashes into an interception. Fever's been class.
He's resettled.
Absolute class.
He had about 2 minutes in the last game where I was really worried for him because he was making some very silly mistakes and putting his team in a lot of trouble. But ever since the setup, he's been right back to the Fever that we know he should be.
I mean, he's been talked about, like I said, such
there
a positive light. Look at it
go.
go.
Okay. Wasn't going to be that easy.
This really should be hitting the target there, but he was playing catch up the entire time.
Come back.
Looks like there was someone back, but Atomic had an opportunity there. Didn't get back to the ball. It's been Fever's speed and his efficiency that I've been most impressed with. When he goes, he gets there. When he tries to beat someone to the ball, he often has. In a matchup where you'd think he would be struggling to catch up to an organized G2 Esports.
You heard me referencing jumping at ghosts in the last game. This is kind of an example of what I mean. Especially right now as well. It would help if Power do get rid of the ball. But they're not expecting G2 to be somewhere. They are reading where G2 are, making the right decisions based on what they know is happening on the field, rather than what they think G2 and a team of their caliber should be doing. As got away with that.
Yes, Thiago accidentally blocking his teammates clear, but nothing too bad has happened off the back of that. Torsos playing keep away brilliantly here. Fever brought in, not the best shot by him, but well worked by Power with the pass and the mind game. Once again, Power are creating chances. They're the team who look the more likely to score. G2 are just, it looks like they're just playing not to lose at the moment. They don't go for it enough, in my opinion. Look how many times Power are getting right up next to the G2 goal and testing the woodwork.
Oh, that's a good challenge to run. Atomic had to be defensively aware. All these challenges coming through. Power forced to restart again, and Torstov's actually sliced the aerial for this. That's got it to work. Demo on one. Fever gets another to jump. 90 seconds, 0-0. Power have got glory in their side.
No way.
Oh, couldn't quite find the double. Now we got to the opposite side of the field, but J-Nab's touch is far too heavy, and Torsos can just sell things down again.
Well, you know, if Fever had 5 more boosts, I think he scored in that. He had the read. He just didn't have enough boost to get back to the ball. Power continuing to clear the ball with relative ease. Where the G2 interceptions we're used to seeing. Where's the G2 pressure we're used to seeing? Atomic just a hair away from catching on the infield pass. Now he's past one. J-Naps collects. Oh, it looks like Fever.
What a play!
Oh, he's done so well. He's trapped the ball between his car and the wall, got his flip back, and then just eased it to safety with no chance of G2 scoring in that entire time.
That was good before the reset.
Oh my!
Chicago! You saw the boost. He finished with 1 at the time that he made contact with the ball. Oh, that's not great. Who's first? Oh, Atomic! Now it's Torsos with the opportunity. He's got there. It's so close. Amphis can't get it across the line either. And G2 just saw this series almost get away from them.
Well, Atomic missed the initial read. He somehow got back to the ball. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, but the ball stays out of the G2 net. That's all they'll care about right now. Power have had by far the better chances in this game. They'll feel like they should be ahead. Now G2 have double committed. It's last man, Atomic. He does well. He gets it back into the middle. It's off the bar. Once again, G2 with a late winner attempt.
Oh, Amphis keeps
it up. I don't think he knew it was dropping on him.
Anywhere but there, Torsos.
They might work with this. No, it's actually going to be an overtime. G2 let it happen.
Well, here we go then. Power 1 goal away from putting G2 into the elimination parts of the bracket. Already said that the 2-2 round was going to be horrible to be in. Let alone talking about the 0-2 round, the 1-2 round, if they even make it there.
What a gauntlet that'll be if it's James Cheese G2. Imagine you have to play Farming Cart Falcons G2. That's what's currently happening.
Well, G2, if they lose this, would have to then win 6 series in a row to win this tournament.
Yeah. Something that they have, I believe, done before.
That's just a lower bracket
It would have been 5, maybe.
Gotta get there first.
Yeah, they desperately need to just win a game here, get a foothold in this series. Power just trying to get rid of them right now. Completely reset their tournament, go back to an even game win-loss differential themselves. That's the same as Gen G Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Power with a chance to get right back into the mix. Reset from Amphis. Ball gets away from him. A lot of boost for Chicago to work with. G2 stretched pretty thin at the moment, and Beaver's up early. Beaver finds in! 3-0! G2 Esports with another nightmare in Europe.
OCE back on the Rocket League map. Power 3, G2 0.
One of the greatest upsets in RLCS history. Power sweep G2 Esports. That's a bigger upset than Sandrock sweeping them last season, I would say. This is crazy, given the fact that Power were 0-3 in their first series of the day. What a regain by them. G2 will start today, tomorrow, 0-2.
Hi, by the way. Yeah, good. You've caught us during a bit of a moment of disbelief.
We thought we were thinking to ourselves when we saw this schedule we've got, that's probably 2 sweeps, but not this direction. We didn't think it was going to be Power sweeping G2.
I mean, at least we're keeping it quick, but... Oh.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
We're struggling over here, but...
I've got no words to explain how that has happened. Now, how have Power 3-0 G2?
Just like, yeah, I've done it again. Of course I've done it again. Well, it was the team that was put together to do this.
They're an OCE super team. Their form has come, way down coming into this event. They were not confident at all. Everybody's been telling me G2's destroying everybody in scrims. They're looking great. And now suddenly Power are right back up, peaking, and G2 are in the bin completely. NA in the bin. Can they get out? Can NA get out the bin?
Set me up well here, actually, because for me, OC for the last year or so, it was like that meme where it's just like holding up the fresh new toy. I don't want to play with you anymore. But everyone else are like, OC is just online, and then suddenly we're all looking, just going, you know what, OCE?
It's looking pretty good, actually.
Yeah, let's get you back over here with Mina and Sam.
You know, if the goal here was to just get some quality wins and prove that they are going to be fighting against the best teams in the world, like Mina and like Sam have been at the last few events, they've done it. That is job done. They've just beaten G2 Esports confidently. That was a sweep if I've ever seen one. I mean, G2 were just trying not to lose.
I mean, that game one, for it. You can definitely argue like G2 just were not there.
Yeah.
Game 2 and 3, though.
Oh, Power.
Forced to fight.
Great goals, like quality goals. I'm so impressed with Power's offense, the passing, the trust that they had in each other to nail those infield passes. Look at the winning goal. Fever up a year before the defense. We were just hoping that he hits the bar. Free shot because he had the faith in the pass landing. G2's interceptions, nowhere to be seen. They were just completely outplayed by a wonderfully performed Power roster, who I completely underestimated. I'll be the first to admit.
All right, well, we're going to have to somehow look forward because just like everyone else, we've got other matches happening today. Let's have a look at exactly what those are. Next up, Quadrant against Team Secret.
Who knows? Who on earth knows what's going to happen?
I'm so happy I don't have to predict these anymore.
Who knows? Anyway, if G2 if Power can sweep G2, then that could go either way. Yeah. That could go either way, ladies and gentlemen. Team Secret are no slouch. You're not going to want to miss that one.
Yeah, we could absolutely be talking about this for the next, 5 minutes. We could talk about this up until that match is ready, but instead, we're going to send you to break. We're going to go and find out what happened elsewhere because Jorby's going off elsewhere.
one to the backboard. Tries to send one to the back of the net. And he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire, try to clear this away. Let me call it with the back. Picked up the steam. It's still there for Jim. He scored!
In another week it will be not.
That's hot.
Get it while it's hot.
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore.
sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know.
Welcome back. I'm James Spott, joined here by Corelli. Corelli, we're sitting here. We're going to be covering some teams that are 0-1. We've got Secret versus Quadrant that we're going to be getting into in just a little bit. But how has your day been going so far?
Been great, man. Rotterdam's been good. I didn't know what to expect. I've never been out here before, but it's been great. And, I mean, obviously the gameplay has been absolutely wild. If you've just been parked here, you just saw Power crush G2 3-0.
I could not believe it.
I mean, we were watching in the green room.
You said Power was winning. I was like, what? I have to look at this. And then
I was reading out the scores, and people were in disbelief.
I was watching that overtime between version 1 and Liquid that went over 10 minutes. So
and both teams were in overtime at 1.2. That's how crazy today has been. Both streams are sitting in overtime at the same time. Look at the schedule here. Falcons took down James Cheese 3-0. Power, what you guys just saw here on this stream, 3-0ing G2. And, of course, our next matchup here, Quadrant and Team Secret, the third bar.
Yeah, and then to close out the day on the B stream is Pioneers versus FaZe. And FaZe, if you saw them, it was a bit shocking. I mean, we casted that series.
Yeah,
so
a little shaky from it.
It has been, I think, shaky from a few teams. The nerves from day one certainly playing a factor. And also maybe the jet lag. Who knows?
I mean, typically that's how it's been, especially for a lot of the NA teams, too. They really struggle going overseas. And what about this matchup, James? Quadrant and Team Secret, EU versus South America.
Yeah, this is an interesting one as well. And you've got KV1 who, formerly on the club, who, did pretty well at the World Championship. Now coming in, he's moved over to Team Secret, teaming up with Knight and Sad. And it's going to be a tough matchup against Quadrant. This is a team that made it to the finals in Europe, and I think we're all really recognizing how strong Europe is. It's like we forget every single land.
I didn't forget, James. I'm not going to lie to you.
Me either. I did an interview with Dazrin, and I said, I'm really worried about North America. I think Europe is really good. And, for the most part, that's proved to be the case. And Quadrant, though, they did fall earlier to version 1, but version 1, they are probably the one of the more consistent North American LAN teams. And I think it's been fun getting to see a little bit of Cash. We saw Cash with a really nice double tap in that version 1 series. I think we know that they have that in them, but this could be a tough matchup. I'm actually interested to see this one.
Well, you have to remember too, Quadrant, all their games against version 1, except for the last one, was a 1-goal game. They played version 1 very close, and you were giving a lot of kudos over to version 1. I think that goes well for Quadrant. I think they're a team that has to get a little warmed up here at this LAN. It's a team that's been grinding for it, and I think that this is a big opportunity to kind of cement themselves into this Swiss stage, is kind of just get a win over Team Secret. I think one that they're favored to win here at the moment. A lot of times the SAM number 2 seed, which is what Team Secret is kind of playing.
Oh no, that's a bad sign. I mean,
oh no,
relating wave.
Wake up,
dude! You're on camera, man. You gotta bring your A game, not yawn.
But
wake up.
The assumption is that, Quadrant is favored here as we take a look at Team Secret, a team that's been kind of playing second fiddle to the club in South America. KV1 just leaving the club to join this team. And they made it back to LAN, or he's made it back here to LAN. Knight as well, a young player that's been up and coming here in South America. And of course, Sad, who's been locking things down for Team Secret. And he kind of looks sad right there, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, what's worse, looking sad or yawning? We saw Relating Wave a bit tired, but there's really no. We might be joking, but there's really not much room for mistakes anymore. You're already sitting at 0-1. If you lose this series, there's a chance you might not even play in front of the crowd at Rotterdam. So in being 0-2 and having to reverse sweep out of the Swiss stage, that is a tall task for any team, no matter how good you are. Having no lives left, having to win 3 straight.
And with the nerves that we've seen here at this LAN already, having the pressure of being 0-2 is just that much more pressure, and it's going to bring out a lot more nerves from these teams. So neither of them, of course, want to do it, but one of them's got to walk away 0-2.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Twitch chat gets a win in the win column with their predictions. If you want to predict who will win this match, go ahead, get on your keyboard, type hashtag quad for quadrant, hashtag TS for Team
Here's the good news, James. Nobody can do worse than Bates right now. You
That's
can't.
true. I mean, he was doing so poorly that he actually did not show up.
I don't blame him.
For the beginning of one of the segments. He could not show his face. He was so ashamed. He could not show his face on the broadcast. That is a rare thing.
He was eating dinner. I walked up and said, Bates, what's going on? He says, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. And then he didn't show up on desk. So I don't know what's going on.
All right. Well, and it's now it's our turn. Okay. I believe we get to do these.
Yes, it's talent predictions.
All right. So
your talent.
I know I'm talent by name. I hope that I
Not
can
by
live
nature.
up to that. Yeah. But I think Quadrant here. I think Quadrant is the favorite. They made it to a final in Europe, which is a very difficult thing to do. I think they're going to take it. What about you, Corelli?
My consistency in my picks wants to say Quadrant. I picked Quadrant over version 1 as, I guess, an upset there. I like this Quadrant squad. I think that dynamic duo of Cash and Ixo is really fun to watch. I don't think we got it going again, or they got it going. I'm saying we like I'm on the team. They didn't get it going against version 1. I think Team Secret is going to give them that opportunity to get it going. So I'm also going to go Quadrant.
Yeah, but I think all eyes will be on KV1. It was the move that they made, bringing him over from the club. This is why you make big moves, especially when you're at the top of your region, is because you're trying to get that team that has the ability to win it all. And if Team Secret can take down Quadrant here, I think they can take anyone down.
And they just slid in here. They had a tiebreaker match with Crew. I mean, this was like super close for them to get into this. And that's, like you said, why you make the roster change. We talked about it with a lot of teams here at this LAN. Making roster change with successful teams to be better on LAN. I think that's where Team Secret's trying to go here. So we shall see how it pans out here against Quadrant.
You're exactly right. And just a reminder, this is the 0-1 Swiss matchup. Whoever loses will be going 0-2 and will have to play an elimination match. Any teams that go 0-3, they don't get to play in front of the crowd. So that is really one big factor that's going to be weighing on these players as they get into the series. But do we get to cover how Twitch chat voted before we get into
I am curious.
Wow, 75%.
I'm not shocked that Quadrant wins this, but by that margin?
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. 20.
That's pretty typical, though. I think the number 2 seed from Sam doesn't get a lot of respect. And this is a huge opportunity, I think, for Team Secret to take down a team that is absolutely beatable. Johnny Boy was saying at the end of his of the cast with Shogun against Power and G2, this is a series that you want to watch because it is a series where Team Secret could come out and beat Quadrant, which would just, again, throw everything more into flux as it's been already.
All right, well, Corelli, the wait is over. It's time to get into this one. Let's do it. We've got Quadrant versus Team Secret. Game 1 getting kicked off in just a moment.
Very high stakes for both these teams. Again, as we've been mentioning, sitting at 0-1 as we zip out of this hype chamber and onto the field. It is still going to be a best of 5. It is still a Swiss stage. And I think for Quadrant, as I mentioned, they're trying to get into it. There were some sparks of greatness against version 1. I think that experience really showed from version 1, the poise against Quadrant. Team Secret, they had a tough time against Team Liquid. They lost 3-0, were outscored 8-2. It really can only go up for them here in this series as we get things kicked off.
And off kickoff, KV1 forced it all the way down to the Quadrant corner, but Cash and his trademark dominance trying to lead the counter. Sad. Right down the gut. Be space for Cash. First touch went off to the side a little bit, but Cash still going to work with it. KV1 in his own corner. Stopped by Ixo. Ixo rips the shot. KV1 doesn't have boost to really do anything with that ball. It was a good pass. Does get the corner boost steal, so this could be a nice opportunity for Team Secret. There was the bump and the backboard pass. Ixo moving in with the dribble, and KV1, he ended up having to retreat, and that made Knight move in, and that gave up space now for Quadrant. Quadrant already on an early attack.
A little late there from Ixo, trying to whip back around and make sure that he doesn't give up the space in behind. But some good passing in the trenches there from Quadrant. They're still trying to press on here. Team Secret do get out for only maybe a moment here. Relating Wave, can he get the read? He doesn't get back down. Cash will pass it over to Ixo, and Knight gets up in the way and able to clear it out for Team Secret, but maybe not as far as they wanted here as Relating Wave. Throwing a lot of fakes behind it.
The fake king right now, Relating Wave. Relating Wave will have to play defense now. 2v1 situation. Sad hits it off to the side. Does get the corner boost steal. KV1 slowed down by Cash. Rebound out to Sad. Double tap off the ground, but Relating Wave will find Ixo, who puts it mid. Cash, can he get the double? Does get a double, but sends it off to the corner, and there was a demo by Sad. And that gives space now. The air dribble cringe play. It's not going to come through.
And you got to look out for Sad. He leads the team here for demos. 10th in South America and averaging just under 1.5 demos a game. It's one of his bigger contributions statistically for Team Secret, that and assists. So he plays a big participation role. It really is Knight and KB1 scoring a lot of the goals, but it's Sad facilitating, whether on the ball or off the ball. Here comes Sad now. He's going to take it all the way. Can he find the corner? He does! And Team Secret on the board first.
Facilitating himself, scoring that goal. And that one was unassisted. Sad picking it up. That extra little hit you saw. Cash and Ixo both near post could not get across the net. And despite Quadrant having most of the possession and spending quite a bit of time on attack, it's Team Secret that scores first.
A little slow start, or a bit of a slow start, I should say, from Quadrant. They've had a couple of good chances. Another one. Knight comes across the net to turn that one away, but Quadrant again, they have been walking the line on the Team Secret side and have yet to break through.
And I thought that was a goal, especially on director cam. Double tap, there's a bump as well. KV1 getting forced out of net. Sad, a little tip. It's enough for Knight to be able to sweep by and clear it out. Now Sad scored the first goal. Can he get another? Corner boost steal from Sad. Team Secret picking up the momentum. Starting to boost Starve. You can see Cash finally getting some boost in the corner. Ixo's empty. Rebound out to the middle of the field. Sad, light shot will be easily saved.
You can see there, Cash had to kind of navigate Team Secret players in front of him and made that save a lot harder than it looked. He did well there to be patient for just a beat to allow the man that was trying to push him out of the way to fly by.
And you know Sad wanted to just put that shot in to force the rebound. And that was, I think, what slowed Cash down, was not wanting to put it in a dangerous spot. Ixo clearing that off the line. KV1 up the wall. Uses his flip to get to that 50. Bounces down right to Relating Wave. Knight with a challenge as well. Ixo driving by the ball, using up some boost. And now Cash was in an awkward position, but managed it well.
And you're seeing, you know, the typical play style here from Team Secret if you've been following along in South America. They like to control the game. It's a very slow pace. It's really not typical of South American teams. A lot of the analysis that you'll hear about South America is how fast they are. That's not necessarily the case here from Team Secret. That's not a bad thing. It's gotten them here to a land. And against Quadrant right now, I think they've done a great job of controlling this game. They have a 1-0 lead. Quadrant, though, they've been very, very close, but the defense has come up big here for Team Secret.
Infield pass to nobody. Cash never moved up. Relating Wave on empty. It has been a boost struggle for Relating Wave. And that ball bouncing perilously in front of net. No one from Quadrant going in for the shot.
Yeah, I think Quadrant was a little shocked that Team Secret wasn't coming out for that one, but 5 seconds left on the clock now. Ixo tried to bring it down. Now Cash to the corner. Sad denies. One more bounce. And Relating Wave tries to keep it alive, but it'll be Team Secret eking out a 1-0 win.
And that in an unassisted goal. That was it from Sad. You saw him on the air dribble. We almost saw KV1 get an air dribble bump play. But Sad, the one to put it in. We take a look at Ixo from Quadrant. And if you remember back to when we were looking at the cams before this game even started, Corell, there was that yawn from Relating Wave, which perhaps is an omen to this slow start.
I don't know how you could be yawning when I can. Jorby is louder than you right now next to you. I don't know if that's coming through the mic. I literally couldn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah, I can hear Jorby.
There better be nobody sleeping in here because Jorby's screaming so loud. But I think what's interesting, too, about this first game is Quadrant 8 shots to the 7 saves coming out from Team Secret as well. And that was something we kind of pointed out. So I think Quadrant here definitely put in enough work to get that goal. It was just the great saves coming out from Team Secret that kept the sheet clean.
There was the one, I think it was from Knight, who just swooped in and saved it right off the goal line. When I thought on director cam, I thought that was going to be a goal for sure, but they were able to keep that out. And Quadrant started out the game having a lot of pressure. They had a lot of possession in Team Secret's half. They were getting shot opportunities, but they just could not find the gap. They couldn't put it in. Now, game 2 on Aquadome. Will Team Secret get another game, or will Quadrant answer back? And I think many people would consider it an upset if Team Secret takes down Quadrant in this series. But after that first game, it seems, I mean, if not possible, it might actually seem likely.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with the way game 1 went, why not for Team Secret? It wouldn't be crazy to say that they come out here in this series. That's a great dunk from Sad. And it pops up for KV1. I think for Quadrant, though, you got to know that you did just about everything you could to score a goal there. It wasn't like Team Secret smothered them in game 1. It was more that their defense bailed them out in a lot of these attacks from Quadrant. Quadrant have to just be a bit better to convert. Team Secret now looking for a way out. KV1 wants to take it by himself. That's how they got their first goal. It was Sad on the solo play. Knight calling his own number. Maybe a double tap off the back wall. And what a save from Cash to get that read. It's still dangerous. The slow shot comes out from KV1, but still wide.
And that shot also going to be going in. Shot after shot after shot. Quadrant kept them out as long as they could, but eventually Team Secret powers through. And you know, that shot from Knight, you're not really going to score on it, but we've seen this already from Team Secret where they're happy to just throw the shot in, make it on target, force the save, and then play the rebound.
Yeah, they like to just throw it over the wall and see what comes back. And sometimes Quadrant get a soft touch, and Team Secret's there to punish. That's certainly what happened there in their first goal in game 2. Back up by 1, Team Secret go.
We'll see if Quadrant can even score. Relating wave. Downfield, Knight had to half flip out. It's tipped by Ixo to the backboard, and Sad will launch it over to KV1, who gets a long clear. And now his own rebound. KV1 threatening, but Ixo was able to save that one away.
And something that I mentioned before we jumped into this, James, I was saying Quadrant, they have a great duo in Ixo and Cash. Haven't seen a lot of it here. They've been scrambling to keep a lot of possession, especially in game 2. Team Secret's defense, they've been very strong here against Quadrant. Quadrant's look very flat on offense here in game 2 specifically.
And now looking even flatter. Sad coming in off the pass from KV1. KV1 also making the most of that demo play. You saw Knight with the demo making things awkward defensively for Quadrant.
I'm looking at Quadrant's cams. I didn't see anyone really say anything when that goal went in. And afterwards, I saw Ixo look over his monitor in kind of disappointment. So frustration clearly setting in for Quadrant. And why not? Because Team Secret, they're now pulling away here in game 2. Demo came out from KV1. Still trying to keep the pressure on. I think Team Secret, you got to run up the score as much as you can. You can see it's affecting Quadrant. It's been very tough for them to get a hold of this ball here in game 2.
This might be a chance, but KV1 defends it so brilliantly, also dunks Relating Wave. Not only shutting down that chance from Cash, but making sure Relating Wave couldn't do anything with that ball.
And that's kind of been how this game's gone. You haven't seen a lot come out from Quadrant on the ball. And that's one of the ways that they've got to this land. They got guys like Cash pulling off amazing solo
that
plays.
Was a nice save, though.
A follow-up from Knight, and Quadrant are able to get back. But when you shut down the individual plays, when you shut down the highlight moments for Quadrant, it becomes very flat. That's exactly what's happening here against Team Secret.
But just moments ago, those back-to-back saves from Quadrant keep this just a 2-goal game. Like Corelli, you said it right. It is a flat offensive performance so far from Quadrant, who are still looking for their first goal of the series. And they need 2 just to force overtime. Long clear downfield, Sad. First touch control. Trying to tip it over Ixo. Does do it. Cash the mid. Look at the touch, but he's out of boost. Has to pick up small pads on the retreat. Relating Wave with the 50. That's all he can do. He's also low on boost. The dive from Ixo. Cash going for a double tap.
Ixo upfield makes one miss as well.
Quadrant trying to find that possession that they have not had here in game 2. Cash has an opportunity, plays it out to Ixo, but KV1 all over it. A minute on the clock, and Quadrant have got to go to work. KV1 gets a demo. Space here for Knight. Good dunk to keep it going. Quadrant there trying to slow it down. And this is just taking time off the clock. A good clear. Here's Cash. Can't get the redirect. It's off the post. That one was almost in. And Team Secret turns it away.
If that's on target, that play is gonna be a goal. I mean, I think Cash had Team Secret fooled. Team Secret perhaps thinking that Cash was gonna get the redirect on that shot, but off the post and out. That has to hurt for Quadrant. Cash not giving up just yet. Ixo will get one. And with 18 seconds left on the clock, Quadrant still have some hope.
And these are the plays that we were talking about. The individual plays from Quadrant. Ixo showing it there, beating the last man on the line, giving some hope here for Quadrant in game 2. 18 seconds left on the clock. Let's see how the kickoff goes for them. As Relating Wave will try and collect it here in the corner, but they got to get downfield, and Team Secret are not going to make it easy here in the final 10.
Cash, 30 boost, going for the dunk. It's over to Relating Wave, who pops it. Solo play, gets shut down by Sad, and no boost for Cash. You saw Ixo trying to streak back to get the touch. Couldn't get there in time, and now back-to-back game wins for Team Secret. Team Secret, I mean, I was thinking they might perfect sweep Quadrant, but Ixo scored with the 18 seconds left on the clock. I mean, for Quadrant, is it panic time? I mean, you have not been able to do anything offensively. That was a solo play from Ixo. It wasn't even the most impressive of goals. Team Secret has been dominant so far.
Yeah, I think Quadrant have to pick up the pace of the game. I think Team Secret, they've gotten in their groove, and one of the biggest things here is they're just, Quadrant is allowing Team Secret to control the game. It seems like everything's in possession of Team Secret, where it's Quadrant allowing Team Secret to come at them and Quadrant just trying to stay afloat, right? Seen a lot of counterattacks there in that last game rather than Quadrant trying to hold the ball in the final third. And you're seeing Team Secret saying, this is our game plan. This is our style of play as well. This is perfect. And they're not going to blow out Quadrant in any of these games. They haven't, but they're going to win them because this is how Team Secret's played all season so far. This is their play style, and I don't think this is how Quadrant would want to play. They need to have those big moments. They need to have that individual expression because it's just, that's how they play, and that's how Cash gets hyped up. That's how Ixo's shined here in this fall split, is when you have that space, and I think Team Secret has done a great job of just controlling the game and allowing, I think, Quadrant to have a lot of poor clears that Team Secret just eats up and goes right back the other way.
And you feel like part of the success for Quadrant would just be retaining a little bit of possession and finding that outlet pass, especially to Cash, who is airborne. Let him go for those double taps. If you can kind of use your elbows and get in that space, perhaps you can get him kick-started. So far, it has been quiet for Quadrant, and Game 3 does not start out any better for him, but for Team Secret, they just do what they've been doing all series long.
And that one came right out tonight. And Quadrant, disaster start here in Game 3. They're sitting 0-2 here in this series, now staring down 0-2 in Swiss. If they were to lose this, and to be swept by Team Secret would be a little eyebrow-raising, James.
Oh, I think so. And that's nothing against Team Secret, but with teams of this caliber, you expect a bit of a fight. You expect some back and forth. You even saw the Twitch chat predicting 75% in favor of Quadrant. A loss is surprising. Being swept, I think, is shocking.
Quadrant, I think you're right, James. Got to pick up the possession. That one's given away by Ixo. Cash is happy to relieve some of the pressure, just to boom it downfield, but again, no control coming out from Quadrant. Cash trying to catch out the defense there. Not going to find the shot through KV1. Ixo. Now Quadrant trying to find each other. Looking for options, but Relating Wave just not there in time.
But those plays are what Quadrant needs. Now you see Relating Wave getting demos as well. We saw Relating Wave get the pass into Cash, and then we also saw the control pass out to Ixo. Quadrant starting to look to slow the game down, bring teammates into the equation, but now I don't even know what to say about Relating Wave here. You know, he's in a hopeless spot, comes out a little bit, and it's too far. And then he just gives up. What do you do?
I mean, what can you do? Team Secret, they're all over Quadrant here in game 3. Wow. I think what's the most telling about how Quadrant, if you asked me, how's Quadrant been right now? I'd ask, well, hold on. I'd say, okay, it's going a little bit better, is what I'd say. As they get one back here, they got plenty of time to get their second, but Relating Wave throws a little fake flip reset into there, and Ixo is able to push it by KV1.
And I think that decision by Relating Wave really made that play come together. If he, you know, when you challenge with your wheels like that, it's a much different result on the 50-50 than if you use your hood. A lot of times you'll have the ball come out slower. It's better for when you're trying to kill the ball for your teammate into the middle. That was well done by Relating Wave. And a nice finish by Ixo. Ixo scoring both goals for Quadrant. KV1 bumped. Ixo to the air. Ixo going for net. Testing Sad, but Sad able to get that save out to the side.
Quadrant trying to show a bit more poise here on offense. Relating Wave. Passes over to Cash. Ixo trying to place it, but all of Team Secret are on that post. Unfortunately, picked the wrong side. Ixo again just trying to keep this one awkward for Team Secret. Quadrant trying to lock him in. That's a great stick there.
To back 50s.
By Relating Wave. And it comes out to Ixo, and he tried to react as fast as he could. And now Sad almost gets it through. Knight's there. He's going to tap it in. And just like that, it takes 2 touches, and Team Secret up by 2.
Quickly on the counterattack, and it all... You can point back to that miss. I think it was Ixo who was coming across the middle, didn't make contact on the ball, and that gave space. Gave space to Sad on the counter.
Very frustrated, our Quadrant. You can just see it on their faces there. I can't give up quite yet. 2 minutes on the clock is plenty of time. Don't let Team Secret manage them out of this game. Wow. Another touch comes across the net. Cash trying to find something in the air. How many times have we even seen Cash go to the sky? That's been his bread and butter throughout this split. And I don't think Team Secret has allowed him a single air dribble, James.
Yeah, he went for it, but that first touch shut down right away. Ixo's been able to get a little bit of space on his own. Now again, Cash shut down by KV1.
And that's exactly what you want. Any game plan that goes in against Quadrant, you have to stop the air dribble from Cash. It's his first option every single time.
Oh, and Cash left the corner boost, I guess, for Relating Wave. Relating Wave moving upfield looking for a demo, but Cash still on empty, couldn't do much with the shot. Ixo trying to first touch control it. Wow. It's a follow-up challenge, but the ball still finds its way over to Team Secret. KV1 flip reset challenge, double flip reset dunk.
Even he stuck the challenge with the flip reset and then used it to go into the next challenge. That was impressive.
KV1, he sees the finish line, as do all of Team Secret. Under 50 seconds left to go. A 2-goal lead. Team Secret about to upset Quadrant.
Ixo fighting for every inch here. Cash. It comes down, and that one's going to sneak through for Ixo, catching out the last man. Unsuspecting shot, and they're within 1.
Cash winning that challenge, and Ixo in the right spot. And you even saw a little bit of a ghost hit there. But we don't talk about that.
Quadrant's going to take it. 36 on the clock, 36 seconds. And here's Cash. An opportunity. Can he get the bump?
Nicely done by KV1. KV1 recognizing that bump attempt early, getting up high to make sure he could dodge it.
That might have been the first real chance for Cash in the sky like that. 13 seconds left now. Quadrant, they have to go. They have to get some possession here. Sad denying it into the corner and just keeping it awkward here for Quadrant. Everyone's back. Staring down 0-2. Cash trying to deny it. Trying to extend the series. This one goes high. Sad's going to drop it down. Relating Wave keeps it alive. Cash is there for the shot and denied. Team Secret will sweep Quadrant.
That is unreal. Team Secret making 16 saves if my scoreboard is correct.
Oh my goodness.
Is this
19 shots from Quadrant.
No, that's 25. That is 25 shots on at least on the scoreboard I have there. But regardless, that was unreal. The amount of saves that we saw from Team Secret. I'm almost questioning if that's right.
Yeah, I'm like,
that
what
doesn't
seem like it. My goodness.
But there were a decent amount of shots that Team Secret easily saved. But regardless, I think this series, a shocker.
Yeah.
To see Quadrant, I think the favorite by a wide margin, go down in a sweep. And now sitting at 0-2, they might not even, Corelli, Lando Norris is supposed to come out on Saturday, if you saw the tweet.
He's going to be really sad if it keeps going this way. We don't want to disappoint him.
We don't. And I know Quadrant doesn't want to disappoint him either, but that series was a rough one. But I think Team Secret, they came out and played their game, and they just rolled right over it.
No, you're absolutely right. We say that a lot about teams, but that truly was Team Secret's game. Control, a bit slower, kind of making it tough for the team to really get going, and Quadrant did not get going. I mean, again, we asked, this is an opportunity for them to kind of get the wheels turning, heat up that engine a little bit. Complete opposite. The engine was turned off, someone threw the keys down a cliff. I mean, there was just nothing there for Quadrant, and I think Team Secret, this is a lot of credit to them. I said this could be a statement game for them to get a big win over a European team, a team that can be a bit of a sleeper, and I think Team Secret executed a game plan perfectly here.
They really did. The B stream has been full of surprises today, and we've got another matchup that'll be coming up after the break. FaZe Clan taking on the Pioneers, and really, Corelli, we know you can't count your chickens before they hatch. So if you're FaZe Clan, you better watch out.
Oh, I don't have any chickens. FaZe, they've got to get going. Pioneers, a huge opportunity for them here. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, will FaZe Clan lay an egg? We'll have to find out after the break.
Tries to send one to the back of the net, and he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire right clear this way. Let me go to put them at the picked up the save. It's still there for two. They scored.
Anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a night, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the dead of night, made me watch the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now.
We are back on our lovely, quiet B stream, the home away from home. It's a bit more chill in here. The vibes are a little bit lower.
Yeah.
I'm Cole with Corelli.
Hey.
And Corelli, I hear that it's tradition to ask you.
Yeah, how's my day?
going,
Yeah,
man?
it's good.
how's it
It's been going good. You know, again, I said I loved Rotterdam. It's been great here so far, and boy, we have had a interesting day of Rocket League.
It's all suddenly got very strange.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
there have been some intriguing results going out right here. G2 with a huge loss just now, and the series that you just casted, it wasn't as close as it maybe could have been.
Yeah, I think everyone thought that one was going to be a little closer than it was, but a 3-0 sweep for Team Secret. You know, we talked about Sam number 2 seeds and putting a little bit more respect on that position coming out of Sam. So great to see.
Well, we mentioned G2, and they did have that loss to Power earlier, and I wonder if that sort of leads us into this series right here, because people were expecting G2 to win that one uncomfortably, and I think they'd be saying the same about Pioneers and FaZe Clan, which we have coming up next.
Yeah, you can see it on your screen right now. Power 3-0 G2. That's been crazy. Oxygen 3-0 Gen G. Opportunity here, like you're saying, for Pioneers to come out and take down, I think, a really hurting FaZe Clan squad. That series against Moist, aside from really game 1, that was not very good from them.
I'm not sure that FaZe Clan will be used to a team coming up against them with so much bravado as well. Rise in particular, he was standing up, you know, he was asking them what they were doing. All of the greats from the COM playbook he was using against FaZe Clan, and their faces were pretty similar as they were playing to how they are in those pictures right there. They did not look happy.
Well, and we talked about in that matchup, James and I, we cast the FaZe matchup against Moist, and they don't have that hype man, and both of the OCE teams are so hyped. They love to yell, they love to scream, they love to get, I think, kind of inside each other's head, you know, to kind of hype each other up in a good way there, and I think that's something that's carried a lot of these teams. It certainly can here when, again, I think FaZe is kind of walking into this one not so strong.
I mean, that's how Pioneers made it to last season, the top 2 in OCE. You know, they had Renegades Power and Ground Zero at the time as well to break into. You have to have that ego and not be scared of your elders. I think that OCE had that hierarchy, right, that they broke into. So coming up against FaZe Clan, they will be fearless if nothing else.
And it can only go up for the Pioneers, to be honest. They were crushed by the club. They were outscored 11-2. They were out of that series so quick. So I think for Pioneers, it can only get better. Of course, I think most people would consider this to be a tougher matchup, but I think just a refreshed matchup for them. A new time to start 0-0 on the series score and to, take what they've seen so far in their intermission between games to say, hey, we just saw our counterparts in Power take down G2. We're seeing Team Secret beat Quadrant. We're seeing Series go the distance. Why not us?
A team used to upsets as well, of course. When most people think of Pioneers, they think of that BDS victory last season in London in the Spring Major, which of course we cannot talk about forever, but it does go to show that a team who then were even newer went against the favourite and didn't respect them at all. And to win this series, they have to not respect FaZe Clan, because FaZe had a series when nothing was working for them. I think First Killer got a nice flip reset and there was no reaction at all, right? Just because everything around them was crumbling. They must come back and start game one strong here, right?
That's the big question for FaZe, because when everything's going well, they're like, yeah, fist bumps, they're smiling, they're happy, you're seeing some emotion. When things go bad, they're really quiet, they're really still. You're kind of wondering who's going to be that hype man. I mentioned it last time. It has to be Roll Diz, it feels like, because none of the guys are really up and loud. So you rely on your coach in that situation, and I'm sure that Diz had a very long conversation with his boys after their previous series against Moist.
I think he sat them down and said, come on, take a knee.
Yeah.
We're going to have to have some choice words right here. It was angry Roll Diz, which is something I've never seen. I'd be scared to see that. Any predictions for this one? Do you fancy Pioneers at all?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I don't say that as a charity
one of those days.
pick. Yeah, I don't do that as a charity pick. I think it is one of those days, and I think that Pioneers certainly can and are good enough to beat FaZe. I think this is the perfect storm for them as well. As I mentioned before, you watch the other series, why not us? And just watching just the individual series from FaZe was not good. I think Pioneers can certainly beat FaZe. Put me down for Pioneers.
You're putting them down, so not just can. No. Will, the prediction is with you.
Put me down.
Well, I mean, I can't really follow up after that. It would be odd for both of us to predict them. I feel like, I sort of have to go with FaZe at this point. You have to remember this is the team that is making finals in their region, is expecting to win LANs. Maybe this is the LAN they will win, and the tough start against Moist will all be forgotten.
Yeah.
But it has to start happening.
It is Swiss. You can shake it off right here, right now, if you're FaZe, so it's a good point.
And they do have First Killer as well. Any team with First Killer, it's difficult for a whole desk to go against that team.
It is kind of the trump card in a lot of cases. It's like, oh, they're pretty good. Miss is great. First Killer. That's really the big boy here, and it's been true, though, in all of his teams. He's been that big star player, so it's tough to vote against First Killer in most cases.
Whereas for Pioneers, they have to rely on each other. They have to rely on the teamwork and the arrogance almost that got them here, and not for a second shrink.
66%.
Wow, okay.
So I didn't mean to cut you off, but
no, I didn't notice that at all.
down
Thank you.
inside.
I'm glad you did. I had not seen that, so please, always cut me off. I took absolute rubbish. Wow. 63%. It's a lot of OCE fans in here.
Yeah?
It seems.
I bet.
A lot of OCE believers at the very least. Do you reckon the Power result against G2 has anything to do with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of why I'm picking it, too, a little bit. There's a little piece of that. But I don't want to downplay Pioneers, too, and I don't want to make it sound like it's a, yeah, sure, I'm going to go with Pioneers today. I truly do think that they can beat FaZe. I don't think that's crazy to say at this moment with how these games have kind of turned out and the way that FaZe has looked today.
Yes.
So that's why I think it is a solid pick right now.
And if the FaZe Clan team were to lose this series, they would be going 0-2 in the Swiss as well. This is the sort of cut-off point where, as you mentioned earlier, you can shake off a loss a little bit earlier on, but you lose that second one and suddenly things start to get a lot hairier. No matter how good you are, you do not want to go 0-2 in the Swiss, as we see a sort of wry smile there from Sipical. Maybe they're just trying to just get through this one by any means possible.
It's such a far cry from the last Fall Major for FaZe, where they had excellence in their Swiss, taking down BDS at the time as well, and then they ultimately went out to NRG there at the Fall Major in Sweden. So FaZe Clan, a year later, with a team that we presumably would be stronger than that team before, are now, have an opportunity to go 0-2 in Swiss is kind of shocking to even say.
Yeah, I mean, you were sort of starting to convince me that, maybe there's magic in the air and this could be a Pioneers moment. But now you're saying that, I'm thinking, no.
No way, right? Yeah.
Right? This is where normality resumes a little bit. So I'm even stronger, ironically, for FaZe Clan than I think I was. I think we're approaching starting point in this series. I'm feeling a little bit nervous for it because I genuinely can't tell if these little sparks in the air are going to turn into lightning, and it is going to be one of those days.
So let me ask you this. Give me your series score then. You got FaZe, right? You're down for FaZe. What's the series score?
If they take the first game, I think they'll win 3-0.
Okay.
If FaZe lose the first game, it goes to 5.
I think
it's all out the window.
I think it's gonna be 5. Five Pioneers, obviously.
Really?
But, I think it's going to be 5.
Oh my
I think that Pioneers might come out good in the first game because I don't know if FaZe is really going to get that going. But I'm hoping that FaZe will kind of adapt and extend the series. But I do think Pioneers can clutch up here.
One thing people don't realize about these sort of crowdless days is when we're sitting around waiting, we can hear the players cheer about 4 or 5 seconds before a goal goes in. So you're just sitting, chatting, you know, having a snack or whatever, calming down. And then you hear, yes, let's go. And it's like, oh, what's about to happen? What's about to happen? And the atmosphere really builds its way up just from hearing these players. So goodness knows what it's going to be like when the crowd is here in a couple of days' time. It's going to be absolutely electric here in Rotterdam. I cannot wait. Get yourself down here. If there's any way you can come this weekend, please do. It's going to be worth it. It's Rocket League. It's always worth it.
Well, let's stop the yapping, Cole. Let's jump in to game 1 here. It's a best of 5. Swiss, both these teams sitting at 0-1. FaZe Clan taking out the Pioneers from OCE, the number 1 seed there. An unexpected matchup, but one we have to get through here on Swiss, out of the hype chamber and onto the field.
It's the final match of the day on the B stream, and maybe it's going to be a nail-biter. There is so much at stake here for these two teams. If you go 0-2, it is a long way back, no matter how good you are. As that banner said right there, you have to stake your claim. You have to be French for the next 5 minutes or the next half an hour, whatever it may be, and embed your way into this series. Corelli is predicting Pioneers. I'm playing it safe with FaZe Clan, but I think we'll know a little bit more in a minute or two when we see how this first game begins to shape out.
I think it really is on FaZe Clan to control this series, right? When you talk about who's going to be the biggest difference maker, who's going to control the pace of play, it has to be FaZe. If they're going to come out flat again, there's opportunity here for Pioneers.
I see. Banana head to the side. That's what I want to see from Pioneers. Attacking from the side, not just trying to fully go back and get 100 boosts. Playing in the FaZe Clan half, stealing these boost canisters. And they've started well in that regard, but First Killer always has a flip reset in his pocket. And as far as Super Lucky this time, though, towards Mist. And then they're getting in each other's way, and that is the risk for Pioneers if they try and play too quick.
Yeah, and Scrub is good here to just play it slow, let it develop in front of him and get back there. He didn't have to be used immediately, but he was the first one on the back wall there. And I think slowing down the pace of play is really good for Pioneers here. Do not allow FaZe into a rhythm, into a groove. Keep it ugly, keep it awkward for them, and take advantage when the opportunity arises, because you saw that against Moist. So many open nets, so many open backfields, so many open halves from FaZe. They've been exposed against Moist, and Pioneers can certainly do the same thing.
It was old school FaZe Clan for sure, where they'd have all the pressure and then suddenly there'd be no one behind and they can see an open net. It's been a while since we've seen that version of FaZe Clan, that very frustrating version, but now we're seeing the better version of them. Just a huge launch upfield, 1-0 FaZe.
Well, it was exactly what you were saying, Cole. When you see Pioneers move up so far, that one just split between Super Lucky and Banana Head there, and nobody back for Pioneers. That's the worry here for Pioneers, is pushing up too far, overcommitting, and FaZe showing what happens when they send too many up, scoring the first goal.
And I think I saw the hint of a smile on the FaZe Clan players as well. Maybe that simple goal is exactly what they need to jolt a bit of life into this squad, which was really struggling earlier, and Pioneers are continuing to play with this incredibly high defensive line.
Wow.
They do not sit back, and look at them, the fist bumps are out now.
Coming from no control against Moist to having full control here on their second goal. Everyone getting involved there, typical earlier, and getting the touch in. That's great work from FaZe. When you see them moving the ball like that, passing to each other, and not just going for solo plays, which is great by itself, but the passing, boy, is it beautiful from FaZe, and they put away a beauty of a second goal.
I said that maybe there was some lightning in the air, a little bit of magic, but FaZe kind of doing their best to throw a blanket over the top of it and just suppress any of these sparks so far in the first 90 seconds. Pioneers have to dig themselves out of that. They've got to try and get it back. Try and get some touches. They're a little bit boosted out at the moment. They're outpaced. It's FaZe Clan getting all the touches. Should be making it 3. First Killer hits the crossbar, and then Mist gets 4 touches out of nowhere.
He's giggling. He knows how ridiculous that was. Oh my goodness, the
2,
flip reset.
3,
What
4,
is
5,
that?
6.
I can't count that high. There's too many.
I think that was 6 right there. Touches for Mist. And First Killer, obviously he's saying, that's why I hit it on the crossbar, mate.
Yeah.
I knew that you had that in your locker. I was just making sure you got the cool goal you wanted.
So a disaster start here for Pioneers. They would get one back, but they're just not connecting on the ball.
It's a bit disappointing so far from Pioneers. I did expect a little bit more than this from them. I thought that FaZe Clan would take it pretty comfortably, but so far Pioneers are being outclassed. And it's partly their own doing. You're up against the better team, that's fine. You're going to have some goals go against you. But the fact they're missing simple touches, it just suggests to me that the pressure is getting to them. That is something that they can control.
And psyching themselves out here. And no doubt, I think FaZe is playing a bit better here. But you can't let, I think, your own insecurities get inside your own head. As FaZe are just moving the ball wonderfully here in the midfield. Now First Killer looking for two, not going to find it. And look at the space afforded to FaZe here. No one from Pioneers to challenge. And Mist there to collect. Unfortunately, not the best touch as he gives it back to Pioneers.
Yeah, FaZe have got Pioneers pretty cornered right now, and they're pummeling into them. Pioneers aren't helping themselves. I've seen a couple of backflips and side flips. Awkward touches, but that's a little bit better from Scrub to set up Super Lucky.
Okay.
Maybe a goal here could just jolt some life into Pioneers. And that's what we're about to see.
And there you go. You can see them. They're yelling. That's their spark that they need here in game one, and that's great work. Made Mist look silly defensively, and Super Lucky putting away Pioneers first.
Can they continue to build on that against a slightly vulnerable-looking FaZe Clan, at least earlier on? They've still got time to do it. They've woken up in time for this first game, which is very important for Pioneers. Got themselves on the score sheet. That's a question of keeping going. Super Lucky looks like his teammate Banana Head, who was caught a little bit too close to the ball. And now Mist, his attempted bump doesn't happen. Banana Head clears it long as well. And Pioneers, I think they've just said to themselves, let's just connect with the ball cleanly and take it from there. Big deep breath.
Big deep breath, I think. They have a lot more control. They're settled in here, putting on some good offense. Controlling FaZe in their final third because, again, you go back to that Moist game and you look what they did, letting FaZe dig their own grave. Pioneers can do the same thing. And they're starting to show it here in game one. Another shot ripped on target. First Killer saving it off his corner there. Mist backed up as well. Scrub looking for some space. That's a tough bounce. Typical didn't get the read, but it comes out to Super Lucky. FaZe slow to get the touches. And another touch from Banana Head. And all of a sudden, Cole, it's a one-score game.
Now it's FaZe Clan making the mistakes. There was a man on the backboard. Super Lucky just put it right up there. First Killer, you do not expect him to miss those. Well, most of us don't. Banana Head took the risk. You have to give him credit. He somehow read a First Killer miss with the backboard, and he had the wherewithal to put it home.
And I think that's actually a brilliant read because you could see First Killer be a little awkward there going up for that ball on the back wall. And now Pioneers looking a lot better within one. 50 seconds on the clock. Trying to keep that possession. You can see Banana Head releases himself. Can he go all the way? He might do it. Flip reset, but unfortunately a bit too far in front of the ball.
But even missing the flip reset just puts some doubts into FaZe Clan. Maybe that'll be the fourth. That will be the fourth. But it's from a flip reset attempt from Pioneers. It's from an attack forward from them. Weirdly, I don't think they'll mind that too much. I mean, this is a game that seemed dead about a minute ago. They gave themselves a chance. Probably not going to happen now. But there's so much they can take into game two if it ends like this.
Well, there's two goals exactly like this where they pressed too far and FaZe just kind of hits it over the back line or through them. It could be a tie game right now.
I mean, there's also a missed six-toucher. So you take that one out as well, and we'll call it a draw.
We can give that one a miss. You know, that was pretty good. But the point is, big mistakes, right? Defensively, overcommitting, offensively. You take those away from Pioneers, and it's been a close game. Still some time if they can get this one put away. Super Lucky trying to play it slow. Scrub's going to dive in after it. First Killer not going to be beaten that one. 10 seconds left and missed. Trying to put another one away.
An intriguing start to this first game. FaZe Clan are going to be able to see it out with a couple of goals needed and just a couple of seconds left. Even if Banana Head is able to sink this one, he shouldn't be. With missed there, and Typical helps them out as well. Anything to take back with them in the old lunchbox for Pioneers. Now, maybe FaZe Clan can do the same and get a fifth miss. Can he put it away? No, he can't. It's 4-2 FaZe Clan in game number one, but an intriguing beginning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what chapter 2 is going to look like in this book.
Yeah, no, I agree because it was dominance from FaZe early on, very poor from Pioneers. They made the mistakes that we kind of alluded to, right? You hit the nail on the head when you said they might overcommit a little too much, they might press up too far, and that's certainly what happened. But you got to hand it to Pioneers. I think they adapted, and I think FaZe, they're not going to have as an easy time here in game two, because I think Pioneers are kind of warmed up and acclimated to what FaZe is bringing.
And I'm sure that Roldiz is reminding them of that right now, saying, look, I know that it seemed easy at the start. That got not easy. There was a tricky period, and we can assume that the start of game two will be more like that. So do not rest on your laurels, lads, because we can't throw anything away. The last thing we need to do is give Pioneers easy goals.
Well, it was funny, too, because when FaZe were up 3-0 and they let in their first goal, they were kind of laughing to each other because it was the one where Mist got faked out. I think they were kind of, yanking his chain a little bit. Then the second one went in and no one was smiling anymore. They're like, okay.
It's quick.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We can't disrespect these guys too much. And then they got their fourth and they settled back in. But you can tell that they know how much this game means, and even if they're expected to win, when that margin gets really small, all of a sudden it's like, okay, focus up again. We're not teasing each other anymore, and I think that's for FaZe. Keeping that concentration is what carried this game 1 to the victory.
FaZe Clan may be about to get a little bit sweatier in this second game, so it's only apt that we find ourselves on Aquadome for game number 2. FaZe Clan able to re-exert their dominance over this Aussie roster of Pioneers. I'll answer the question. Super Lucky has a lovely first touch there, really nice. And I mean, they're confident Pioneers. They're still going for the pre-jumps and both in the air, so fair play to them in that regard.
I love the idea, not perfectly executed, but those are the types of plays that you have to pull out against FaZe, right? You have to do the unexpected or the spectacular, and they're good enough to do that, no doubt. And FaZe, though, not going to fall for it that time as Pioneers trying to lock FaZe into their final third. Typical playing this one slow through one. Follow-up from Super Lucky, though, is good to deny FaZe the counter.
For a second, I didn't realize Mist was there. I thought that was going to be a FaZe Clan overcommit and conceding a goal to just being beaten to the ball. But Mist was back, as he so often is. One of the smarter players, probably the smartest player on that FaZe Clan roster. So he was brought in to shore up that defense and allow the attacking players to do their work. It's FaZe Clan that are attacking right now. Super Lucky to the side. Typical tries to tee up Mist, but Mist says no. Again, showing that intelligence, being patient. I think FaZe Clan realizing they're going to have to show a lot more patience in this game.
And I think on the flip side of that, Pioneers are realizing that there is going to be space for them to take an air dribble, to play it downfield and find the point man, right? That's happened a couple times. And you see Pioneers, I think, gaining a lot of confidence downfield as FaZe Clan do not get back in time.
It's almost a carbon copy of what they tried earlier, with one player going up for the air dribble and somebody else coming in behind, only this time it was Super Lucky who was following up, and this time it works.
I'm pretty sure Mist could have gotten to that, and I don't know if First Killer called him off or what. It seemed like Mist kind of slowed down near the goal line there. That's kind of why the call was a little weird for me. I thought he could make the save easy, and First Killer kind of puts it into his own net.
Well, however it happened, it is 1-0 Pioneers, at least for now. There's a chance for Mist. Has not happened. Super Lucky is met by Banana Head again. They're going for these two players up plays. It's almost worked again. FaZe kind of just struggling to deal with this. They get the ball away this time. Pioneers certainly having a moment in this series.
Yeah. Huge hole defensively for FaZe Clan. Pioneers almost able to poke through. Now First Killer off the ceiling, looking for another one. No follow-up. FaZe Clan all pushed back. They don't want to be caught out. Typical. Looking for a way out. First Killer, no options in front of him, and not the best touch. And Scrub, this First Killer's lucky that Scrub did not have boost there.
FaZe Clan playing really passively at the moment as well. I think they're going full patience and assuming that Pioneers are going to give them chances and the ability to score goals. Maybe this is it, and maybe the patience game does work out in the end. The simple launch forward equalizes for FaZe.
And that one's a little disappointing if you're Pioneers. Scrub going back. Super Lucky had a perfect opportunity to get the read, and you just completely missed it. And you leave Scrub in such a tough spot to make that save. We're tied up.
So Pioneers is sort of showing us that they are going to be able to get goals. They'll also throw goals away. So maybe expect some high-scoring games for the rest of this series, however many games it will be. Predicted 5. I'm still skeptical that'll be the case, but who knows today, Corelli?
I forget what you said. Did you say 3-1?
I said 3-0 if FaZe can get the first game.
Okay,
so I guess now I'm locked into 3-0. Yeah, exactly. I might as well walk off now. As far as I'm concerned, we all know what's going to happen here. Mist is going to almost score. First Killer was coming in, hoping to be on the end of that ball, but not quite able to. FaZe going to carry on. First Killer still up there, but the pass doesn't quite find him. And this is where Pioneers can do some damage on that counter-attack, but they do need a better first touch than what we saw from Super Lucky there. Now they're coming in. The second ball not quite falling for Pioneers at the moment. They have to be a bit more direct with these challenges.
And a lot cleaner there from FaZe sitting so deep, and so it does require Pioneers to kind of bring the ball down or take it to an air dribble as well. As Scrub's going to do just that, threatening the net and denied by Typical.
They will get a boost grab for it though, so now maybe Pioneers can have a little bit of sustained pressure depending on that all-important first touch. Can they avoid the FaZe Clan cluster of players that are just waiting and reading what Pioneers are offering? This is another chance now for Banana Head. That's better. Into the center, into a place where Typical wasn't at it perfectly, didn't have the angle. and they can just try and focus on this challenge game until they tee each other up. Super Lucky on the backboard, and Super Lucky bangs it home.
What a look from Super Lucky, and you could tell that this one was going to be a perfect double tap for him. Look how quick he attacks the ball, and Typical diving across the net, just trying to time that challenge. It's not going to happen for him, and back into the lead, Pioneers go.
Not a lot of time for FaZe Clan to equalize either. It's a great time to score for Pioneers. Perfect opportunity to retake the lead and get themselves back in the series that they have to defend, and they're doing more than that. They're reading the FaZe Clan infield passes. So maybe now FaZe Clan mix it up and go solo themselves. They've got the skills to do so. First killer over the top. Super Lucky gets a block, and it does fall for Typical. FaZe Clan stick to the script, and they get the perfect read.
Yeah, great work there from FaZe Clan. Beat the first man with first killer. A poor clear comes out. Typical there. Their shooter that, of course, they want in that position is there to clean things up. Slot it there to the left side. Tied up just under a minute.
We are reset all over again, where FaZe Clan get an equalizer, and Pioneers have to try and reclaim that lead. They've done it twice. Is it possible for it to happen a third time? Scrub's in the air now. Typical's meeting him early. Super Lucky's coming in. He's trying to show all sorts of pace. I'd say that Super Lucky seems most likely to break down that FaZe Clan defense.
I love the speed he's coming in with, just attacking the defense. And now he's having to play a little bit of defense. Can first killer get a double tap? He did, but he was denied by Scrub.
So dangerous first killer. Any angle, any play. If he has half a second, he will do something with it. Which is what happened there. He's going again now. The flip reset is past one. Banana Head standing up tall. Typical can get this one out wide. That's a poor touch though, is it? It's tempting in Super Lucky, who almost took the bait, but ended up just leaving Typical to come out. A goal here would be a killer for either team. 10 seconds left.
Super Lucky giving this one away to Mist as he has no options. Super Lucky with a great read though to keep it on the FaZe Clan side. Banana Head looking for space. He's got boost to work with. Trying to go all the way across. He had a flip reset, but the defense stands tall, and into overtime we go.
It was a great effort again from KCP. He was just trying to force that angle. Not quite to be though, but it's a good kickoff here from Pioneers. Super Lucky has no one in front of him, so all we can do is slow it down and try and stay behind the ball. It's the first kill that comes away. You do not want this man to have this much time and space on the ball. He can do anything with it. Thankfully, for Pioneers, Banana Head closed him down, and then Scrub can clear to the side. His clearance is so important for Pioneers.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I think the defense is really cleaned up here from Pioneers. The clears have been so much better. His first killer now threatening, and Super Lucky all the way to the goal line to make the save. Pioneers aren't overcommitting, and that has kept them in this game. It comes across the box. This one cleared away. Now Super Lucky's got 0 boost in the tank and not able to find a way out.
Yeah, Pioneers using all their boost as soon as they get it. It seems that they grab 100 and they just use it all straight away. If you keep your eye on the boost gauge, Pioneers in the corner, so often these players are on 0, but they do manage to get the ball forwards, at least every now and then. They just have to have some sustained pressure. They have to keep the ball there. Is it possible when Mist is coming forward? He gets his second touch, but it's only to the side. First killer swoops his way around that ball beautifully, but can't quite cut it in.
Trying to find a way through that Pioneers defense. They've been tougher and tougher to crack. First killer wants to take this one up the wall, has a lot of boost, and that touch gets away from him. Pioneers fielding every attack wonderfully here from FaZe Clan, but they are knocking on the door, spending plenty of time on this blue side. Nothing too threatening quite yet. That one goes wide. The second touch will bail out Pioneers. Now First Killer trying to get the touch. He does to the back wall, but no follow-up from FaZe Clan.
This is panic in Pioneers every time First Killer touches the ball, and you can't blame them. He is the one who is capable of just putting the ball anywhere he chooses to. But not when he's read by a pre-jump, not when Banana Head is coming forward. Scrub tries to close down Mist, but can't do it. And for the first time in a while, Pioneers do have some control. That one's to the backboard by Super Lucky. Banana Head up again. Good pace from Pioneers. That's not been their problem for a little while. They do lose a third of their attack, but reinforcements should be arriving fairly soon. If this challenge is decent, it's not as far as Pioneers are concerned. And now it's FaZe Clan's turn again.
Oh, Scrub got bumped out of the way. Typical there to tap it in, and that bump opened up the net for FaZe Clan, and game 2
So
over
near, yet so far for Pioneers. They just hinted at themselves getting this second game, but in the end, FaZe Clan were too strong. The game management was too good. The experience levels were too high. And what I liked about FaZe Clan there is they did not panic. And that is the sort of game where they've had a day like they've had today, where panic can set in and you do overcommit. They avoided that trap.
They definitely did. And I think for FaZe here, I think both teams actually, I was going to make the point for FaZe, but now that I think about it, both teams had done a much better job of not sending too many players downfield. They've kept their third man extra deep to not allow those open nets to go through, because both of them have sinned in this game by doing that. And I think for FaZe Clan, it has certainly paid off here to whittle away against Pioneers, who I think had solid defense here in this game too. It was just not enough here on offense to take down FaZe.
It was solid defense, but they always seemed a little bit hurried in their reads. You know, whereas FaZe Clan were diving straight at that ball, Pioneers seemed to be trying to get the touch, and to the extent where they couldn't quite dictate where the ball would go. They could get a read on it, put it somewhere, but the speed at which FaZe Clan could get to the ball and actually choose where to send it seemed to be a differentiator for me.
Yeah, and I think for Pioneers, they did a much better job of picking up the pace when they had the opportunity, but I think it's picking that time to go. And sometimes they took awkward challenges that just didn't make sense to kind of get the offense rolling, and it opened up the space for FaZe behind them. So I think you have to be a little bit smarter for Pioneers when you choose to go on the attack, because you know you're going to feel it from FaZe. And I think those opportunities to counterattack are still there for Pioneers.
FaZe Clan are a few minutes away from getting back to normality in this Swiss and putting themselves 1-1 going to tomorrow. But they still have to do the work. They still have to score a few more goals against Pioneers, and Pioneers are learning and gaining experience of every single game against them. And they take the lead again. They took the lead twice in the last game, don't forget. You know, they were on top, but they have been. FaZe Clan might change that here. Missed on the backboard, he misses. And Typical lets it bounce.
Ooh, and just for a moment there was an opportunity for Pioneers to counter with an open backfield on the FaZe Clan side. They were really pushed up there. They were all in on that missed touch that never came. Ooh, great takeaway from Super Locky. That one just high of the net. Typical, make sure it doesn't go through, as Mist barrels through his baseline trying to push this one out. Does well here to get it over to First Killer. Pioneers that felt the pressure nicely and break out. Typical again denying. FaZe Clan doing well on these clears, something that they struggled with against Moist. Just find the space and away from Pioneers.
So far the Pioneers boost control has been a little bit better than the last game as well. I've been noticing they're often keeping about 70 from at least 2 players, as opposed to one having 100 and the other 2 0. So players can come in and support the attacks. We can get some more airborne players at the same time. That's what we're seeing here as Scrub goes to the top. Typical has to just flip that one away. And Banana Head is there for it. Pioneers have started this game just a little bit better.
Yeah, and I think the longer that Pioneers can stay on FaZe Clan's side, the better off they're going to be. Because again, we've seen FaZe Clan dig their own grave. And if you can keep the pressure on them, they will make the mistakes. We've seen it already. We've seen that in multiple tournaments and multiple iterations of FaZe.
Banana Head takes the catch. First Killer up in front of him. First Killer manages to get that challenge to Typical, but again, it's read by Pioneers. Few of these second balls going to a FaZe Clan player cleanly right now, but that one has, and it's to miss. Super Locky at the near post gets the save, but then it's taken out the game. But Typical misses as well, and that's going to really slow FaZe Clan down right when they were putting in some danger.
Yeah, opportunity there wasted. This one gets to the back wall, and again, the back wall is completely closed on the FaZe side. There's someone there to meet it. This miss going straight into Banana Head. He'll take him out. Time here for Typical, and maybe not that much time. He was playing it quite slow. It pinches out towards Pioneers.
Pioneers always looking for a second player when they get these touches, these clearances. Going to somebody on the transition, but it doesn't matter how well you defend when First Killer has just this much boost.
That's the trump card. It's First Killer. And when he beats Scrub, Super Locky knows he's beat. I mean, there's just no way he can get the read on it. It happens so quick, too. He's coming off your back wall in such a tight angle. First Killer coming through and showing his stuff.
First Killer can do it to the best defenders in the world. Oh, yeah. So there's no shame in conceding a solo play to him. You just have to keep on going. They're able to. Typical gets around that one to the backboard. Scrub gets a good touch for a second. It looked like the ball was evading him, but he managed to get something on it. There's a demo by Banana Head on a FaZe Clan attacker, so that should slow FaZe Clan down for now. Scrub, oh, I thought he'd won that race for the boost for a second, but it actually was First Killer that got there. Now heading to center red as well. Yeah, FaZe Clan right now reading everything Pioneers are sort of chucking at them.
Even with Super Locky bouncing off of 2 players there in FaZe, it was not enough to move them out of the way. Pioneers trying to get the physical game going. They don't get too many demos. They're at 2 here in this game.
Pioneers attack's very central. Have you noticed every hit they're making from the center is just going right down the middle? I'd love to see them aim for the angles a little bit more. Try and get an awkward bounce on the corner. Just try and cause a bit more chaos, because FaZe Clan always have a man back, and they are just swallowing that up each time.
They don't seem to like playing in the corners that much, do they? They kind of push or pull off when they go into the corners. It's a much more conservative approach from them. But some good possession here, unfortunately cleared away now by Mist as FaZe relieve their defense for the moment. Super Lucky denied by Sipical. Scrub wants to bring this one down, get some possession, get some control here in game 3. Scrub can't get through Mist. Now Super Lucky looking for options inside the box, wants to take it himself, and again, no one there to follow up for Pioneers. Allows FaZe to get out.
Yeah, as soon as it gets to the middle, FaZe Clan just meeting it up all day long. Mist, on the other hand, he booms it towards Typical in that corner. Then he gets the ball back. This could be the end of the series. Not quite. Super Lucky again straight down the middle, though. That's where First Kill is waiting. Mist high, trying to tee up Typical. Typical's following up. It's just chance after chance right now for FaZe Clan. Pioneers like a little bit out of ideas. Is someone going to be brave enough just to take a risk in these final 40 seconds?
It's just not creative enough from Pioneers right now. Even the touches to each other are getting cut off just like that. Mist taking it away with the pass, and here's an opportunity for Super Lucky. Banana Head also getting in the way of First Killer. First Killer still on the ball, still getting it out for FaZe.
That was so awkward, and he still landed perfectly on the backboard, managed to jump out with minimal boost and stay behind the ball just to make sure there was no follow-up shot. Brilliant to the end from First Killer, but we are at the end, and there are more chances for Pioneers. First Killer is behind the ball, but he's lost out to Super Lucky, who has no boost, but he does have Mist in his target sights. That one though, that pinch goes all the way back to the Pioneers half. Time's getting away for them. This has to be it. After 5 minutes of not enough creativity, they have to show some now, and there's no one in the middle. FaZe Clan just blocking off every single avenue that Pioneers may have had, and a very clean victory in the end for FaZe Clan.
And you were right, Cole. I got to give it to you. Brilliant analysis from you. FaZe Clan winning game 1, and FaZe Clan 3-0 here against Pioneers, sending them to 0-2. FaZe will be 1-1 in the Swiss stage. And I don't know how you feel, Cole. I'm actually interested in this, in the answer to this question. Do you feel like this was a series where FaZe kind of bounced back, if you will?
No, I think it was a professional victory by the better team, you know, which is fine, and that gives you, you know, a string to your bow, and that gives you a bit of confidence. But it's not like coming up against a Gen G or, you know, someone that is their equal and performing, and everyone going, yeah, FaZe Clan are back. So I think they beat the opponent in front of them. That's all you can do. So well done to them in that regard. But I still think that when they go into their 1-1 match, whoever they face will be fancying playing FaZe Clan at the moment.
Yeah.
How about you?
I don't think they crushed them in the way that I would expect the team to kind of bounce back and get back into form. But I do think that this was a 3-0. Which is the best you can do.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a win, which is the best you can do. And it's a much better look here for FaZe. Maybe not perfect, maybe not a crushing victory for them, but a victory nonetheless, and certainly one to get them going here in the Swiss after a disappointing start.
And nice to see the First Killer mechanics coming out as well. But that is the final match on this B stream. We can have a little look how the games have gone so far and how all these teams are doing.
Yeah, let's take a look here because, boy, today has been interesting to say the least. You saw Power go down, or excuse me, G2 go down to Power as that was earlier in the day, and it was a little scary there for some of these teams. You saw, oh, here we go. You saw Club start off hot against Pioneers, who we just saw against FaZe. You saw Oxygen 3-2 against G2. Has not been a good day for G2 overall. And then Space Station and Falcons earlier on went to 5 as well. That was a very back and forth series.
It was. We've had some brilliant series today. We've had some surprising ones as well. Poor old James Cheese getting 0-3 as expected, but you know, they'll be back. They'll be back for more to try and take that all desired first game over here at this major. But yeah, I think it was a par result there for FaZe. Not much better, not much worse. And right now on the main stream, I believe you can see K-Corp versus Space Station, which is starting very soon because Moist have 3-2 the club. And that's the first time I'm seeing that information. I just read that out live for myself.
Yeah.
Wow. I have to go back and watch that series. I'm sure there were some decent goals in that one if it went to 5.
That one was going in tandem with us. And just a fun fact, K-Corp bought all the bleachers behind us. All the fans here that's going to be in the stage when the crowd, of course, comes in. They bought the whole thing on this.
I hear there's going to be a guy with a drum.
I love that. I love that.
Banging it.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
It's going to be a very European soccer atmosphere. And
that's why we're here.
Yeah,
that's why we're here.
Exactly, exactly. I don't know how it's going to compare to a London. Like, I don't know Dutch football culture as well as I know English football culture, so I'm intrigued to find out myself.
we're going to find out tomorrow. Anyways, shout out to Netherlands here in the World Cup. But yeah, it's going to be interesting here. And Cole, any parting thoughts here for the viewers as we sign off here on the B stream?
Have you had a good day?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a great day for the third time here on the B stream. It's been a great day. I hope your day's been good.
It's been fantastic. It's Rocket League. Is it ever not going to be fantastic? Now, if you leave me to it, I'm going to go and watch that final game on the main stream. We'll see you all over there. More tomorrow.
with Kinsey. Sends one to the backboard. Tries to send one to the back of the net. And he will triple touch. You said the double might work out. How about a triple?
Oh my! This time, fire! Try to clear this away. Let it go. Put them in. Picked up the steam. It's still there for Jimmy. He scored.
Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay.